Okay, good morning, honorable members. Let's remain standing for a short prayer and meditation. Thank you very much. You may be seated. Put my glasses on. Okay, honorable members, let's start with our meeting. Once again, good morning to all the honorable members. Good morning to the people of Gauteng who are listening to our proceedings online, and to our stakeholders. Honorable members, we have two announcements, and the first announcement is from Honorable Musai.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to join the multitudes of South Africans as we pay tribute and celebrate the life of the struggle steward, Umama, affectionately known as Mageti Gertrude Shope, Saparangwe, Isitwalwandwe. Margaret Shope passed away at the age of 99. She would have turned 100 years old this year. On her passing, we remember her as one of the foremost ambassadors of our people's struggle for freedom, a stellar champion for solidarity within the continent. She contributed to the emancipation of the women of this country, the world, and the continent. As the first president of the African National Congress Women's League, post-1990 unbanning, she helped shape the vision for women's emancipation in a democratic South Africa and championed the 50-50 policy, which we enjoy today in this legislature and beyond in the world. Madam Speaker, we celebrate, acknowledge and recognize her as an outstanding military and struggle veteran, a commander of the real Umkhonto Wesizwe. She was an educator by profession, a freedom fighter, trade unionist, and former member of parliament. Mama Shope dedicated her life to fight for the workers' rights as well as human rights in general. Honorable members, the Shope family name is synonymous with the struggle for freedom, justice, and South Africa's democracy. She has left an indelible impression on us. She demonstrated unshakable integrity, rock-solid values, and strong principles. Umam Shope was the epitome of a genuine inheritor of the title Mother of the Nation. Her commitment to the cause of equality and sacrifices for the liberation of our country will forever be remembered as a beacon of inspiration for generations to come. Condolences to the family. She fought for us and ran a beautiful race. May her legacy live on in the hearts of all the women she empowered. May her spirit continue to live long. May her memory continue to inspire us to build a just, inclusive, and equitable society. Rest in peace, Mama. Lala ngoxolo, Mama Gertrude Shope. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Musai. Honorable Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. My apologies. The Patriotic Alliance, Gauteng, under Rule 81 extends heartfelt congratulations to Mr. Sheldon Tatchell, the founder and CEO of Legends Barbershop. We recognize the extraordinary hard work and dedication that Sheldon has demonstrated in and around Gauteng through his thriving business. His commitment to excellence has not gone unnoticed, as he has been nominated for Entrepreneur of the Year 2024 and recently recognized as an Entrepreneur Leader for 2025. With an impressive portfolio of 75 barbershops across 5 different countries, which includes South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, Lesotho, and Zambia. Sheldon's entrepreneurial spirit and leadership is truly commendable, coming from a colored in El Dorado Park. We salute Sheldon Tatchell for his achievements and contributions to the community. Die Here is die Here. Die plan gaan aan. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Evans. Honourable members, we have, in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1, MEC statement from MEC Ramkopa. MEC?
Point of order. Point of order.
Just take your seat.
Madam Speaker, we've just received some announcements that sounded more like member statements. Can I ask that somebody could educate me? Where are announcements provided for in the standing rules, please?
Yeah. Okay.
Another point of order. I mean, it's defeating.
Proceed.
You can't raise a point of order after the fact.
No, I did.
A point of order is intended to correct an occurring mistake or shortcoming. Once it's done, how do you remedy the situation?
Okay. Okay.
How do you remedy? No, our members here. We can educate you. We can educate you. You need to be educated.
Okay.
No,
Easy.
we're also educating you. A point of order, say it. Look at Rule 8990. It says it. You raise a point of order at a point where an occurrence is defective. Sorry. We're not getting boss.
Order. Honourable members.
We defend the boss.
Okay.
We can't be instructed by you. We can't be instructed by you. We can't. You should have joined the 49.
Honourable members, order, honourable members. Okay, can I refer? Okay, your point of order will be referred to the... Okay, honourable members, I need to make a ruling. Honourable Msimanga, Hemanyana Chenag. Hema. Okay, honourable members, I want to make a ruling on the point of order. Your time is paused, don't worry. The matter will be referred to the Rules Committee for discussion. Okay. Honourable MEC?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I rise today to draw attention to the members of this House that tomorrow, on the 28th of May, the Gauteng Department of Agriculture and Rural Development will join the world in marking World Hunger Day under this year's theme, which is Sowing Seeds of Resilience. While Gauteng is one of the largest and most advanced economies on the continent, hunger plagues 1 in 4 households in our province, with children under the age of 6 being the most vulnerable and the most affected. Over 2.5 million children in our country are classified as chronically hungry, and these children often suffer from stunting, diminished concentration, and delayed development. These are not just statistics. This is our future being stolen right before our eyes, before it has a chance to begin. And honourable members, the Constitution of the Republic is clear. Section 27(1)(b) affirms the right of every person to have access to sufficient food and water. And yet across our province, millions of residents will be facing the daily impossible choice of whether to eat today, whether to buy heating fuel or save money for transport. So today, Honourable Speaker, I'm proud to share with you that Gauteng is not sitting idle. We are taking concrete steps to address this issue. Ending hunger is one of the 3 priority strategic pillars of the department, and guided by the Agricultural and Agro-Processing Master Plan, this province has set a bold target to reduce hunger in the province by 10% by the year 2029. This is not a gesture, but a measurable commitment that informs our planning, our budgeting, and our cross-sector mobilization. But to achieve this, we must build an all-of-society approach, one that includes sister departments, civil society, farmers, food retailers, and communities themselves. On World Food Day, GDAD has identified 28 local farming cooperatives in Orange Farm and will be contributing seedlings, implements, and technical support for the establishment of food subsistence gardens. In partnership with local NPOs, we've also identified 50 vulnerable households who will be provided with monthly grocery packs on an ongoing basis and also trained on food production and processing. These are small but crucial steps. However, they will not address the systemic challenges that give rise to hunger. Unemployment is the greatest driver of food insecurity. When households have no income, they have no food. A household needs at least 5,400 rand per month just to afford adequate nutrition. Yet the national minimum wage is 4,473 rand per month before deductions. That means that a family of 4 can be fully employed and still be hungry. The National School Nutrition Programme feeds over 9 million learners daily, and this programme must be lauded for what it has achieved. But what of children under the age of 6? What of learners during school holidays? What of the unemployed youth who have aged out of the system? If we are serious about ending hunger, we must do more than just feed people. We must transform the systems that keep them hungry. So therefore, Honourable Speaker, we are also prioritising investing in local markets for the promotion of local growers and SMMEs, and we continue to advocate for and facilitate access to land for food production. Honourable Klaba. Honourable Speaker, let us remember that hunger is not neutral. It is gendered, it is racialised, and it is spatially distributed. In a country as unequal as ours, where wealth and waste coexist, hunger is a choice. If the outcomes of the decisions made or not made by those in power, we have the means to end hunger, and if we do not, we are complicit. So I stand here to say the time for symbolism has passed. World Hunger Day must be more than just a hashtag. It must be a turning point, and let Gauteng lead the way. Let us commit today to building a province where the right to food is real and not just rhetorical, where no child is stunted by poverty, and where no family has to choose between dignity and dinner. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
My mic is off. Okay. Honourable members, we have a number of member statements in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1. Honourable Mekwe.
Thank you very much and good morning, honourable members. Madam Speaker, as we convene today in this House, precisely 2 days after the renowned Africa Day of the 25th of May, we recall the rich significance of the day, not solely as a historical matter of the 1963 founding of the Organization of African Unity, but also a vibrant commemoration of our continent's enduring spirit of resilience, solidarity, and self-determination. Africa Day reminds us of the sacrifices made by those who struggled for freedom, as well as the monumental task ahead of us in achieving true economic emancipation and continental integration. Africa stands as a juncture where our youthfulness, demographic dividend, natural resource endowment richness, and cultural diversity hold previously unrealized promise, but systemic issues like neo-colonial economic structures, climate risk, and governance deficits necessitates our urgent joint action. The African Continental Free Trade Area is a big leap towards economic independence, but our success hinges on our ability to bridge infrastructure gaps, develop local industries, and create innovation systems that are at least globally competitive but locally adaptive. Africa's destiny is not only its abundance of resources, but also the ingenuity of our people, whether it is our smallholder farmers providing food for our nations or our technology entrepreneurs who influence our destiny. As we celebrate our diversity and shared objectives, we also must confront harsh material conditions, including deep-seated inequality, gender disparities, and threats to democratic advance. As we continue to commemorate Africa Day, let us reaffirm our Pan-African values, not just conceptually, but in practice and led by unity. Let us build institutions, invest in education and health, and give Africa a stronger global voice. Our continent requires bold leadership, which places aspirations of people before power, sustainability before expediency, and unity before fragmentation. The moment has come for Africa to write its own story of shared prosperity, climate resilience, and technology leapfrogging, which propels all our people ahead, from Cape to Cairo, from Dakar to Djibouti. I invite all members to celebrate this day with concrete action that propels our collective African renaissance ahead. Amandla.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mokwe. Honourable Fuchs.
Chair, thank you very much. I'm appalled to announce in this House today that the City of Johannesburg is applying what can only be considered as sharp business practice by overcharging residents on tariffs, forcing them into an unfair and bureaucratic process to reclaim their rightful discounts. This is at a time when most South African families are struggling, Chair, to make ends meet. It is a disgrace that the City of Johannesburg is manipulating the billing system to enrich itself at the expense of its residents. Let me give you an example. Sewerage tariffs were reduced at the beginning of this financial year on properties that are valued below a certain number and are called multi-dwelling units. Those are detached houses, simplexes, townhouses and flats. Now, the Council kept on invoicing the higher tariff and not the reduced tariff. The question is why, when the rates go up, do they automatically invoice those, but when they come down, they do not? When COJ is queried, Madam Speaker, residents are advised to apply for a tariff change. And if approved, and this really makes it terrible, the credit would only be backdated to the time of application, not from the time they started paying the increased rates. This, in my opinion, Speaker, is a predatory revenue collection mechanism that takes advantage of residents who are not aware of the tariff reduction because of poor communication from the city. Thousands of residents across Johannesburg are thus not aware that they are being fleeced and they have an opportunity to claim a credit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Fuchs. Honourable Msimanga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good morning to the residents of Gauteng. Madam Speaker, during the 2023-2024 live survey report submission, Mushongera, Ndangurwa, and Miles and Timotheus make a very startling discovery or revelation about what is happening in the cities of Ekurhuleni, Tshwane, and Johannesburg, but more specifically about what is happening in the city of Johannesburg. The Auditor General in the 2023-2024 reports confirm what residents experience on a daily basis. A city in financial turmoil, the coalition of incompetence has left the critical revenue generating entities like the Johannesburg Water and the City Power struggling to function. The water infrastructure is failing because of the 26 billion rand backlog, while 44% of the purchased water disappears through leaks. Electricity outages have become the norm and not an exception in the city of Johannesburg. While substations are failing regularly, repair teams are overwhelmed and left without resources to fix the most basic faults. Roads are crumbling, and we have been hearing from the Premier about the plan to fix. We've had roads that have exploded, not a single thing has been done to date, and there continue to be more of these roads and bridges that are falling apart. We have seen how this coalition practices more political maneuvering over maintenance. Their punitive tariff increases, as my colleague has already said, punishes the same residents receiving collapsing services and the annual electricity hike. What we are witnessing, Madam Speaker, is not merely an administrative incompetency. It is a deliberate, destructive nature of a former world-class city by a coalition built on patronage rather than competence. This coalition government has turned Africa's economic powerhouse into an epicenter of decay as critical infrastructure collapse across it. The Gauteng Provincial government urgent intervention is essential, as this coalition has proven incapable of improving the city of Johannesburg's financial situation and to be able to then deliver basic services to its residents. The ANC, EFF, Action SA coalition has driven the city of Johannesburg to a complete financial collapse. This catastrophe is reflected in what I've just said here, and if you want to read more, go and look at what the three gentlemen that I've spoke about have written when they compiled the quality of life survey. We cannot continue on this line as if nothing is wrong, Madam Speaker. We cannot continue to bury our heads in the sand. The world is going to descend upon us come November, and we want to then put our best foot forward. And I can tell you right now, listening to what the mayor of Johannesburg had to say during the State of the City address, listening to the plans, reading the Cocta report, I can tell you we will be embarrassed. We are not moving in the right direction, and this is something that we're going to need to address as a matter of urgency. Thank you very much.
Okay. Honorable Msimanga, thank you very much. Honorable Mukhobe.
No. It's okay. It's
Okay, order. Honorable
Mfiko.
members, order. Honorable Mukhobe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. The ANC will quickly fix the DA mess in Johannesburg. Honorable Speaker, it is with great sadness and deep concern that I rise today to condemn the ongoing spate of killings targeting spaza shops, owners and community business people in Ratanda within the Lesedi local municipality and surrounding areas. Since February 2024, at least 7 local entrepreneurs have been brutally murdered, among them leaders like Happy Nyauza, respected family men like Mandla Noto, and hard-working traders such as Fani Shabangu and Fanafuti Shabangu. Just recently, on May 16, 2025, we lost another giant in our community, Mangoba Ntombela, founder of Woza Africa and a champion of township economic development, who was gunned down outside his home. These do not appear to be random acts of criminality spurred by community social ills. They are coordinated, targeted, and calculated acts with a predetermined aim of destabilizing our local economy. The timing of many of these attacks during load shedding suggests a disturbing level of planning, and there is a growing concern that these killings may be linked to extortion, rackets, and tensions over control of the informal retail sector, which locals have wrestled from foreign nationals in the area. Honorable Speaker, the people of Ratanda are living in fear. Entrepreneurs are going into hiding. The vision of township revitalization is under siege. We are tired. We say enough is enough. The ANC calls for immediate and decisive action. We urge SAPS and the Provincial Commissioner to prioritize these investigations. We call for increased visibility, arrests, and the protection of vulnerable business people, particularly those building black-owned township enterprises. We cannot allow lawlessness to take root in our communities. The informal economy is not just a survival platform. It is a cornerstone of transformation and empowerment, and it has put bread on the table for many, and it took many of young people to school. Let us protect our local economy. Let us protect our people. Let us honor the lives lost by defending their vision. Forward with township revitalization, forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mokhobe. Honorable Masilel. Spanish how ke maluka ka jenum.
Wait till bothata ke bona. Greetings,
Honorable
Speaker.
Masilela, go nyala re bolelle mme. Re tle lenyalo. Tswela pele mogaetsho.
The invitation is very late for you, Madam
Good.
Speaker. Greetings, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is most unfortunate that in 2025 we must rise on a matter that should have long been buried and never to be heard in our society. On the 18th of May, a disturbing video surfaced on social media where learners of Soshanguve Secondary School captured a shocking incident of community members forcing the learners to line up to receive beatings. Madam Speaker, Section 10 of the South African School Act rendered corporal punishment illegal upon its promulgation in 1996. However, a group of men who see themselves as above the country's laws, supposedly acting on the instruction of the principal and the SGB, brought it fit to administer corporal punishment to our learners. Upon the swift intervention of the EFF, as well as the EFF Youth Command, learners revealed that it is not the first time, Madam Speaker, such incident occurs, and that the principal has made it a habit to betray the sanctity of the school, which ought to be a safe space for learners, especially in a nation as violent as ours. Speaker, the South Africa Schools Act stipulates any person who contravenes subsection Section 10 which prohibits the use of corporal punishment, is guilty of an offence and liable of conviction to a sentence which could be imposed for assault. In accordance with this, we call for immediate removal of the SGB, the principal as well as the deputy principal, who contravenes Section 10 of the School Act. We further call for the opening of criminal charges against those who carried out this act against it. No malume will beat any learner under our watch, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masilela. Honorable Simatla.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to express deep concern over the continued operation of Zanele Frail Care Center, despite the institution not meeting the required compliance standards set by the department. Many non-profit organizations across the province have been forced to shut down due to the department withdrawing funding on the basis of non-compliance. Yet the Zanele Frail Care Center is allowed to operate under similar conditions. This selective enforcement raises critical questions around fairness, consistency, and accountability within the department. Furthermore, Speaker, the institution continues to rely on outsourced service providers for catering, security, laundry, and gardening, all whom operate on unstable month-to-month contract. This lack of long-term planning undermines job security and service delivery. Speaker, we call on the department to urgently insource these services to ensure stability and the creation of decent permanent jobs. As the EFF, we reiterate our position that all workers providing essential services in state institutions should be insourced. In addition to this, the MEC and department must ensure that the institution is compliant and registered in order for it to continue accepting new beneficiaries. As a point of departure, the departments must also see the urgent filling of vacant posts, which is critical to the center's operation. We demand transparency and immediate intervention to address these discrepancies. The lives and dignity of our vulnerable citizens must be protected without fear, without favor or prejudice. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Simatla. The last member statement is by Honorable Dilebo from MKP. Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to commence by congratulating the South African Under-20 national team, popularly known as Amajita, for their hard-earned victory as the winners of the Africa Cup of Nations. The boys have done us proud. The city of Tshwane, including Centurion, has documented issue of sinkholes due to the region's dolomitic ground and the presence of underground infrastructure. The MK Party acknowledges the ongoing efforts to address the problem and identifying funding for repairs, where COCTA is playing a central role in expediting the funding process from national government to the city of Tshwane. The above notwithstanding the glaring failures of the Gauteng provincial government under the leadership of ANC of Ramaphosa and its fraud GNU alliance partners cannot be left unattended. The city of Tshwane has failed to conduct continuous monitoring and proactive infrastructure management in dolomitic areas like Centurion. This is what led us today as a province. And we as MK Party call for concomitant action against the responsible officials. Madam Speaker, the MK Party therefore submits that this disaster could have been prevented in the city of Tshwane, regularly conducted geological surveys, including amongst others, subsurface drilling, geophysical imaging, and historical data analysis. Madam Speaker, this exercise would have been assisted by the city of Tshwane in developing zoning regulations that take sinkholes risk into account. Above all, enhance community safety for those residing in the city. This unfortunate and regretful incident in the city of Tshwane is not an isolated accident, but one amongst many others experienced across the country, executed in stealth by corrupt politicians and their handlers. Madam Speaker, it's about time that South Africans wake up to reality and recognize that the deliberate neglect of infrastructure maintenance and service delivery failures are indicative of government's inability to execute its mandate. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, honourable members. That takes care of member statements in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1. So there's no motion without notice in terms of Rule 121, and there's also notice of a motion in terms of Rule 121. We have in our midst, in the gallery, stakeholders. The first group is the Hansard unit, which is hosting third-year language practice students. These students are from the University of Johannesburg, and they do visit the legislature annually as part of their internship program. We also have stakeholders from Action SA Sidibeng region. We have stakeholders from the community of Winterfeld and Mabopane in Tshwane. We have community from Fostoras, Pumula, Rondebult in Ekurhuleni. And we also have senior citizens from Protea Glen, Soweto. Just a gentle reminder to our stakeholders that you do not take part in the proceedings in the House. You are not even allowed to take pictures from your cell phones. Having said that, we welcome you to the sitting. Regarding apologies, honourable members, MEC Peters has tabled her apology. She's on international business. Honourable Maloka, M. Maloka is writing exams. Honourable M. Koma is feeling under the weather. Honourable MEC Maile is attending the development symposium, and MEC Mutara will respond to the oral questions on his behalf. The Honourable Premier also has tabled his apology. Honourable Makwala is also not joining us due to family responsibility. Member Honourable Silias and Honourable Mkwanazi, they have also tabled their apologies. We then proceed, honourable members, to questions for oral reply to the executive members in terms of Rule 134. I now call on Member El Masilela to read the first question to the MEC for infrastructure development. Masilela.
Umame, thank you, Speaker. The economic freedom fighters have been the sharpest critics of MEC Mamabolo of Department of Infrastructure Development. The EFF has left no stone unturned in advocating for functional Department of Infrastructure, development central to the province development. The MEC has, however, on numerous occasions assured that all is well within the department. In putting his money where his mouth is, can the MEC answer the following? Which underperforming contractors did the department continue processing payment during the 2024 and 2025 financial year till date? Are the contractors working at Tsako Tower Secondary School, Rebanalaka High School, Ditau Primary School, and Maibuye Clinic considered underperforming? In relation to this, please also elaborate on how long each of these projects has been ongoing. How much money has been spent on the contractors working on the project listed in the previous questions? How much money does the department lose annually due to underperforming contractors and the ensuring a clean, corrupt-free department? How many senior personnel were terminated during the 2024 and 2025 financial year, and what was their positions? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Masilela. Honourable Mamabolo, Honourable MEC? Or is there an MEC who's going to respond on his behalf? Honorable Mamabulo, are you online? Honorable Mamabulo? Okay. Let's move to the next question. I'll attend to that matter. Honorable Miller, can you read your question to MEC for Social Development?
Thank you and good morning. With regards to the Motlakeng Old Age Home, Tembisa Old Age Home and Winterveld Old Age Home, how much money in rands and cents was used to construct each of these facilities? Number 2, which MPOs have been appointed to run each of these facilities? Number 3, on which date will each of these facilities operate? Number 4, on which date will each of these facilities start taking in elderly people? And number 5, how many opening ceremonies has each of these facilities had? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Miller. Honorable MEC Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Good morning to yourself and good morning to the honorable members. Let me appreciate the opportunity to respond to Honorable Miller. But firstly, let me first correct, we don't have an old age home in Winterveld. We only have 2 that were actually constructed. That will be Motlakeng, Tembisa. And in responding on how much in rands and cents was used to construct these institutions, the Motlakeng was built to the value of 43,523,000, and Tembisa was built to the value of 30 million. And which MPOs, in responding to question number 2, which NPOs have been appointed? Currently, Honorable Speaker, the process is still on. We have not yet appointed any NPO to assist in the running of this facility. In responding to question number 3, then it becomes non-applicable because then, as soon as the NPO has been appointed, that is when the facility will start operating. And in responding to question number 4, obviously, as soon as the NPO has been identified, it will then place people that they will take care of. In responding to question number 5 of how many opening ceremonies these facilities have held, Motlakeng so far has had 2. Tembisa, we only opened it once in 2016. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Miller, if you have a supplementary question or a short remark. Yeah, okay, okay. So, honorable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, oh, okay. Is it in terms of the rule that I'm still reading? Okay, just let me finish reading it. So, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Honorable Ncheke.
Speaker, thank you so much. In responding to the question, I didn't hear the MEC answer the question on the cost for Winterveld. She did talk to Motlakeng and Tembisa. And secondly, I find it very concerning that there's been opening ceremonies for facilities that are now closed. And when you look at the fact that some of these facilities has been opened as long as 2012, then closed, and then opened again, it is concerning that up to now, in 2025, there hasn't been an NPO appointed for any of these 3 facilities to be functional. And I visited all 3 facilities. I find it quite concerning that taxpayers' money in the tune of 83 million, based on the 2 facilities the MEC has spoken about, have been spent, yet we've got elderly people who desperately need facilities like this, and people who need employment, who could be working as caregivers, social workers, nurses in these facilities. So the denial is not only to the vulnerable, but it's also the job opportunities for those who would have worked in these facilities. And I ask the MEC, really look into these facilities and fast-track opening them, because in Motlakeng it is much needed, in Tembisa it is much needed, even Winterveld. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Ncheke. Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I did indicate that there is no old age home in Winterveld, Honorable Member Ncheke. And secondly, Honourable Member Nseke must not have amnesia, because Tembisa was operationalized. And unfortunately, it had to be closed due to OH issues, that there was water rising under the building. That is why the place was closed again, so that then the damping issues are taken care of. That is why it has been non-functional. It was actually closed by the Department of Labour in taking care of that. Konke okunye, we take it as a comment. Thank you very much.
Speaker.
Okay, no, thank you very much, honourable members. Honourable, there's a hand. What? Oh, Honourable Miso.
Thank you very much, Speaker. With reference to Batupile principle, specifically transparency, value for money and service delivery, can the MEC provide clarity on the numbers?
Just hold on, Honourable Miso. Just hold on. Is that a supplementary question?
Yes, Chairperson. Yes, Speaker.
A supplementary question?
Yes.
To the question by Member Miller?
Yes.
Yeah, it can be a statement. It must be a supplementary question. Proceed.
What we would like to...
Speaker, point of order.
Yes.
How do you have a supplementary question after the MEC has responded?
Exactly. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Oh, yes.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, just hold on. That's fine. Okay, honourable members, let's proceed. Can an Honourable R. Abrams pose your question to MEC Social Development?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday's in Tshwane has witnessed a sharp rise in drug abuse, especially amongst children 12 to 17 years of age. The Concerned Parents Association of Easteris reported that many has observed drug dealings firsthand, but has been ignored, with some even participating in drug use. This has led to the surge in related deaths, school dropouts, and increased criminal activities like theft and violence. Regarding the rampant drug abuse in the area, can the MEC please answer the following questions? Community leaders has multiple times emphasized the need to early intervention programs, wellness centers, and strong law enforcement to address the crisis. Mind you, there are graduate kids now on drugs due to shortages of employment and non-involvement from the department, stating and using excuses that coloured areas are too dangerous, it is drug-related, which is a lie. Coloured areas are not the only dangerous areas. How is the department intervening to combat drug abuse in these areas as mentioned? Has the department initiated programs to promote awareness of substance abuse treatment centres and encourage individuals in the area to seek assistance? In addition to programs like Kimoja, are there any other anti-substance use initiatives targeting individuals under the ages of 18? And has the department engaged with stakeholders such as the Concerned Parent Association of Easteris to adopt a multi-stakeholder approach to addressing drug use in these areas? Thank you, MEC. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Abrams. Honourable MEC Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. There's a statement that was said by Member Abrams that the department does not want to go to coloured areas because it fears criminality. I'm not sure who from the department has said such a statement. Minamimo himself, I do go to these areas and they call me a quiet auntie. In responding to question number 2 on the community leaders, there are 2 social workers, Honourable Speaker, from the Department of Social Development, and we have 2 funded NPOs, including Sanka, Tusong, that are assigned to work in Easteris area. And all 4 social workers are based in offices that are within the Easteris community, and they provide substance abuse awareness services and refer service users to rehabilitation centres across Gauteng. And as part of the referral process, service users also participate in preparatory sessions where they receive counseling and are prepared for admission. And both the service users and their families are involved in this process, including gathering and preparing the required documents, such as proof of address, their copy of IDs, an affidavit, and also a medical assessment to determine how sick is the person, so that then we do not admit a person on to find that they will die in our care due to other underlying issues. The social workers do compile psychosocial report and submit an application for admission to a substance use treatment center on behalf of the service user. And then the facility then does contact the social worker, and then the patient does get admitted. And during the financial year of 2024-2025, the department actually facilitated more than 110 users were actually admitted to the Kalinin Treatment Center. Others were actually admitted at Jamil. In responding to question number 2, if the department has initiated other programs to promote awareness, yes, the department does conduct Kimoja awareness programs, and working together with the Department of Education, we also do target schools where we speak to learners, and also social workers do retain a strong relationship with the local schools, working with the school social workers who are able to refer some of these young people for treatment. And also we all work conjunction with the principals of the schools there in Esteras and other communities, and the Kimoja substance abuse programs as they get implemented. Also, the principals do arrange with teachers and learners for the department to deliver presentations either during school assemblies or also in classrooms. And the department has also implemented programs such as your substance abuse prevention program. We also have introduced other programs working together with all those NPOs and SANCAS community-based services, where we have walk-in centers in conjunction with the city of Tshwane, where some of these young people who do not want to be admitted actually go to these walk-in centers. In responding to question number 3, in addition to Kimoja programs, are there any substance abuse initiatives targeting individuals under the age of 18? Social workers work conjunctly with local churches and clinics to present these awareness programs, and the department also work with the NPOs. I've also indicated with schools, because it's at schools where we actually find young people below the ages of 18 who might be attempted to start using substance, and the ongoing engagement with Department of Health in ensuring that the local shops do not sell cough mixture, because some of these young people, they start by taking a cough mixture and then graduate into alcohol, then graduate into nyaupe, then graduate into crystal meth, and graduate to other stronger substances. So through them, they also are targeting their pharmacies to say they must not sell cough mixtures to young people without either it's a parent but sometimes they do these things and ask an elder person to go and buy on their behalf. In responding to question number 4, if the department has engaged other stakeholders, such as the Concerned Parents Association of Esteras, to adopt a multi-stakeholder approach to address the crisis, yes, indeed. The department has been working together with all stakeholders that exist within Esteras, and some of them also do work and are registered to provide these programs under Section 70, under the Act 70 of 2008, Section 14 in brackets 1. And also there is a network forum, partners in service, that are also established in Esteras, and comprises of various stakeholders, including your SANCA, your Community Policing Forum, the Department of Education, Department of Health, the Build Africa, the National Youth Development Outreach, the Voice It's in Action, SAPS, and the GBV brigades. And these stakeholders collaborate on awareness events at schools and inter-referrals and other initiatives. The most recent meeting that was held with those stakeholders was in April of 2025, including discussions on the participation in the quality learning and teaching committees with the Department of Basic Education. I thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Honourable Abrams, a supplementary question or a short remark?
Yes, thank you. I've just got a short remark. Baie dankie MEC vir jou terugvoer. Maar dit klink of jy almal onder een kamp skeep. And I would just like to repeat that you are speaking and you're responding as if this is a generalized situation. Yesterday is my constituency, and I would like to all the facts that you have mentioned, saying that you've had meetings, that there are NGOs or NPOs that are involved in these crime abuse prevention association groups, to please furnish me with that information. Just last week, we sat with about 86 kids from my high school, Easter's High School, of which the high school principal has got proof of reaching out to the social workers as well as to the department for any assistance, and there hasn't been any assistance. The overall statement of saying that these youngsters are starting with cough medicine and so forth is a clear indication that not thorough diagnostics or diagnosis, baie dankie. Ek is eintlik Afrikaans, so thank you very much for that one. So yes, so there hasn't been a thorough diagnosis done in Easterus, of which I think it's very important to get in contact with the right stakeholders, involve us from the GPL, because the people in Easterus are suffering. Our kids, we've got educated kids there, and the stigma, we need to eliminate that whole stigma of just saying that, you know, the coloured areas, the youngsters there are not working because they are drug users. I thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Okay, there's none, and there's none online as well. Okay, Honourable Members, I call upon Honourable Sematla to read her question to, oh no, maybe before we do that, I've just been informed that Honourable MEC Mamabolo is online. MEC, if you can respond to the questions that were posed to you. MEC Mamabolo. MEC Mamabolo, can you hear me? Okay. Honourable members, Honourable Simatla, you may pose your question to Honourable MEC Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Regarding the department plan to establish a state-run food distribution center, the economic freedom fighters have always been stern advocates for enhancing state capacity and reducing the state dependency on contractors that rake up costs of delivering services to communities. Considering the difficulties experienced with the payments of food banks, a state-run food distribution center, if run well, might see the department finally cleaning up its act in the provision of food to communities. In light of the establishment of this center, can the department answer the following questions? 1. How many distribution centers does the department currently work with? Number 2, how much money is spent on each of these food distribution centers annually? Number 3, regarding the plans to establish a state-run food distribution center, what is the status of this project? And which buildings have been identified, and how much money will be needed to get the center up and running? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable Simatla. Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for the question from Honourable Simatla. And Honourable Simatla must not claim easy victories. Under the leadership and guidance of our Premier, Panyaza Lisufi, in the 7th administration, we have prioritized, amongst the priorities is one central food bank, so that then we're able to cover the whole of Gauteng and be able to working together with Department of COCTA through their indigency policy, be able to know which beneficiary is able or will be able to be afforded to actually qualify to be assisted with food, whilst at the same time linking them to skills development and economic opportunities. So the centralization of the food bank has been and is the policy of the ANC, and that it is not necessarily that some of members, they think it is their idea, a year-to-know idea. And in responding to question number 2, how many food distribution centers does the department currently have? We currently have 3 distribution centers. We've already started centralizing West Rand and Sidibeng. We have combined their food bank. They are now being operated under Johannesburg as we progressively move towards centralizing the food bank. And how much money is spent on this food distribution? The money comes from the department. Each distribution center does not get its own budget. In responding to question number 3, if regarding the plans to establish the status of the project is currently the business case has been finalized and the cost estimation is also in process, and which buildings have been identified. We are still awaiting Department of DID to assist us to identify a building that will best be suitable to running that food bank. Thank you very much, Honourable Member.
Okay, Honourable Smatla, a short remark or a supplementary question if you have.
Thank you very much, Speaker. It's a short remark. Thank you very much, MEC, for the response. It's not about who victories belongs to, but it's all about our people who looks up to us to ensure that there's service delivery. And it's all about departments reaching its target to ensure that the poverty alleviation programs are succeeding. And then, Speaker, let's also say that we welcome the responses, and we wish that the state distribution center will be up as soon as possible to avoid what happened at Carol Shaw Memorial, whereas food was sent there and it couldn't reach to the beneficiaries because it got rotten. Thank you very much.
Okay, honourable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open up for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Okay, thank you very much. Honourable Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. We appreciate the comment from Honourable Member, and she must not bring issues from 6th administration to 7th administration. New broom swiftly. Thank you, Nyabo.
Okay. Honourable Smatla, do you have another question to the Honourable MEC? Proceed.
Members of the service delivery brigades run by the Department of Social Development have expressed that the department will not be paying them for the month of April. Instead, they will receive their salary at the end of May. Regarding the payment of these workers, can the MEC answer the following question? 1. What are the reasons behind the department's failure in paying its contracted workers for this month? 2. How did the department attempt to resolve these issues in ensuring that the workers dependent on these salaries receive their salaries on time? 3. Members of the Service Delivery Brigade have expressed that this is not the first time the department fails to pay them. How many times has the department previously skipped payments only for these workers to be paid in the next month? And what are remedial measures is the department taking in ensuring that these workers receive their salaries as soon as possible? Thank you.
Honourable Member, Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Members Masha, for the question. In responding to question number 1, the reasons why the department has failed to pay the Sawubona Mhlali, they are called the Sawubona Mhlali briquettes. The department processed the payments through the bulk SCC payment with Provincial Treasury. However, whilst processing the bulk payment through the system in the new financial year, this only happened in April, Madam Speaker. They were not paid in April. And not all of them. Some did get their monthly stipend. Very few did not get. Is as a result of the bulk payment that gets processed by Provincial Treasury, which is also not their responsibility because they load through the SCC payment system of National. And as a result, it resulted in some of them not being loaded properly for the month of April, but they were loaded for the month of May. And as a result, Madam Speaker, they will be getting their double pay, those who has not paid in the month of April. But those that were paid in April, they will not be getting double salaries. And the second question on what has been done to resolve this problem, the department requested the Provincial Treasury to engage with the National Treasury, who are the implementers of this system, and also explore possibilities of changing the payment dates. However, the response was that the payments have already been loaded into the system, and as a result, they'll have to wait until the end of May, those that were not paid in April. In responding to question number 3, that this is not the first time the system fails to pay them. Of course, when I got into the department last year, Honorable Speaker, their contracts were actually expired. I then extended those contracts, Madam Speaker. So in extending contracts, obviously, because the system will have kicked them out as people who no longer are the employees of the department. So it took longer for them to actually be loaded back. But I promise you and I guarantee you, they got triple payments. Badle December gumnandi bephethe ama-ching-ching abo. And in responding to question number 4, what is the remedial measures is the department taking? The stipends, as I indicated, they will be getting them at the end of the month. And the department, working together with Treasury, has ensured that the recurring payments from the month of June till the month of August will pay them on time, so that then the challenges of those that they experience during the month of April does not occur anymore. Ngiyabonga kakhulu somlomo.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Smatla, a supplementary question or a short remark? None. Okay, thank you very much. Honorable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Okay. Honorable Ngobeni, you may read your question to Honorable Chilwani. Honorable Chilwani.
No, thank you, Speaker. A parliamentary oversight at the Tabatswana military suburb revealed that the conditions in the flats occupied by SANDF members were hazardous and run down and not fit for occupation. In response to this, members of the SANDF were relocated to a nearby suburb in Marabastad. Of concern is that most of these SANDF members had already enrolled their children in nearby schools, namely Fort Trekker High School. As things stand, the members who have moved to Marabastad face a situation where their children do not have scholar transport. Regarding scholar transportation for these learners, can the MEC answer the following? The parents of these learners have expressed that there is currently no scholar transportation to ferry the learners from their new place of residence in Marabastad to Fort Trekker. Why is the department not providing these learners with scholar transportation? What is the process that must be followed in terms of providing these learners with transportation, can the department outline the process in which schools access scholar transportation from the initial assessment as well as processes followed thereafter, including the advertisement of the contract? Can the department provide timeframes as to when these learners will be finished with scholar transport? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable MEC, you may respond to the question.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Speaker. Sorry. Good morning, honourable members. Thanks for the question once more. With regard to the first question, the parents of these learners have expressed that there is currently no scholar transport. Okay, the answer rather, sorry. The Gauteng Department of Education was not aware of this, as the GDE has not received any application for scholar transport from the school mentioned in the parliamentary question. With regard to the second question, the principals of the schools with affected learners must apply to benefit from scholar transport program via the Tshwane South District Office. The provision of learner transportation is a program that benefits learners who walk 5 kilometers or more to the nearest school, as outlined in the scholar transport policy. The GDE established the following procedure for schools to benefit from the program. Firstly, the school conducts a needs analysis for scholar transport. Secondly, the school writes a motivation to the district office requesting to benefit from the scholar transport program. Thirdly, the school prepare a detailed list of all the learners who would be transported to the school. The list must have the following learner details: name and surname, identity number, area, pickup point, grade, and gender. The school needs to ensure that all learners are sourced from SASMs. The application together with the list is submitted to the relevant district office. The district will identify the pickup and record kilometers with the school representative. And finally, the district will write a detailed submission with all supporting documents and route to head office for approval by the head of department. The process followed by GDE include the advertisement of the contract goes through a tender process once every 3 years. The current contract was implemented from the 1st of July 2024 and is scheduled to end in June 2026. With regard to question 3, it is not possible to provide the time frame because the process is dependent on the submission of the complete application to the district office and the related checks and submission to the head office. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable Member, if you have a supplementary question or a short remark, you may proceed.
All right. No, thanks, Speaker. Just a short one. I think now that we know that there's a problem, we'll just push and make sure that at least these kids get transport through these requirements that are needed. We'll communicate directly with the MEC and the department to make sure that these kids really get transport. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open for additional supplementary questions or remarks by members who wish to do so. Okay, thank you very much. Honourable MEC, do you want to respond to that short remark?
No, it's noted. There's no need to respond. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much. Honourable members, I now call upon Honourable Fungubeni to read his question to MEC Chilwan.
All right, thanks again, Speaker. Regarding schools that are not implementing African languages, can the MEC answer the following questions? 1, how many schools across Gauteng are not implementing African languages? 2, what are the reasons behind these schools not implementing African languages? How is the department ensuring that these schools implement African languages outside of them being encouraged to download reading materials online? How is the department intervening in these schools? How is the department responding to schools that have shown a disregard for the implementation of African languages, particularly from former Model C schools that have been opposed to efforts to transform these schools. In terms of the schools that have been opposed to transformation, particularly schools in areas like Pretoria North, known for their use of names which pay homage to apartheid-era leaders, can the department provide names of some of these schools and how is intervening in ensuring transformation through the implementation of African languages? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chilani. Honorable Ngoveni. Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you once more, members. With regard to the first question, according to the department's record, we have 622 schools that are not implementing African languages. With regard to question 2, the department does not determine what languages schools should offer. Parental consultation and learner population will inform the school governing body of the direction that should be taken in terms of the school's language policy, subject to which is informed by Section 6 of the South African Schools Act of 1996, Act number 84 of 1996. In terms of the norms and standards for language policy, Language Norms and Standard 1997 GN 1701 in the GG, which is Government Gazette 18546 of December 1997, it reads, the right to choose the language of learning and teaching is vested in the individual. This right has, however, to be exercised within the overall framework of the obligation of the system to promote multilingualism. This means that schools must also stipulate how they will promote multilingualism. The Language Norms and Standards and new amendments to the South African Schools Act 1996 sets out circumstances under which language requests that are not provided for in school or district should be approached. With regard to question 3, the Department of Basic Education is taking a multifaceted approach to address the challenges of implementing African languages in schools. In 2013, the DB announced the plans to strengthen the teaching of African languages through the incremental introduction of African languages strategy. In terms of the IIAL, the department is currently in phase 3, senior phase for implementation. For IFIT phase, the implementation process of African languages will commence in 2027 for grade 10 and progress to grade 11, 2028 and grade 12 in 2029. With regard to the fourth question, please refer to the answer that I have responded in question 3. With regard to question 5, the department does not have schools in Pretoria North area that are opposed to transformation. As indicated in 3 above, all primary schools are introducing learning of African language through the incremental introduction of African languages strategy. This will then be rolled out to the FET phase in the secondary schools from 2027 to 2029. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable members, in terms of Rule 134, all right. Okay. So, honorable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, are now open up for additional supplementary questions or remarks by members who wish to do so. Okay. I now call upon Honorable N. Diacher to read his question to Honorable MEC Mamabolo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding electricity within the City of Johannesburg, could the MEC please indicate what oversight mechanisms has the MEC implemented to ensure City Power improves its financial management and reduces electricity losses? Has COCTA developed any specific programs to help Johannesburg reduce its electricity infrastructure maintenance backlog? And what coordination exists between COCTA and Eskom regarding Johannesburg's electricity supply challenges? Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Honorable Diacher. MEC Mabamulo, are you able to respond?
Yes, good morning to you, Madam Speaker. Can I proceed? I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you now. You may proceed.
Okay, let me first acknowledge the question, and the reply to the first part read as follows. The department is working with the City of Johannesburg to oversee the extensive distribution losses program. COJ has programs that include smart meter installation for remote load management, solar water heaters installation for residential customers, load curtailment for large power users to reduce these losses. Technical support has been mobilized at provincial level through GFA for the development of business cases for accessing funding for municipalities, including COJ. Number two, the department has injected funds in COJ to refurbish substations linked to the two open cycle gas turbines at Durban Street and John Way, including the provision of 100-meter microgrid in the informal settlement of Amarasta. The refurbishment of the two turbines were also funded by the department to deliver 100 megawatts to be added into the network. Through the Energy Crisis Response Plan, the department has funded the street lighting and building lighting projects to improve safety and security on the city. The city's appointment as the implementing entity for the DPG Energy Crisis Response Plan affords the city an opportunity to inject funds from project management fees for the betterment of the city's electricity infrastructures. The last part, the department is coordinating through IGR structures in the Energy Council that is supported by Energy Technical Task Team, which is focusing beyond COJ. However, the recently introduced Presidential Working Group has a working stream dedicated to electricity issues in the city, and all existing initiatives have now been brought into the stream for central management. The coordination efforts include initiatives included in the replacement of transformers, and we have attached that. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Honourable Diaker, do you have a supplementary question or a short remark?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the MEC specify what consequences or interventions are triggered when City Power fails to meet key performance or financial compliance benchmarks as set by COCTA? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, are now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Honourable Van Dijk.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Also posing a question, what measurable impact have COGTA's support programs had on reducing Johannesburg's electricity maintenance backlog to date? And can the MEC provide specific project outcomes or budget allocations? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker and honourable members. Consequence management in terms of poor performance or deviation from performance standards is managed through the MOU, and as we are required by the Constitution of this country, we manage any difficulties that may arise between us and the City of Joburg as a sphere of government through the principles of intergovernmental relations and cooperative governance. That's how we deal with the challenges. With respect to specific measures, including the budget, we have just indicated that 1.2 billion was invested in the partnership with the City of Joburg. Specific outcomes, we have spoken to those, meters, transformers, and of course, microgrids and the gas turbines. So I think we've explained that, and we are very pleased with the working relationship we have with City Power. However, we are improving that relationship to make sure that we even get more better value for money. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Diakher, you may read your question to Honorable MEC Mamabolo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Regarding water within City of Johannesburg, could the MEC please indicate what specific technical support COCNA has provided to address Johannesburg water's infrastructure crisis, especially considering the identified 26 billion rand backlog? Has the MEC facilitated any public-private partnerships to help address the water infrastructure crisis in Johannesburg? 3, what measures has COCTA put in place to improve Johannesburg Water's revenue collection, given that it is a key revenue-generating entity with poor collection rates? And 4, what emergency protocols has COCTA established to handle water service interruptions that have lasted for up to 86 hours in some areas? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. MEC Mamabolo.
Yeah, I want to start by just saying to the honorable member and the members in the House, every Wednesday at 7 o'clock without fail, Honorable Dijahan, we meet in the Water Intergovernmental Relations Committee every Wednesday. The City of Johannesburg, represented by Joburg Water, the MD and the COO, the Chief Operations Officer, and the MEC, they always attend the weekly meetings without fail. And I must also say that the head of the Department of the City of Ekurhuleni is our champion on smart water solutions. So we have now put together a program that we call the Water Energy Nexus program. We are finalizing that program, which seeks to achieve 2 things. 1, to baseline the water problems in the province, including the city of Joburg, but also to make sure that we can, through GIFA, which we have already talked to, they are part of the meeting, we are going to raise money through various sources, including blended finance, to make sure that we can completely, support our municipalities on all related water challenges. We are also partnering with CSIR in that regard. Having given that overall high-level overview, I want to say to the honorable member that with respect to the first question, the department is working with COJA to oversee extensive infrastructure replacement program. Technical support is being mobilized at provincial level, of course, as I said, through GIFA for the development of business cases, for accessing funding for municipalities, including COJ. The city has adequate technical capacity, including detailed plans to address the challenges, but lacks the financial resource to reduce the backlogs in a short space of time. The city has initiated processes to secure funding from Infrastructure South Africa. I just want to say to the honorable member that the role that GIFA is playing in supporting Joburg Water through development of business cases, blended finance, is a clear case in point. If you doubt that this will succeed, be aware that GIFA has had successes in the city of Joburg, like the Energy to Waste project, 1.6 billion. GIFA has managed to raise money for COJ. So in case you doubt, so we are supporting the city of Joburg on this matter. Number 2, the city faces challenges regarding its ability to raise private sector funding. I've already raised this matter, that we are working with them to make sure that we can support them to raise revenue to address the matter. On number 3, the department and continues to support COJ through Debt Management Committee to collect and ensure payments are made from government departments. And this committee is chaired by Gauteng Provincial Treasury. So both ourselves and Gauteng Provincial Treasury, we are supporting the city to make sure that they can be able to raise revenue, particularly on debts owed by the province, national departments, and all other spheres of government. So there is work we are doing, but also we are having engagements with the city of Joburg. National Treasury is also involved in making sure that the monies that are generated from collection are ring-fenced and kept within Joburg Water. So there is a National Treasury intervention and the province on that issue. The last part, and the department through, and of course I've talked to the IGR issue, but I must conclude by saying, in the last 3 weeks, Joburg Water presented a very detailed, comprehensive plan on what needs to be done to improve water management, and we are working on that plan. I'm quite sure that the honourable member will afford us the opportunity to work through these issues and make sure that we can raise money to support Joburg Water. I must also say that whilst there have been water challenges in the city of Joburg, but I think working together with Joburg Water, we have really tried our best to avoid what was called a complete water shutdown, not only in Joburg, but across the province. And of course, we continue to improve. The Premier of the province has apologized during SOPA to those communities that did not have water supply, and that indicates our seriousness about this matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MEC. Honourable Diakhar, if you have a supplementary question or short remark.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's just a short question, if the MEC can just confirm where the standard emergency response protocols exist between COCTA, Joburg Water, and Rand Water, and if not, what timeline exists for formalizing interagency coordination on prolonged outages? Thank you.
Honourable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, are now open up for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Honourable Van Dijk and Honourable Adams.
Thank you very much, Chair. The MEC alluded to the meetings that happened between Joburg Water and the province. These meetings have been going on for some time. We are yet to see any transparent feedback or minutes from these meetings. And as it still stands currently in the city of Johannesburg, if you look at the latest water reports, we are still looking at 45% non-technical water losses, 50% of our reservoirs are still leaking, and 22 are still in critical condition. So what is transpiring from those meetings to address these issues? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Adams.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I understand what the MEC is saying with regards to the plans that they have, elaborate plans to solve the problem of CUG in particular, to solve the water problems, and there's major water problems, but there are pockets of areas in the city of Johannesburg, in particular the areas of Melville and Coronationville. Those areas have been out of water for probably 6 years. Yesterday, in a visit in one of the schools, primary schools, Bernard Isaac, Honourable Speaker, there was no water for the school, and for consecutive 2 weeks already, the children has to be sent home, and we must try and get water trucks. I want to ask the MEC, is there no temporary solution in terms of the schools in those areas, not to be sent home early and the children losing learning and teaching, but at least have water trucks stationed at those schools so that the children can have what they need, teaching and learning? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Honourable MEC.
Yeah, let me thank the honourable members for the follow-up questions. Let me start with the last one by the Deputy Chair of Chairs by saying that the issue that is raising about Melville and Coronation Hill, it's a matter that I will raise with in the meeting tomorrow when we meet at 7 o'clock. And I will make a statement in the House about what we are going to do on the issue that he has reflected on. So I commit Honourable Madam Speaker, to look at this matter, and we will come back to the honourable member on what are we going to do, particularly about the areas that he has mentioned, and we will also work with the MEC of Education to make sure that we attend to this matter. On that one, we will come back to him. Secondly, the proposal by Honourable Diagra about a standing protocol procedure to manage turnaround times, quick responses, prompt responses on areas where there are challenges. I think this is a matter we need to strengthen. Currently, we have a dashboard. The dashboard has got timelines, responses to deal with the issues. But I think this is a matter we can strengthen and make sure that we tie it up so that when there are challenges and difficulties, we can actually improve. So I take this as a proposal that we will strengthen, because currently we're working through the dashboard, and I think it's a matter we will look at. So I take this as a good suggestion. We'll come back to him. Now, there is an honourable member who's talking about water losses. I think the right word to use, honourable member, is called non-revenue water. And I think that's what you're referring to. We have received a proposal from the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, on technology to check in the existing underground pipes areas of leakages, so that we can be able to address this issue, because almost half of the water that we receive from rainwater, it's treated as non-revenue water. And that is a matter we are working on. And this, again, includes the partnerships to raise money to deal with this question. So we are looking at this matter because it is the biggest area of concern that across our municipalities, they lose water as non-revenue water, and it's a big area of financial and lost water. We are working on that. We will improve this. The meetings that we are having, the IGR meetings we're having, we only started last year in November, when there was a threat that water will be completely shut down in the province. And we still consider the IGR committee, the process we have set up with municipalities, to still be at its early stages. Remember, as a province, we are not a water authority. We don't have a water mandate. We are doing coordination and facilitation. However, the progress we have made is quite remarkable. We are able to respond to areas without water that get reported, but members can always inform us about areas where there's no water. Other members in the House do inform us, we respond. So can we ask that every member do engage us on where they see water challenges, difficulties? We respond to all of them as and when they are raised. But otherwise, we take these, some of them as good inputs. We will consider them. Water is life. Water is critical. The African National Congress government understand and appreciate this matter, and we're working on it very hard, and we'll continue to update the House on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Honourable Moriarty, you may read your question to Honourable MEC Maile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask the MEC for Economic Development with regards to the African Growth and Opportunity Act, or AGOA. Could the MEC please indicate to what extent the Gauteng economy has been impacted by possible changes to AGOA, and similarly the various tariff charges imposed by the Trump administration in the USA? Has the Gauteng provincial government been in any discussions to seek bilateral trade agreements with the USA with regarding to goods exported from the province to that country, and if not, why not? Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honourable Moriarty. I don't know if Honourable Maile is online. If not, Honourable Mutara is going to respond on his behalf. Honourable Mutara.
Thank you, Speaker. Unfortunately, I have received all the questions from MEC Maile's office except the response to that question. If we could just check with his office, but he has sent me all of them. As soon as I receive it, can I then present it? Thanks.
Well, in that case, we'll have to go back to the responses. I now call on Honorable Musai to read the 11th question to MEC Mamabolo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In the light of numerous reports of Johannesburg's serious infrastructure decline, including power outages and decaying roads, to name a few, can the MEC of COGTA, as DDM champion, shed some light on the following questions? Following concerns of failing infrastructure in Johannesburg's central business districts, what initiatives are being taken to maintain and improve public facilities and support economic growth? What accountability structures will ensure timely implementation of infrastructure upgrading and city revitalization programs? How will citizens be informed about the progress attained? And the last question is, what steps are being taken to make Johannesburg's infrastructure more adaptive to urban growth, climate change, and rising service delivery demands? Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Musai. Honorable Mamabolo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madam Speaker, and the honorable members in the House. Let me acknowledge the question that has been raised by Honorable Musai, and the reply is as follows. Maybe just to say that with respect to infrastructure in the Johannesburg Central Business District, the first announcement I would like to make to the honorable members is that here where we are in the Sustainable Infrastructure Development Symposium South Africa in the city of Cape Town, I'm pleased to just update members that the project of the CBD of the city of Johannesburg has been announced as one of the projects that will be supported through project preparation finance. So they've been announced here. That's good news for us because it enhances our coordination effort to make sure that we can improve the CBD of the city of Joburg. So I just thought, let me update members that that is a qualitative shift on this issue. The second part that I would like to just indicate is that the seat of the Gauteng provincial government is in the CBD. And therefore, we will be investing, and we just came from cabinet, whereas DID will have been given a full mandate to fast-track the P for the GPG government precinct, which is the entire space of the CBD of Joburg, where the provincial government office is sitting. So the cabinet meeting in the last 3 weeks has paved the way for us to fast-track our interventions in the CBD of Johannesburg. So that is also a very important development, and I would like to say to Honorable Musai that if she can agree and perhaps support that we be allowed that during the budget speech on both infrastructure and COGTA, we make a very solid announcement on the interventions that we are going to make in the CBD of the city of Joburg. And that will talk not only to infrastructure, but it will talk to the look and feel, security in the CBD, whether it's CCTV cameras and many other critical dependencies for the overall improvement of the CBD. So we will add some extra information when we do the budget speech, just to clarify in much more concrete detail how we are going to do that. So the next point I just want to make is about accountability structures to ensure implementation of infrastructure and of course, revitalization of the CBD. I just want to say to the House that we do have intergovernmental relations committee on infrastructure. It meets every Wednesday. I mean, every Thursday. Wednesday is water, Thursday is broadly social infrastructure. We are working with our municipalities to make sure that we can fast track areas that are giving us difficulties on improving infrastructure, holding each other accountable, and making sure that we implement the requirements of the project readiness metrics, which also speak to the municipalities, particularly the departments in the municipalities that deals with township planning, town planning, but also declaring and dealing with issues of township establishments, which is one area that affects delivery of infrastructure if the town planning sections in municipalities are not assisting us. So the Thursday infrastructure IGR is where we're doing troubleshooting, and we convened it precisely to realizing the difficulties that we have. So on that note, I just wanted to say to the honorable member that the IGR on infrastructure has started only in the last 3 weeks, and municipalities attend, and that's where we're dealing with all the issues, and we'll keep members updated. Now, the last part with regard to the steps being taken to make Joburg infrastructure adaptive to urban growth, climate change, and rising service delivery demand. I'd like to say this part of the turnaround of municipalities that we held last year in October 23rd to 24th. And to that extent, we've got a very clear plan on how the turnaround outcomes relating to climate change, to upgrading infrastructure, to building smart cities. All these issues are part of the outcomes of the turnaround summit, which we have really made public and we can share with the member. But this is exactly where we'll be focusing. Lastly, honorable members, the Department of Infrastructure Development, COCTA, and GIFA are working closely together to raise money to support infrastructure in our municipalities through blended finance. And we will be providing regular updates on where we are with our vision that has been adopted by National COCTA to make sure that we build smart cities. And I can assure you, Honorable Musai, that we are working together with our municipalities through the infrastructure IGR and the turnaround plan to make sure that we can improve and enhance infrastructure, not only in the CBD of Joburg, not only broadly in the city of Joburg, but across the province. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mamabolo. Honorable MEC, Honorable Musai, a supplementary question or short remark?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just a short remark. I want to welcome the response from the MEC. We're looking forward to the announcement that the MEC will make during the budget speech on the interventions that he has mentioned, the CBD of Johannesburg. But just to urge the MEC also that the issue of hijacked buildings that are used for housing, for dwelling and businesses, especially by undocumented and illegal immigrants, needs to be given an urgent attention so that there is a turnaround in terms of the infrastructure upgrading and city revitalization program. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Honorable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open up for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Honorable Ngobeni, Honorable Msimang.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Speaker. Honorable MEC, while your response outlined all these initiatives, which we welcome, and you also spoke about the accountability that you try to ensure that it happens in your weekly meetings. We just want to ask you, Honorable MEC, what specific consequence management mechanisms will you be applying to the municipal officials and contractors who fail to deliver on these infrastructure projects, especially in light of repeated delays and poor workmanship observed in previous intervention within the Johannesburg CBD? Additionally, has your department conducted any recent performance audits or risk assessment of the city's technical capacity to implement and sustain these revitalization programs in recent times? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to the Honourable MEC. There seems to be a disjointment in terms of what the MEC is telling us and what the Premier told the people of Gauteng last week, when he said that during the investment in Daba, they were able to raise over 300 billion rand, and a big chunk of that will go towards infrastructure investment. And that now the MEC is saying that there seems to be a lack of funding to the infrastructure that they have in Gauteng, and yet we had the Premier that said that we do have that amount of money that is coming. So which one is the truth, and how much of the 300 billion that has been raised is actually going towards infrastructure, and where is it going to go? Thank you.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Honourable MEC.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me say to Honourable Musai that tomorrow, MEC will issue a public announcement through a statement in which we will talk to the issues of consolidating our total portfolio of immovable assets, how we want to deal with this matter, especially not just only to get the buildings working, functioning, and properly taken care of, but we will talk to our intention to consolidate this portfolio, to consolidate it also in the light of the challenges in the fiscus and the budget, with massive running costs, and of course making sure that we assist the fiscus and relieve it of the burden of some of these issues. So we will talk to that matter, and we will, personally, I'll make sure that I share with Honourable Musai the communication and the strategic direction that we want to take on dealing precisely with the issue of buildings that are not put to proper use. And of course, optimizing the value that is particularly in the land of these assets, and making sure that we can manage them properly. So that point, Honourable Musai, is being taken care of, and we will share with you tomorrow before end of business about the direction we're taking. Now, secondly, let me also say to Honourable Musai that you might have seen us in the last 3 weeks. We have unveiled what we call the Infrastructure A team, which is the multidisciplinary infrastructure team in DID of engineers, architects, and also the technical services, our artisans, plumbers, electricians, and so on and so on. We are monitoring all the buildings and making an assessment precisely so that we can manage these assets properly and have much more better decisions, including partnering with the private sector, making these properties, particularly well-located land, in strategic investments, partnering with, including the private sector. So that matter, we will talk to it as to what is the way forward tomorrow. So thanks for raising that matter. The question relating to consequence management raised by Honourable Ngobeni, let me say to him that there are 2 issues here. 3 issues. The first one is to appreciate that municipalities are a sphere, and the province is not micromanaging municipalities. Municipalities have got their own internal processes, policies, and are expected and do take consequence management. Having said that, as COCTA, we exercise foresight. We do intervene in cases where we see clear failure. And so the issue of consequence management, from an oversight point of view, we do deal with that issue. And of course, we bring it to the attention of the municipalities and ask them to follow their own internal consequence management policies. Thirdly, we don't just do consequence management like one organization that used to be called the watchdog. Sit, wait, and just do consequence management. We don't work like that. One of the things we do is to support municipalities where there are challenges. Next week, we will be in Mfuleni to support Mfuleni. We will announce that. We are going to make our IDEP, the infrastructure delivery platform, our technology platform, our infratech capability to municipalities so that we can get information, details up on performance of infrastructure projects so that we can intervene from a well-informed basis. So we will be providing support on technology to manage and to ensure that we have got a data-driven, data-centric infrastructure precisely for swift, prompt, decisive interventions where we seek failure. So our model of working with municipalities include not only consequence management, but a hybrid model of support as well, because we work on a principle: no single sphere of government can solve its problems alone. National, province need to support and work with municipalities to solve the problems. So just consequence management on its own is not adequate. It should include support to municipalities. So we are doing that, a hybrid model of working with our municipalities to make sure that we improve. The last point raised by Honorable Msiman, let's acknowledge the question he has raised, but I think there's no contradiction, and let us not subjectively construct tensions in what has been said. Deliberately, subjectively, conveniently construct notions of confusion. We mustn't do that. It's not necessary to do that. The Premier of the province, MEC Maile, have spoken to the investment that we're working with the private sector to make sure that people invest in our province. And we continue to raise money to support infrastructure. So there's no contradictions in that. The president speaking here in Cape Town made the point: government alone will not solve the challenges that we have. So raising money with the private sector, Honorable Msiman, does not replace government raising more money through, for example, blended finance to be able to support infrastructure. So there's no contradiction here. Actually, looking for money, by all means, is complementary. It reinforces and supports each other. So let us not subjectively construct things where they don't exist. Let us welcome the successes on our investments. Let us encourage looking for more money. The population dynamics we have, the historic legacy of apartheid and colonialism, the failures, including of the world economy, many challenges that we have requires more money. They require efficiencies. They require that we work better. So please, there's no challenge here. We are actually very well aligned. And thank you very much, honorable members.
Okay. No, thank you very much, Honorable MEC Mamavulo. Earlier on, there was a question or a number of questions posed to you by Honorable Al Masilela. Are you in a position to respond to those questions now, or do you want us to come back to them? MEC Mamavulo?
Yeah, Honorable Madam Speaker, in the last session that was online, last week Monday, if I'm not mistaken, at 4 o'clock, at 18 hours, we waited to answer these questions. But because these questions were, I think we thought they disappeared in the March, something happened. somewhere, there was a clear agreement that the questions will be submitted in writing and the questions will not be on the order paper. And this is my understanding. But if the questions have come back from the March and are now on the order paper, we can answer them. But we were assured that these questions are considered to have been dealt with. They are now appearing for the third time on the same order paper when we were available to answer them, but we can answer them. But we were ready. If they are not removed, they are still there, we will answer them. But we were assured that they were answered and we have submitted the replies. So I'm not sure we have submitted the answers. We're going to answer again. I'm not sure, Honorable Madam Speaker, but we'll be guided by you. We have submitted the replies.
MEC Mababulo, I will request you to respond to the questions. MEC Mababulo, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much to the honorable members. We will reply to the belated questions that have really overstayed. The first one, Honorable Speaker, was a question just to remember the House, because I think the House has also forgotten, was about the 12 buildings that are in poor condition and non-compliant with occupational health. And the question was insinuating that we have allowed these buildings to deteriorate. That was the first question. Our reply is we never allowed any building to deteriorate. So that is the first reply. That insinuation is wrong. We never allowed. We had challenges over the years to resolve these issues, but we never allowed them to deteriorate deliberately. The second part was about 29 vacant buildings in Pretoria, 158 Pretoria Street, taken to national government. And why didn't we choose not to refurbish these buildings? So the reply to that is that we are working with the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure to deal with these buildings. And of course, we will also consolidate them in the context of the announcement we will make tomorrow. And then there's 41 buildings that have been hijacked. We just want to clarify the member. In these buildings, they are saying how many are for student accommodation. The answer is we are working to consolidate this portfolio. Yes, some of them will go to student accommodation, working with the private sector. Some of them will go to SMMEs, will go to different economic activities. So we are looking at that, and hence we are talking about consolidating these buildings. The last part of the question was really about rent, 34 million spent on rent, estimated cost to refurbish one of these buildings. When we do the government precinct, when we revitalize the CBD, when we make the announcement in the budget speech, as I had already said in the reply to Honorable Musai, we will talk about how we are going to improve these buildings. So the cost estimates will come as part of the bill of quantities when we announce in due course what will be the cost. We need the market to do that. We need our teams to check what is the cost to rehabilitate and improve each of the buildings. So that cost item will come back to the IT. We don't have it at this point, and it's a matter of infrastructure planning and costing, how this is going to be done. So, Honorable Madam Speaker, that was the first part of the question that really we have long dealt with. and the member is in possession of the reply. The second question was about service providers for certain projects in the province. So on the first part of the question seeks to suggest that we pay people for underperforming contractors, processing payments for underperforming contractors. Honorable members, we don't pay underperforming contractors. Underperforming contractors, we penalize them. There are penalties that we charge them once we come to a determination that they are underperforming. Underperformance is not subjective. Underperformance will be in line with the contract. So if we come to a determination that the contract has been violated, we don't pay. We rather charge penalties, and that's how we do it. The second part of the question was really about the list of contractors that work in the schools that were mentioned in the list. One of them is Tabo School, and we have provided the member with a reply that the project started in 27 June 2022. Ribani Laka, it started 29 March 2021. This project is completed. And Ditau Primary School, we have indicated that this is about mobile classrooms, and construction has not started. And Maibuya Clinic, completion contractor is not yet approved there. So we have indicated that. And then the last part of the question is really about how much money has been spent on each of these Tabo, in line with the contract and in line with the agreements we have paid them an amount of 70 million. And this is not poor performance payment. We don't have such. It's performance in line with the contract. Ribani Laka, the money we're doing the final account, but almost around 140. Once the once the final account is concluded, we will be able to clarify that. But this project is complete. The others, as I indicated, honorable members, we haven't appointed contractors on them, but there's work that we will be doing. About consequence management, dismissed senior managers, we have got a deputy director general and two chief directors that we have already taken action against. So, Madam Speaker, these are the questions that I think will go in the Guinness Books of Records as the questions that appeared the most in any sitting legislature, 3 times coming back. I hope the books are out of the order paper. I mean, the questions we have submitted to the member. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much. Honorable MEC, Honorable Masilala is not here. However, honorable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open up for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Okay, honorable members, order, please, honorable members. Order, honorable MEC, I want to thank you for, the fact that you do respond to questions that are asked of you, and you give detail regarding your emphasis on the fact that the questions were actually responded to in writing and submitted. I will communicate with you through the leader of government business. But thank you very much, Honorable MEC Mamabolo. Honorable members, I now call on Honorable Mhlongo to read her question to MEC for Roads and Transport.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Noting that majority of the commuters in South Africa are still heavily reliant on the use of taxi services as part of transport to commute and to and from their workplaces. Recently, the Gauteng province has seen an escalation in taxi violence since January. The continued loss of lives, including women and innocent commuters, is a cause for concern. Can the MEC for Transport and Logistics indicate, firstly, how many people have lost their lives since January to April 2025, the number of arrests that have been made thus far, what are the hotspot areas that are affected by this current taxi violence, and what is the Department of Transport and Logistics doing to curb these ongoing killings? And finally, what intervention has been made so far in restoring law and order in the taxi industry? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mhlongo. Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, Madam Speaker and the House at large. And thank you very much, Member Mhlongo. With regards to question 1, according to what we have in the department, is 60 lives. 60 lives were lost in the period of January 2025 to April 2025. And to your second question, the department is still awaiting verified statistics from South African Police Services. Question 3, there are 3 main hotspots areas that is in Orlando West, in Soweto, commonly known as Wata and Nandue conflict. The second one is Zonkeziswe in Ekurhuleni. This is between Zota and Faraday Taxi Associations. The last one that is part of the hotspots, it's in Krugersdorp, the West End, that is between Maruta and Crudito. And question 4, the department has embarked in an internal process of data purification and verification for the routes, operating licenses and associations through programs such as Zivese campaign, which is a tripartite platform for both municipalities, the provincial government, as well as the taxi associations themselves. We are currently migrating data from the old system known as RAS to GIPTAS to automate and assist with fast tracking of issuing of operating license, but also to help us deal with fraudulent activities that happens in this area. And that we are also introducing smart route monitoring through the program by Community Safety on camera technology, and we have established what we term a crisis committee on public transport operating licenses. It's not only the taxis that are affected, but also all other modes like e-hailers and bus operators, as well as scholar transport. And question 5, as part of mitigating public transport conflict and taxi violence, the department has developed key strategic intervention, which includes digitization, regularization, law enforcement deployment, especially of municipal regulatory entities, as well as alternative dispute resolution. I'm also happy to announce to the House that we have entered into a memorandum of understanding with RTMC that will be deploying around 80 police, National Traffic Police officials to come and help us deal with these challenges. So there will be deployments to these hotspots as soon as we finalize administratively the agreement. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Honourable Mhlongo, a supplementary question or short remark?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think, MEC, it's quite important for us to commend some of the work and the efforts that are being put in to ensure that we curb the taxi violence. In particular, where it would affect commuters trying to get to work and scholars trying to get to schools, because the ripple effects on our communities are really bad. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Mhlongo. Honourable Skinnerman, are you going to reply, Honourable MEC?
No, it was just a comment.
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you so much. Let me just speak to the House members. In consultation with the proceedings and also with the chief whips, we are over our time already. So we are going to cancel out where we ask Section 13, Rule 134 for members. We will still be over the 1 hour. We will still be over the 1 hour. If we continue with Rule 134, it will take us way over our time. So we ask your indulgence in this respect, please. Thank you so much.
Chair?
Yes, Honourable Msamanga.
Chair, thank you very much. As much as we do take note of the request, I think there is a need to revisit this issue of cutting a number of meeting days, because we're not able to then get to the gist of answering and holding the executive to account. And I think this is something that perhaps the whips will need to then have a conversation around, to then say, are we able to revisit the issue of the number of days? Because you would know in the previous terms, you would have more days than what we're currently having right now. Right now, you're meeting, what, once or twice in a month. We should be visiting that. But I think also maybe for the sake of progress, maybe the House must be asked whether we can then proceed on, to then clear this. And maybe if we can then clear this for today, if the majority that are sitting in the House are in agreement to that. Thanks.
Thank you. I agree with you. In fact, all the chief whips agree. We are going to take it to programming. We're going to deal with it in that respect, what you are saying. But in terms of us continuing today, the chief whip has already ruled, and I had consultations with them, so we won't be able to go through all these questions. We'll go through the questions, but we won't do this Rule 134, Honourable Msamanga. Honourable Schienemann, you can ask your question, please. Sorry? No, we're going on with the questions. We are just omitting the Rule 134, the supplementary questions. Yes. I'm sorry, Honourable Schienemann, you can ask your question to MEC Roads and Transport.
No, thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. The Easter holiday season is characterised by high road traffic volumes, a period during which many road users across the country travel to various religious and holiday destinations, and traffic volumes on major corridors do reach peak levels. Noting that the 2025 Easter road fatalities have decreased in Gauteng, can the MEC respond to the following? 1. What measures did the Department of Transport and Logistics apply in preventing the unnecessary road crashes, injuries and fatalities during the Easter season? 2. Which major routes were on the spotlight for the law enforcement agencies in our province? And 3. What were the repercussions for those who continue to break the law by speeding, driving under the influence of alcohol and driving unroadworthy vehicles? I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Schienemann. Honourable MEC Dialet Labella, can you please respond?
Thanks, Chair of Chairs. Please allow me to run through on the basis of time. Question 1, and thanks, Honourable Schienemann. The department applied the following strategies to reduce Easter road fatalities. We call them the 4 E's to road safety, that is education and awareness, engineering interventions where we fix the road maintenance issues like grass cutting, potholes, road marking, and ensuring that all the road furnitures are functional, enhanced law enforcement visibility, environment scanning, prioritization of hazardous locations, like in cases where there's a bad weather, giving motorists warning, consolidated road safety stakeholder participation through the Gauteng Road Safety Steering Committee led by the MEC, mobilizing private sector to collaborate in road safety programs, and we also have conducted a road safety campaign every Friday focusing on pedestrians because that's where we have challenges as Gauteng. We also created awareness around drivers as well as passenger safety education and awareness under the theme, it starts with you. And I think to an extent we appealed to people's consciousness. Applying active consequence management by enforcing law through impounding of non-compliant vehicles, arresting of pedestrians, jaywalkers on freeways, and issuance of traffic fines to offenders. We also have implemented public transport road safety, education and awareness with public transport operators in our province. The following are the major roads that were given spotlight: N12 around Western Bypass Highway, N14 Pinehaven intersection, N1 Harasmeri Toll Plaza, Molefe Makinta from Harankua until to Hammanskraal, N12 in Benoni. And then the last question is: the non-compliant road users were issued with ticket fines and roadworthy vehicles were impounded. Speeding, drink and driving drivers as well as jaywalkers were arrested. Most importantly, were different leaders of community-based organizations and political parties, especially the ANC, have assisted us in ensuring the success of the campaign. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable Chairman, just for you, not the other members. Supplementary question, short remarks, sir.
Oh, so I can. Sorry, you've caught me off guard. I wasn't aware, but let me just get it quickly. Let me first thank the MEC, the department, law enforcement agencies, and all involved for the work done over the Easter period. Given the success of the Easter Road Safety Campaign, would the MEC consider continuing with the same approach on an ongoing basis in order to ensure that users of the roads in Gauteng abide by the rules of the road and that lawlessness displayed by some users of the roads are curbed? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honourable MEC.
Thanks, Honourable Schneemann. I think we are currently working almost every day on road safety because there is an expectation from the National Department, and with the Premier Panyazali Sufi, we are currently working on capacitating Department of Roads and Transport Law Enforcement Unit to make sure that there's monitoring of our provincial roads, but also, most importantly, to deal with the challenge of taxi violence in our province. So we are working hard to make sure that we don't go back. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Next question, Honourable online, Honourable Matlakaza Manamela. You may ask your question to the Premier, who is not here. I think it is Honourable MEC Dialet Labella will answer that question. Please go ahead.
Morning, Chair.
We can't hear you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Go ahead, ma'am.
The question goes thus to the MEC, or rather to the Premier. Can the MEC or rather Premier, or vice versa, provide details on the implementation of the National Strategic Plan, NSP, on gender-based violence and femicide, particularly from the perspective of the South African province? 1. What is the level of compliance in this regard within police stations that are located in Gauteng? 2. What is the overall state of police stations in terms of support and access to service provided by social workers and health services in general? Lastly, are the GPV desks within our police stations adequately resourced to provide the necessary support or aid to victims? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Honourable Dialet Labella, you can answer on behalf of the Premier.
Thank you very much. The question is on the question paper.
Yes, you are right. You are right.
And thanks, Honourable Mhlagaza Manamela. The response is very long, honorable members. It's this book. So I'm going to try to be short and submit the response to the House. In response to this is how the South African Police Service in Gauteng have responded to this. They say they remain firmly committed to addressing gender-based violence and femicide and crimes against children, particularly in areas...
Hold on, please. Hold on, please, MEC. Honorable Deputy Speaker, can you all mute there on top, please? Can you all, thank you. Go ahead, MEC.
Like I said, Chair, SAPS commit and still reaffirm their commitment to addressing GBV and femicide, as well as crimes against children, particularly in areas identified as high risk. And they say they have implemented a comprehensive, multifaceted strategy aimed at both prevention and effective response. They have prioritized capacitating top 30 high-contact crime stations in Gauteng, and these stations were identified based on consistently high rates of violent crimes, which includes GBVF. And they also have allocated human and financial resources to ensure they deal with the challenge in high-demand locations. They also have improved accessibility to specialized services throughout, and they say they have established gender-based violence desk around 145 police stations, Chair. I think the response is quite elaborative. And then when we move to question 2, they say, according to SAPS, they have a partnership with social development, which continue to prioritize comprehensive victim support services for individuals affected by contact and violent crimes, which includes the subject matter and domestic violence-related offenses. And they also have listed the kind of services they are providing together with social development and different NGOs that they work with. I plead that you allow me to consider some part as read. Question 3, according to them, they still remain committed to strengthening the institutional response to gender-based violence and femicide through a structured approach that prioritizes both capacity building and victim-centered service delivery. And the desks at police stations are adequately resourced and staffed by trained police officers who are appointed either as social crime prevention or gender-based violence and femicide coordinators. They are targeted training to ensure that they are equipped to handle issues related to the subject matter and also handle them with professionalism required, empathy and adherence to the legal framework. They have identified what entails that specialized training in the document, which will be shared with the House. I think if members allow, we will consider the rest of the document and the questions read. Thank you very much on behalf of the Premier of the Province.
Thank you, MEC.
You went to school, Ms. You can read.
Can I ask Honourable Deputy Speaker, any supplementary remark or short question?
I hear the MEC saying we went to school, we can read. Don't know if it was directed to us or somebody else. Anyway, let's appreciate the response. We will wait, of course, the parts that she'll submit that are in detail or that elaborate on the answers given. However, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. We skipped Honourable Moriarty because the answer was not readily available. It's now ready. Honourable Moriarty, you can ask your question to Honourable Maile, who will be answered by Honourable Motara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair of Chairs. I rise to ask the MEC for Economic Development with regards to the African Growth and Opportunity Act, or AGOA. Could the MEC please indicate to what extent the Gauteng economy has been impacted by possible changes to AGOA? Similarly, the various tariff changes imposed by the Trump administration in the USA. Has the Gauteng provincial government been in any discussions to seek bilateral trade agreements with the USA with regarding to goods exported from the province to that country? And if not, why not? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Moriarty. Honourable MEC Motara.
Thank you very much for the question. The response is as follows. The AGOA, African Growth and Opportunity Act, has been a cornerstone of Gauteng's preferential trade access to the United States. Gauteng is the largest provincial contributor to South Africa's exports to the US, accounting for approximately 30.3% of national exports to the US. That is for the period between 2018 and 2023, and this at the value of 197.5 billion rand. Although the US only accounts for 4.7% of Gauteng's exports, it remains the province's third largest trading partner after China and Germany, and the largest US trading partner in Africa. Notable strategic implications for Gauteng: there are approximately 6,800 AGOA-eligible HTS codes under AGOA. However, our analysis shows that 25 product lines account for 90% of benefiting products in South Africa. Below is a summary of our findings on automotive and vehicle parts. It accounts for 64%, industrial chemicals and metals 13%, agricultural agro-processed 8.5%, marine vessels, and that's boats and sailboats 2.4%, food and beverages 2.3%, and jewelry 3.08%. The province hosts most OEMs and Tier 1 auto suppliers that benefit from HTS 8703 export lines. The Ford Silverton plant and components corridor represents a direct AGOA beneficiary footprint. The province's dominance in logistics and agri-export processing, fruit package, example, fruit pack houses agri-logistics at OR Tambo, underpins fresh produce and wine exports, many of which appear on the HTS list. Fast-growing AGOA exports from Gauteng, such as cereals, cotton, and vegetable preparations, while not yet in the top 25 list, are poised to climb given US's demand for traceable, sustainably certified agricultural inputs. Gauteng's national share of industrial chemicals and alcohol-based exports remains high. Lines such as methyl ethyl ketone and propyl alcohol point to the importance of petrochemical clusters like those in Sasolburg and Germiston. Should AGOA not be renewed beyond September 2025, Gauteng exporters stand to lose duty-free access to the US market, directly affecting jobs, market share, and industrial capacity. High-risk sectors include the automotive manufacturing, and these dominate the AGOA-linked exports, with motor vehicles and components making up over 61% of South Africa's AGOA exports in 2024. Gauteng hosts nearly 37% of South Africa's automotive workforce, with OEMs such as Ford deeply reliant on AGOA. Agro-processing and horticulture, key exports like citrus, macadamia nuts, mandarins, raisins, and wine are processed and dispatched via Gauteng's logistic network, making the province a key node in export value chains. Chemical and industrial products, the chemical sector accounts for 21.4% of South Africa's manufacturing GDP and employs over 105,000 people. Gauteng-based firms such as Sasol, Omnia, and AECI operate across petrochemicals, fertilizers, and pharmaceuticals. Organic chemicals alone comprise 23% of Gauteng's export to the US. Aerospace and high-tech inputs, and additionally, the fast-growing exports from Gauteng to the US include cotton, cereals, tin-related articles, and vegetable preparations, showcasing evolving comparative advantages. While some AGOA vulnerable industries are not major employers, they represent key foreign exchange earners. In summary, loss of AGOA would thus constrain not only current export performance, but also Gauteng's future trajectory in value-added manufacturing, agricultural innovation, and industrial modernization. It also risks destabilizing the strong foreign direct investment relationship which is 20% of FDI into South Africa between 2003 and 2023, originated from the US. On the second part of the question, the response is as follows. Tariff measures introduced under the Trump administration, including an initial 30% hike, later moderated to a 10% universal rate, continue to create uncertainty for Gauteng's export sectors. Although a temporary 90-day suspension has been implemented, the sectoral implications remain under active review. Notably, global uncertainty will lead to tighter capital markets, weakened demand, lower growth from our key trading partners. In its May 2025 Global Outlook report, the IMF has already indicated that intensifying downside risks dominate the outlook amid escalating trade tensions and financial market adjustments. Divergent and swiftly changing policy positions or deteriorating sentiment could lead to an even tighter global financial conditions. Ratcheting up a trade war and heightened trade policy uncertainty may further hinder both short-term and long-term growth prospects. Scaling back international cooperation could jeopardize progress toward a more resilient global economy. Our key observations are as follows: that strategic mineral exemptions, the PGMs, gold, manganese, and other strategic minerals exported from South Africa remain exempt from US tariffs, ensuring continued trade flows and providing a measure of stability for Gauteng's mining-dependent economy. But the emerging exposure risks, like iron ore and diamond exports, they may face cost pressures due to new duties with potential knock-on effects for local beneficiation, mining services, and logistics operators. On the automotive exports, although not currently subject to direct US tariffs, remain exposed to geopolitical shifts, energy transition mandates, and emerging local content requirements in the US industrial policy framework. Our strategic trade positioning, South Africa, but in particular Gauteng, should leverage its role as a global supplier of critical minerals vital to the US economy. These include PGMs, gold, manganese, titanium, chrome, rare earth elements. The macroeconomic impact on tariffs. Tariffs distort international trade by raising prices, disrupting supply chain, and reducing market access for producers. They often provoke retaliatory measures, escalating into trade wars that harm global economic stability. Efficiency and innovation are hindered as tariffs reduce the competitiveness of low-cost producers and limit the capacity of domestic industries to scale internationally. Whether the US proposed tariffs are adjusted lower or not, Gauteng should continue broadening the export base, increasing market share in targeted high-growth sectors while maintaining market share in others. The following should be our focus areas: sector-specific opportunities. In response to growing global demand, Gauteng should focus on sectors such as renewable energy, agriculture, and ICT. The agriculture sector should be encouraged to innovate and cater to international health-oriented demand and organic products. Strengthening the Africa Free Trade Area Agreement, Gauteng can deepen its engagement with the African Continental Free Trade Area to expand intra-African trade and reduce reliance on US markets. This market covers 1.4 billion people with a combined GDP of $3.4 trillion and is expected to boost intra-African trade by 52% by 2030. And diversifying trade partners, expanding exports to BRICS, the European Union, and the Middle East could help offset losses from AGOA, as these markets are large and provide an opportunity to explore. Encouragingly, during the China-Africa Forum in September 2024, China committed to invest $51 billion in Africa and eliminate tariffs to 22 African countries. Boosting local manufacturing and investing in domestic production and value-added industry could help Gauteng businesses remain competitive. Gauteng is focusing on SEZs together with strong government support and active engagement in FDI. These measurements should place the province in a strong position for sustainable growth and job creation. Gauteng continues to strive for innovation and inclusivity, ensuring that it plays a vital role in global markets. The response to the question 2 is as follows. Yes, Gauteng provincial government has been in discussions with the USA. While the negotiation of trade agreements is a national competency led by DIRCO and the DTIC, the Gauteng provincial government, through the Gauteng Growth and Development Agency, has actively engaged US counterparts, both at federal and subnational levels. Strategic engagements have included targeted investment roundtables hosted in collaboration with the US Chamber of Commerce and the US Embassy, ongoing sector-specific dialogues focusing on chemicals, automotive, aerospace, and digital economy goods, and participation in trade promotion missions, including those hosted by the US Embassy and consulates in Gauteng. Question 3 falls off. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Honourable Moriarty, supplementary question or short remarks, please.
Yeah, firstly, I'm grateful for the comprehensive reply. It was far greater in extent than I was expecting. I was half expecting that they would say, oh, but this is all a national competence, don't talk to us, but this was great. I really do appreciate that. I must say there was a lot of data in there, so I'm going to have to study the Hansard more than anything else, but it was great. Appreciated the information. I will obviously study it in great detail, but my impressions are as follows. Firstly, there is an awareness, which is great, that it's not being ignored and it's not being considered that, well, these are forces that are beyond our control. I've heard that, Mr. Chair of Chairs. Even in the committee, when the department comes to talk to us, they talk about factors beyond our control. It looks like we're not taking it lying down, that we are analysing our opportunities and we're taking those. So that is something I'm very grateful for. But the other impression that I got was that the solution seems to be sought in alternative markets, as if to say, goodbye America, let's look for alternative markets. That wasn't quite what was said. There was an intention that we try and retain what we can. I think we can do both and. We can keep what we've got in terms of our existing exports through the use of bilateral trade agreements. You know, I don't think that the Americans are the demons that you think that they are. But if that's what you think, that's fine. Lose the trade, lose the income, and then you don't have the money that you can tax and pay on social development projects. That's the impact. So please, let's not just take it. So here's the thing. The alternative markets plus the Americans. So look for...
2 minutes. No,
I think that,
honourable members.
I'm not sure what you're saying,
Honourable
MEC.
members. Sorry, Honourable Muriati. It's 2 minutes, please. Go ahead, please.
Just 10 seconds, if I may. So look for the bilateral trade agreements. They are there, as well as pursuing the alternative markets. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable. MEC.
Thank you. Chair, Honourable Moriarty was speaking to the EFF. I'm not sure if the response was exactly what he's saying.
Yeah.
We want to maintain what we have, but we have to diversify our trade relations. So we'll do what we can to maintain what we can. Factors out of our control, with respect, we can't help and we can't control when President Trump wakes up and issues an executive order. It is out of our control. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members, we shall continue. Honourable Mekwe is not in the House. I will continue. I will go to Honourable Klope. There's no supplementary questions. Are you asking on behalf of Honourable?
Yes,
my apologies.
of
Go ahead, please,
Honourable
Mekwe.
Mikwe. Yes, can I proceed?
You proceed, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Go ahead.
On behalf of
you are protected.
Of Honourable Mikwe, that we ask the member of the Executive Council for Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs regarding the Russell Road Reservoir project in Ward 39 in Ekurhuleni. Can the MEC for Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs answer the following questions? 1, what is the total budget for the project? 2, what is the duration of the project? If the MEC could break it down from the starting time and ending time, as well as where are we now? 3, who is the main contractor appointed on this project, and how many local subcontractors are appointed, and who are they? 4, who is the community liaison officer, and how was the CLO appointed? And the last question, how often is the ward councillor provided with reports, and how are these reports provided to the ward councillor? Thanks, Acting Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Mfikwe. Honourable Mamabolo, you may reply, sir.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Let me acknowledge the question and thank Honourable Mfikwe on behalf of Honourable Mekwe. The first part of the question about the budget goes as follows. The city has indicated that for the 2024-2025 financial year, the budget for the project amount to 22 million. Number 3, This relates to the duration of the project. The project commenced in December 2024 with an anticipated completion date of 30th June 2025. Currently, the project is at 55% completion. Now, and with respect, of course, to the previous works, the project commenced in April 2023 up until 30th June 2024 when the contract lapsed. Number 3, this is about the main contractor appointed. The main contractor appointed to this project is Peter Projects JV. There are local SMMEs, that is subcontractors, 2 from Manyama Security and Blue Ablutions. The city has also indicated that guardhouse and stormwater appointments are in progress and should be finalized in 2 months. Number 4, about the community liaison officer. The community liaison officer is Mr. Datlas Nelamundo. Number 5, this is about the ward councillor and reports. The city indicates that there is a minimum of 2 meetings every month, and the councillor does attend at least 1 meeting. In those meetings, full project progress is discussed, and then reports are handed to the councillor. Other than that, the CLO is responsible for their local stakeholder reporting in their community meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Honourable Mfikwe, any supplementary question or short remark?
Thank you, Chair. Not a question. Member Mekwa is asking the MEC to look into the project because there are allegations of ward committee members who are participating in the project and that they are actually making the running of the project a bit of a disappointment, including the fact that the CLO is a ward committee member and a ward committee member from the Democratic Alliance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mfikwe. Move right along. Honourable Slope, can you ask your question to MEC for e-government, please?
Thank you, Chair of the session. During the State of the Province address, Premier Lesufi announced the upgrading of network infrastructure to government facilities, including schools. This investment and its implementation was aimed at enhancing the Gauteng provincial government network's capacity, resulting in faster internet speeds and greater network stability with focus on government institutions. Can the MEC please respond to the following questions? 1, how many schools have benefited from this upgrading network investment in the province, particularly township schools? And 2, how many libraries and healthcare centers have been prioritized with this massive network investment? And how many have already benefited from speed network connectivity across the province? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Slope. Honourable Dlamini, can you respond, please? You're online.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Thank you and good afternoon to colleagues and honourable members. Thank you very much, Member Slope, for the question. Question 1 of how many schools have benefited from this upgrading network. The upgrade of the network infrastructure for the Gauteng provincial network has taken place across the Gauteng city region. In the city of Johannesburg is 110 schools, in the city of Tshwane is 101, Eguruleni is 96, Mfuleni is 31, Elisedi is 17, Emirafong is 34, Mid Valley is 20, Imokale City is 35, Rand West is 24. On top of that, we have also connected 5 agencies of government, GPG administrative buildings, about 177 of them, and about...
Honourable members, please.
Yes?
It's very difficult to hear online, please. Go ahead, Honourable MEC.
So, and also 2 Tusung centers. With regards to question 2 of how many libraries and healthcare centers have been prioritized, we have 40 libraries and 139 healthcare centers. There is an annex that has been to be sent to you, member, so that you get the specific names of schools and clinics and libraries. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable Klope, short remark or supplementary question, please.
No, thank you, Chair. I'm satisfied.
Okay. Thank you, Honourable Klope. We move right along. Honourable Kunene, can you ask your question, please, to the MEC of Community Safety?
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Chair of Chairs, we note that the crime prevention...
Honourable Kunene, Chief Whip. Who whoops you when you are the Chief Whip? Go ahead, Honourable Kunene.
We note that the crime prevention wardens have not yet completed the advanced training program. Can the MEC indicate which key components of the training remain outstanding, and when is the training expected to be fully completed? What quality assurance mechanisms are currently in place to ensure that training standards for the crime prevention wardens are consistently maintained? Number 3, what measures are being implemented or planned to improve the overall effectiveness and operational impact of the crime prevention wardens? Lastly, what is the projected timeline for the formalization of the employment status of the crime prevention wardens? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Kunene. Honourable Diale Tlabele, can you please respond?
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. The following are the training programs required to complete the wardens training. There's firearm training, traffic warden training, peace officer training, street survival training, and crowd control training. In terms of question 2, the department makes every effort to plan Gauteng traffic wardens training on an annual basis. However, it should be acknowledged that the high number of wardens, combined with current budgetary constraints, limits the department's capacity to complete all advanced training within a short period of time. Consequently, it is difficult to commit to specific dates and timelines for the completion of advanced training. Nevertheless, the department remains committed to ensuring that the necessary training is provided to enable wardens to effectively perform their daily duties. In terms of question 3, their response is A, establishment of an internal affairs unit. According to them, as community safety, they say they have made significant progress in setting up a dedicated internal affairs unit within traffic management. This unit is designed to strengthen internal controls and uphold professional standards, specifically for officers in high-risk and high-contact roles, including the Gauteng traffic wardens. The unit will allow for faster handling of complaints, timely investigations, and consistent disciplinary action, thereby directly improving performance and accountability. On their B, targeted oversight to support risk management. While risk management continues as a department's central oversight body, its wide-reaching mandate across finance, ICT, facility, security, and legal often stretches capacity, and this unit will act as a force multiplier, focusing solely on operational misconduct, service complaints, and ethics within the Gauteng traffic wardens operations, ensuring issues are dealt with more swiftly and effectively. On proactive culture of accountability, these corrective actions are not only reactive but also proactive, aimed at building a culture of integrity within the unit. The goal is to shift from crisis management to prevention by embedding oversight into the day-to-day operations. On improved operational alignment with the South African Police Services, the community safety through an existing cooperative agreement and MOU have strengthened integrated operations with SAPS, municipalities and other law enforcement agencies to ensure operational clarity and foster a shared understanding of what the warden's mandate is, reinforcing synergy on the ground. We've seen that being launched here in Johannesburg by the Premier and different municipal mayors. On question 4, their response, which I'm here to present, currently they cannot provide a timeline on the formalizing of the employment of the Gauteng traffic wardens because of the following dependencies. The Minister of Justice on Constitutional Development needs to declare the Gauteng traffic wardens as peace officers in line with Section 334 of the Criminal Procedure Act. 2, South African Provincial Commissioner must certify the Gauteng traffic officers after the declaration by the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development. 3, the province has had numerous engagement with the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development and the Minister of Police on resolving on the matter of gazetting of the Gauteng traffic wardens. On the 5th of March 2025, the province, through the Office of Director General of the province, wrote to the Director General for Justice and Constitutional Development, requested for a gazette for the Gauteng traffic wardens. The province is currently awaiting a response from the Director General of Justice and Constitutional Development on the above application. Lastly, the Department of Community Safety is currently reviewing its organizational structure. This has necessitated the department to engage the CEO of RTMC to finalize the job description for traffic wardens, as this is the competency of the RTMC. This will assist to determine the job level for the Gauteng traffic wardens, as this job has not been evaluated in the public service before. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Deputy Chair of Chairs, any supplementary question or short remarks, sir?
No, I'll make a remark. I think, Chair of Chairs, I think all of us accept that the crime prevention wardens are an important force multiplier. And it's important that they are properly trained and that the employment status is stable. May all the relevant stakeholders, whether from the Minister and all other relevant stakeholders, move with speed to conclude the training and the implement issues of these important crime prevention wardens. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Moving right along to Honourable Alberts, if you can ask your question to the MSc of Education, please.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Can the MEC indicate the following with regard to the Basic Education Laws Amendment Act 2022, or also known as the Bella Act? 1, what is the projected implementation cost for the Bella Act in Gauteng to be funded by the Gauteng government? And 2, how is this cost to be funded? Explain comprehensively with regard to sources of funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Alberts. Honourable Chilwani, you are online. You may respond.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Chair of Chairs. Thank you. With regard to the first question, please be informed that the Basic Education Law Amendment Act 2022, the Bella Act, did not exist in 2022. This was still a bill and could not be implemented nor funded. The Act was being promulgated, wasn't implemented, published in 2024, and it's referred to the Basic Education Law Amendment Act 2024, Act number 32 of 2024. The responses provided will therefore be provided in this context. The Gauteng Department of Education has not fully established the full cost implication of the Bella Act in Gauteng. The preliminary estimate for the 2025-26 financial year is 1.3 million. With regard to the second question, the costs are currently funded given the fiscal constraints. The education sector has presented the cost implication to the Budget Council and a 10 by 10 at national level. However, National Treasury has indicated at the moment that there were no funds to allocate to the sector towards the implementation of the banner. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable Alberts, a short remark or supplementary question for you.
I'm fine. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you so much, Honourable Alberts. Can I ask Honourable Klebere if you would ask your question to the MEC of Sports, Rec, Arts and Culture? Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Considering the department's mandate to promote inclusive sports development and active citizenry across the province, can the MEC provide an update on the following? What specific programs and funding have been allocated in the current financial year to enhance sports infrastructure and participation in townships, informal settlements, and hostels? How is the department collaborating with schools and local municipalities to identify and nurture sport talents, particularly in under-resourced communities? Can the MEC share the progress of on the rollout and accessibility of the Learn to Swim program across Gauteng, especially in communities with limited access to swimming facilities? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Klebere. Honourable Chilwani, if you can respond, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair of Chairs. Thank you again once more, members. With regard to the first question, the funding to enhance sports participation is through the Conditional Grant Club Development Program, which assists clubs that participate in local, regional, and provincial leagues. Another source of funding is through the World Tambo Sonchini Social Cohesion Games, which will focus on developing non-traditional codes such as basketball, volleyball, chess, and sevens rugby in communities. Regarding sports infrastructure funding in the 2025-26 financial year, 2 million has been allocated to build a new no-fee school multi-purpose sports court, the Combi Court, rather is popularly known, for AGOA Primary School. In addition, the Wedela Primary School no-fee school Combi Court project, which is at 90% progress, has been allocated 500,000 in the 2025-26 financial year for the completion of the project. With regard to the second question, through the intergovernmental relations, technical and political platforms, there is a collaboration and cooperation between education, district, sports, and recreation corridors and the respective municipalities regarding the use of facilities. But this needs to be strengthened to ensure that roles and responsibilities are clear. The Department of Education has a policy mandate regarding all activities that take place inside schools during contact time, official school holidays, or during indoor sports tournament and excursions. They are responsible in terms of permission to enter schools or to approve learners participating in extracurricular activities.
Sorry, Honourable Chawani, honourable members. Let us please maintain the decorum in the House, I humbly ask. Thank you. Go ahead, please, Honourable Chawani.
Okay, thank you. Am I audible, Chair of Chairs?
Thank you, Honourable Klope. Any short remark?
I'm not.
Are you finished? Oh, sorry.
Just,
my apology.
I wanted to check if I'm still audible.
Yeah, you're audible now. Yeah, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Through the corridor system, the Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation provides resources, including human resources, and strategic direction towards the implementation of school sport. Municipalities collaborate in the implementation of local area tournaments, and they also assist with access to sports facilities. Furthermore, all provincial sports federations with their respective school sports codes structures provide technical expertise and assist in driving the development programs in collaboration with the two departments. With regard to the third question, Water Safety Education Program is implemented in partnership with the Gauteng Department of Education and Aquatics Gauteng. How to be safe how to be water safe is an education program, that is presented to primary schools specifically. This program targets those schools or areas that do not have swimming pools close by or where they reside. The Land to Swim program targets schools that have swimming pool as well as community swimming pools. For this year, the program will be implemented as follows. Ensure that the current Land to Swim instructors on the program have adequate qualifications such as first aid, CPR, police clearance, as they'll be working with children. Near the start of the swimming season, around August, the department requests municipalities to give status of the swimming pools that will be open for the season. Ensure that community clubs that have been identified have an LT, Land to Swim instructor who is qualified. Link clubs with schools that are within walking distance of the swimming pool. Meet with the schools through the GDE to finalize times when the grade 1, 2, and 3 learners can attend the Land to Swim lessons at the local community pool. Schools that have swimming pools, the LTS lessons will continue. Capacity building program for the qualified LTS instructor to coaching level 1. This is to assist those children who move from learning to swim to competing. The biggest challenge for this program is the lack of maintenance of swimming pools or pools being closed due to water restrictions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable Klope, any short remark? Oh, Tebera, my apologies, sorry.
I will urge the department to do a targeted program, especially in previously disadvantaged townships and rural areas, and also partner with municipalities to identify early talent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Tlebere. Moving right along to Honourable. Yes, Honourable, is there a
supplementary remark?
No, not allowing that.
Oh, okay.
Thank you so much.
Sorry.
Honourable Mfikwe, can you ask your question to MEC Economic Development, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. Tourism Department or unit hosted 7 high-impact events in townships, generating 814 million in economic activity and 13.5 million in revenue for small businesses in the previous financial year. Can the Minister of Economic Development please answer the following questions? 1, what is the impact of hosting tourism events in our townships, particularly for small businesses? How many small businesses in the province benefited from these tourism initiatives? And what was the tourism strategy or plan used to make these high-impact events successful? And what made the department target the small businesses in our townships? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable. Before you answer, Honourable MEC Montara, answered? The online people are off, the system is off. Can you all just check for us, please? Thank you. Can we go ahead, please? Honourable Montara.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the question. The response is as follows. The positive impact of hosting tourism events in townships is extensive and multifaceted, especially for small businesses. By bringing high-impact events to township areas, this not only aimed to boost regional tourism, but also to foster economic inclusivity and development. In the last financial year, as reported, consolidated events generated a tremendous 814 million rand in economic activity, with 319 million rand generated from township events. This substantial figure represents income flowing directly into the local economy, affecting various sectors including hospitality, transport, food and beverage services, including retail, amongst others. For small, medium and micro enterprises, these events have proved highly beneficial. The 13.5 million rand in revenue directly accrued to SMME businesses for supplying goods and services in all events supported by the Gauteng Tourism Authority. This is a testament to the effectiveness of the efforts to integrate these businesses into the broader tourism value chain. This revenue helps to sustain and grow local businesses, create jobs, and by extension improve the quality of life for many township residents. These figures reflect only part of the positive outcomes. Beyond direct financial gains, the presence of both regional and international visitors during these events raises the profile of the townships, fostering a more inclusive image of the Gauteng tourism landscape. This also encourages the entrepreneurial spirit among the local youth and community members who see firsthand the benefits of engaging with the tourism sector. It's clear that the strategic hosting of events in townships is not only about immediate economic benefits, but also about long-term sustainable development and empowerment of local communities. The Gauteng Tourism Authority is committed to continuing and expanding these initiatives to realize even greater impact in the coming years. The response to the question 2, to date, 67 SMME companies have benefited from the tourism initiatives that are being implemented. The response to question 3, the strategic deployment of tourism as a vehicle for economic development in Gauteng is underpinned by several key policies and strategic documents, including the Gauteng Growth and Development Strategy 2030, the Gauteng Event Strategy, Transformative Procurement Guidelines, and the Tourism, Hospitality and Sport Education and Training Authority objectives. On alignment with GGT 2030, GGT 2030 emphasizes sustainable economic growth and job creation with a particular focus on inclusivity and leveraging sectors with high growth potential such as tourism. By hosting high-impact events in townships, the Tourism Authority directly supports these goals, driving significant economic activity into areas which historically have been marginalized, thereby promoting a more balanced economic landscape across Gauteng. Our event strategy explicitly aims to enhance the province's capability to attract and successfully host major events. A crucial component of this strategy has been the deliberate targeting of township areas for these events, not only to disperse tourism benefits more widely, but also to utilize the unique cultural and historical assets that these areas offer, enhancing Gauteng's overall attractiveness as a diverse tourist destination. On the transformative procurement and TISH objectives, the approach to transformative procurement ensures that local small businesses in the townships are not only beneficiaries, but integral partners in hosting these events. This practice aligns with the broader goal of transforming Gauteng's economy to be more inclusive, providing direct economic opportunities to SMMEs through the tourism value chain. Additionally, TISH's objectives to upskill individuals in sector of tourism, hospitality and sport play a critical role in ensuring that the workforce in these communities is well prepared to meet the demands and leverage the opportunities presented by these events. And where we target small business, this focus stems from a recognition of the significant role they play in the local economy. By involving these businesses in the tourism value chain, the Tourism Authority does not only boost their growth potential, but also ensure that the economic benefits of increased tourism permeate deeply into the local economy, fostering resilience and long-term sustainability. In summary, our strategy for making high-impact tourism events successful in township areas is embedded in an integrated approach that aligns with both provincial strategies and the specific needs of the communities we serve. These strategic focuses have enabled the Gauteng Tourism Authority to harness tourism as an engine for transformative and sustainable economic development. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC Motara. A supplementary question or short remark, Honourable Mfikwe.
Thank you, Chair. Not necessarily a question, but appreciating that the focus is also on cultural tourism and that we look forward to a report that breaks down the actual beneficiaries. We need to see through our work that women, people with disabilities and young people do indeed become sustainable beneficiaries in all government programs and that their businesses are going to be sustained for the future, not just for events. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Mfikwe. Before I ask you to ask your question, Honourable Masai, I see Honourable Rola Hoko is not in the House. Is somebody going to answer the question? Or finance? Oh, Smaile. Oh, go ahead, Honourable. Yeah, I'm in the last one. Honourable Masai.
Thank you very much, Chair. In line with mitigating corruption and weaknesses in supply chain management processes, which weaken the ability of the state to use procurement for transformation purposes, can the MEC of Finance answer the following questions? What measures have been established to mitigate risk in supply chain management processes in the Department of Finance? And how does the department address elements of corruption in the process of implementation of SCM rotation policy? Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Motara, you can respond.
Thank you very much. The response to the question, question 1 is as follows. Gauteng Provincial Treasury implements the supply chain management system in line with the applicable SCM prescripts. Treasury Provincial SCM issues an SCM framework on an annual basis. The department has an SCM policy, preferential procurement policy, and standard operating procedures in place. These prescripts ensure that officials implementing the SCM system implement the system in a fair, transparent, compliant, and consistent manner. Critical decisions in SCM and financial management are delegated according to levels of responsibility and capability. Officials in the department also receive SCM training on a regular basis. Property auditors from outside of the department are invited to observe all bid processes for tenders above 2 million rand. The GPT extends this involvement of property auditors to involve them in the establishment of all its SCM panels. All officials in the department have also been confirmed to have completed ethics training, which was provided by the National School of Government. The department assesses risks on an annual basis and reports against those on a quarterly basis. SCM personnel are required to do financial disclosures on an annual basis. There are whistleblowing measures in place, and SCM bid committee procedures require all committee members to declare their interests so that conflict of interest can be effectively managed. Emerging risks of unethical behavior are responded to promptly to reduce the likelihood of bigger risks manifesting later in the department, and the department consistently communicates a message of zero tolerance to unethical behavior. The response to question 2 is as follows. The supply chain management process is conducted in a transparent manner. For competitive bidding process within a threshold of open tender process, probity audit is conducted through the entire process and bids are adjudicated in public, in line with the applicable prescripts. For competitive bidding processes with a threshold below the open tender process, the entire process is conducted by a multifunctional team with representative of all the programs within the department as far as possible in line with the applicable prescripts. For written price quotation processes, the request for quotation is issued to the market through a centralized dedicated email box. Certain officials within the SCM unit responsible for the RFQ process have access to this email box. This ensures transparency of the system, as the whole team has access to the same information as the official responsible for the transaction. Responses by bidders are also received on the same email box when the entire team has access to the same information. This promotes transparency and assurance that prospective bidders and bidders who responded were afforded the same opportunity and treated in a fair manner. After disclosure of the request for quotation, the procurement process followed together with the responses received and the evaluation results are stored on a team's shared folder where the entire team has access to. Some of the benefits of the centralized email box and shared folder are that the whole team, supervisors and managers included, have access to the RFQ that was issued to the market and proposal submitted. This supports the requirement that procurement must be conducted in a manner that is fair. All prospective bidders are treated in a fair manner by being provided with the same information at the same time from the same platform. The risk of receiving information outside the RFQ advertisement period is eliminated, as the mailbox will indicate the date and time that the responses were received, and the delay in finalization of transactions due to unavailability of the official allocated with the transaction is eliminated. Any other official can work on the transaction since the information is in a central place. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC Motara. Honourable Masai, any supplementary question or short remark?
Thank you, Chair. Let me thank the MEC for the response, and we're looking forward to the department ensuring that they avoid administrative actions that can be put onto the department, especially in terms of the tender briefing processes, so that they must avoid being taken to court for review in terms of the tender processes that they have undertaken. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mr. Honourable Tulani. You can ask your question to Honourable MEC. Mama Bolo.
Asbonge, Chair of Chairs. Recently, the country's economic recovery plan highlighted the urgent need to accelerate infrastructure investment as a critical driver of growth, productivity, and improved standards. Can the MEC indicate one, key infrastructure projects in the province that are in line with the economic recovery plan? 2, what is their progress to date? 3, what is the overall budget allocation that has been invested in these projects to support their objectives? And lastly, what systems has the department put in place to track progress and ensure that these projects are finalized within the allocated timeframes and budget? Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honourable Ndlovu. Honourable MEC Mamabolo, you may respond.
Yes, thank you very much, Honourable Chair of Chairs and Honourable members. Let me firstly start by acknowledging the question raised by Honourable Ndlovu with respect to infrastructure. The last part of the question, that's where I would like to focus, that we have unveiled a technological system that is known as the Infrastructure Delivery Platform, which is our technology to make sure that we can manage infrastructure efficiently and effectively, but also make sure that the infrastructure projects that we are managing on behalf of our client departments, we can also be able to give them information for proper, swift decision making. So we believe that in the era of the fourth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence, Internet of the Internet of Things, and all other innovations in technology, that IDEP as our infratech or technology to deliver infrastructure will be able to help us to also prepare a proper electronic construction book that will include also the infrastructure of our municipalities, so that some of the issues that Honourable Ndlovu is asking, we can be able to deal with those matters. So that is the first part that I thought is very much important, that some of the information and the questions are going to depend on us putting a proper Gauteng infrastructure construction book, digital, which will include the infrastructure that is run and managed by municipalities. That is the first thing. The second point is that indeed, Honourable Ndlovu will agree that all of us nationally, the President, Minister of Finance, Minister of Infrastructure, Public Works and Infrastructure, have all acknowledged the importance of infrastructure and creating jobs and growing the economy, fighting multidimensional poverty, but also making sure that we sustain infrastructure through maintenance, which also create jobs and sustain jobs, but also make sure that we can be able to improve the quality of life. To that extent, with respect to the finances that are being allocated to manage our infrastructure, I would like to plead with all honourable members that let us await a revised budget by MEC Maile following budget 3 by the Minister of Finance, and I wouldn't want to confirm anything now for the medium-term expenditure framework, or MTEF, the next 3 years, until Honourable Maile confirms what are the rents and cents that are available for infrastructure in the province. And also that in the next financial year, starting 1st of July, the municipalities will also announce their budgets for the financial year. And that in total will help us to know what is the total infrastructure finance that we are running together with our municipalities to finance infrastructure. And also through GIFA and through Infrastructure South Africa and the Sustainable Infrastructure Development Symposium South Africa announcement today, we will be able to get a much more better picture of the finances that we are running. The last point, in respect of the overall performance of our infrastructure in the province and in the municipality, we will be using the infrastructure delivery platform once we integrate the municipalities to give real-life data and information about infrastructure performance. I hope that comes somewhere closer to answering the question of the honourable member. Otherwise, we can continue to engage on this matter in the portfolio committee and on this platform. Thank you very much, Honourable Ndlovu, for your question.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable Ndlovu. Any
Thanks, Chair.
supplementary question?
We are comfortable with the response. We will continue monitoring this very closely, and we hope for a progressive budget, especially with the focus on maintenance of the infrastructure. Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Ndlovu. Honourable De Jager, can you ask your question, please, to the MEC of Sports, Arts, Recreation?
Afternoon. Thank you, Chair of Chairs. With regards to the Women's Living Heritage Monuments, could the MEC please indicate, since the portfolio of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation met around the roundtable discussion in February 2025 regarding updates to be provided by MEC Chulwane, who did not arrive, on the opening of the Women's Living Heritage Monument, the Portfolio Committee was informed that the occupation certificate could not be signed off due to the fire certificate being outstanding. Number one, a call was made to former Mayor Celia Brunk to arrange that the fire engineer visit the monument before in February to do a final inspection and to provide the certificate. Has the occupation certificate since been obtained? Number two, during an unannounced visit to the Women's Living Heritage Monument on 26 April 2025, it was discovered that the board erected by Khabasani contractors informing of maintenance and building works was lying on the ground outside the entrance and the buildings locked. Furthermore, there were no security guards or officials and the building was not secured. Has this monument been opened officially? And three, this building is located in central Tshwane, in a high-risk area for vandalism and theft. Who is securing this building, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable De Jager. Honourable MEC Chulwane, you can respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs, and thank you, Honourable Member. With regard to the first question, the response is no. With regard to the second question, Construction Board was dismantled as part of the site de-establishment to clear any disused material on site. Moreover, the building was locked to restrict movement and mitigate potential theft and vandalism. The contractor's security guards walk the perimeter site to deter any act of theft and vandalism. The gate is locked as part of their protocol to keep the site safe. And lastly, the building has not been officially opened. With regard to the third question, the building remains a construction site and secured by the contractor until the building occupation certificate is issued. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable De Jager, supplementary question or short remark, please.
Just a short remark, please. On the Doan question, there were no security guards. I have made follow-ups and there were still no security guards. So I'm just a little bit concerned about that statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable De Jager. Let's go on to Honourable Soon. Can you please ask your question to the MEC e-Government? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker. Can the MEC for eGov indicate it is reported that the Gauteng Department of e-Government has installed 193 new CCTV cameras in townships, informal settlements and hostels areas to improve safety and reduce crime in vulnerable communities. Can the MEC please confirm and clarify, one, where are these CCTV cameras installed? Please provide precise locations. Two, who owns the CCTV systems, hardwares and data footage captured from the CCTV systems? Three, who are the contractors that were awarded the contracts for the supply, installation and maintenance of the CCTV systems and the requisite networks? And lastly, number four, who monitors the real-time CCTV recordings? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Soon. Honourable Dlamini, you may respond, sir. You are online.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair of Chairs, and I want to thank the member for asking the question. On question one, phase 2 of the CCTV camera project for 2024-2025 financial year, 193 cameras have been installed in the following corridors. In quarter 2, 113 were deployed, which is Central Corridor 41, Northern Corridor 28, Western Corridor 14, Eastern Corridor 30. In quarter 3, 80 were deployed. All of them were deployed in the Central Corridor. Please refer to Annex A that we'll send for you. But for security reasons,
Assembly Board. And it's interesting that For whatever reason, Honourable Maile apparently is unable to connect from wherever he is, somewhere overseas, I hear. But the fact is, what he does is he sends his predecessor to come and face the music. Why? Because his predecessor was the one, and doesn't actually dodges the answers to the question, I must say. The predecessor fires the board when the board does something that the MEC doesn't like. So there's a pattern here. There's a pattern of cover-up for people that are well protected, and there's a pattern here that when you don't like your own board, you go and dismiss them. It's interesting that the MEC is appropriating powers that would otherwise be understood in terms of the Companies Act to be the powers of the board. I will take her answer at face value, and I will go and read the Act to see, what do they say? Trust but verify, and that's what I'm going to do. Thank you.
Honourable Moriarty. Honourable Dos Santos, you can ask your question to the Honourable MEC of Education.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
Perhaps the Honourable MEC would like to reply.
Okay, MEC.
He wants me to reply. I think first, Chair, the member Moriarty is casting aspersions on the character of MEC Maile, who has tabled an apology as he is attending with the Premier in Cape Town, the SIDS conference. So don't cast aspersions on why members are not in the House. Secondly, we read principal acts that govern the establishment of our entities in the province together with the Companies Act. And the Companies Act is clear in relation to how the two must be read together. Who appoints, you also can't summarily suspend. Even if the CEO were to be suspended, it is clear on who appoints and how that suspension. There is also labour law. So if you want to quote legislation, Companies Act, the Principal Act, the Gauteng Gambling Act, as well as labour legislation, governs how you deal with suspensions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Honourable Dos Santos, ask your question for MEC of Education, please.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. With regard to the transfer of responsibility for municipal account payments to schools in Eldorado Park, in terms of Section 21.1 of the South African Schools Act, could the MEC please respond to the following? 1. On what date or dates were schools in Eldorado Park officially informed that they would assume responsibility for paying their municipal accounts? 2. Were the school governing bodies of all these schools formally consulted in accordance with Sections 20 and 21 of the South African Schools Act before this decision was implemented? 3. Can the MEC confirm whether the school governing bodies of all the affected schools formally agreed to this change in line with Section 21(1)(d) of the South African Schools Act? 4. Were all affected schools informed of their right to appeal the head of the department's decision to the member of the Executive Council? And if so, how many have exercised that right, and has the MEC acknowledged or responded to these appeals? And 5, if no appeals were submitted by the schools, can the MEC explain what steps were taken to ensure that schools and the school governing bodies were made fully aware of their right to appeal in terms of Section 21 of the Act? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Dos Santos. Honourable MEC Chilwani, you may respond, sir.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs, and thank you, Honourable Member. With regard to the first question, following the allocation of Section 21 functions to schools in Eldorado Park, it was found that some of the schools did not manage the Section 21(1)(d) function effectively and efficiently. The management of the payments for municipal accounts was then administered by the department as an interim measure from April 2024 in terms of Section 25 of the South African Schools Act 1996, Act number 84 of 1996, which provides for what action an HOD can take when a governing body fails to perform one or more functions. The fee-paying schools in Eldorado Park were informed on the 13th of April 2023, and the no-fees-paying schools were notified on the 18th of March 2025 regarding the transfer of municipal accounts payment back to the governing body of the school. With regard to question 2, both Section 20 and 21 of the South African Schools Act do not require consultation. Section 20 provides for the general function of all governing bodies, while Section 21 provides for how schools can apply to be allocated additional functions and related processes. With regard to question 3, there was no need for the schools to agree to this change, as Section 25 of the South African School Act of 96 allows the head of department to determine on reasonable grounds that if a governing body has failed to perform one or more of such functions, he or she must appoint sufficient person to perform all such functions, as the case may be, for a period not exceeding 3 months, which may be extended. Please note that Section 25 of the South African Schools Act, as referred to, was prior to the amendments introduced by the Basic Education Law Amendment Act 2024. With regard to question 4, Section 25, as referred to above, did not provide for any appeal. Therefore, there was no need to inform the governing body of such or for the MEC to receive or respond to such. There is also no legislative provision in the South African Schools Act to appeal the reinstatement of Section 21 functions. However, schools were encouraged to make means to supplement school funds as per Section 36 of the South African Schools Act to meet their obligation. With regard to the question 5, can the honourable member please refer to the answer that I've just provided for question 4? Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Honourable De Santos, supplementary question or short remark?
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. I find it disconcerting that in terms of Section 21, it states that the decision of the head of the department on such application must be conveyed in writing to the school governing body concerned, given in reasons, which was done. However, the SGB needs to be capacitated and it needs to be engaged in terms of Section 21 before the transfer of functions is therefore done. Section 25 is the dissolution or the removal of the functions of the SGB. However, what the issue is here, in particular in Eldorado Park, is that the municipality bills has been now told, or the schools have been told now that they are responsible for paying the municipality bills. We've got outstanding bills upon handover, over 445,000 in one school. You've got another school with 4.7 million rand outstanding at handover, expecting the school to pay for that. You've got another school with an amount of 1.2 million rand outstanding on handover. You've got another school at just over 4 million rand outstanding municipal bills. Some of these schools have already received pre-termination notices. The fact is, regardless of Section 25, that has been dealt with. We are talking about Section 20 and Section 21. Section 21 specifically states that the SGB needs to be capacitated, needs to be consulted, and if there is an appeal, that the MEC has to deal with the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. MEC Chilwane.
Thank you, Chair. The honourable member must note that we are currently matters broadly, not necessarily to schools that am I still audible, just to be certain? Chair of Chairs, can you still hear me?
We can hear you, sir. Go ahead, Honourable Chilwane.
All right, thank you. No, I was saying to the honourable member, to the House, that we are dealing with issues of municipal payments across the board. We are aware of challenges of schools that have been faced not only in Eldorado Park but across the province. Amongst those is to engage the municipalities. We have made a commitment to municipalities that will clear the school's account. And so far, we've begun to clear the municipal accounts across the board for all our schools that, or accounts areas that are affecting our schools. So we will be, those schools are part of the parcel or the trench of schools that will be clearing the municipal account. But as to of transferring functions, of course, schools schools are partially responsible, largely, especially with municipal account, especially fee-paying schools. It is expected that such schools need to be able to raise and supplement the transfers that we give them so that they are able to pay the schools, because those are fee-paying schools. And for a school to be a fee-paying school, it's a determination that was undertaken by both the school governing body and the management that this is the line that will be undertaking our fee-paying school, and it was voted upon and agreed upon. So it is expected, and it's not necessarily should be seen as malicious intent by the department to expect that such schools should be able to raise funds through fees to pay municipal accounts. Chair of Chairs. So that part is expected of them. But with regard to those that are dealing with areas, we are dealing with them at the level of the head office, and we will clear those particular accounts across the board for all our schools. But it's expected that going forward, especially fee-paying schools, should raise the fees, the funds to pay those municipal accounts. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, MEC Chalwane. MEC Honorable Masoleng. Can you please ask your question to Honorable MEC Roads and Transport?
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. It seems as if, in as far as the matter of driving license card account, DCL, I don't get excited now. And the current backlog of driver's license cards, which now sits at 747,000 cards awaiting processing. The department had indicated that they were looking at interim solutions to remedy the backlog. With regards to the driver's license cards backlog, can the MEC answer the following questions? What are some of the solutions that the department has taken into consideration? Number 2, the article printed by the Star newspaper publication on the 12th of May 2025, in which responses from the department are also quoted. There is an indication of a public concern that even though the printing machine is now operational, this machine is prone to breaking down, and yet still only has the capacity to print a maximum of 19,000 licenses cards in a 14-hour shift. The article further alludes that the department awarded the tender for the procurement of a new machine to IDEMIA and Security South Africa. However, this tender was later stalled by the Minister of Roads and Transport. Alluding to that, question number A, what is the current progress with regards to the tender awarded to IDEMIA and Security South Africa? Number B, what irregularities led the Minister of Roads and Transport to consider cancelling the awarding of the tender? And number 3, is there a new tender process that will be established, and how long will this take until the department can start rolling out new driver's license cards? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Masoleng. Honorable Diale Tlabella, you will answer, please.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs, and good afternoon. Chair of Chairs, my response to Member Masoleng is that the system is centralized at the National Department of Transport. We therefore hereby would like to advise that she further her inquiries to the department itself, and that applies to question 2. We are in no state as the Provincial Gauteng Roads and Transport to respond to the questions she raised. They are in the National Department of Transport. Thank you.
Any supplementary question or short remark, Honorable Masoleng?
I would have thought MEC will do her part, to inquire about the problem, because it affects it affects Gauteng at large. I don't know whether she's not even affected by this process of delaying the publishing of the licenses, but I note I note her response, but I'm actually not happy. Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I think a member has a right to a researcher, as a member of the Provincial Legislature. So I advise her to advise her researcher to do the research on her behalf. The Department of Transport at National has issued a statement responding to and updating the public on the card licensing. But also there's a National Portfolio Committee in the National Assembly that oversees the Department of Transport at national level. She can perhaps maybe advise the colleagues up there to assist her. I'm not going to do research for her. This is one of the things that waste our times, questions like this, because there's lack of research.
Honorable Klabe, you may ask your question to the MEC for Human Settlements. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. It seems as if year in and year out, we are doomed to stand before the House crying out against the Montrose mega housing project. It comes as a pity that the pleas and submissions made by us and the Committee on Montrose fell on deaf ears, as we are now confronted with a situation where the department's negligence has led to some losing their life. It has been reported that one person tragically lost their life at the Montrose mega housing project after part of a building collapsed on them. That is totally unacceptable conditions, considering that we have been calling for urgent interventions around Montrose. In light of this, can the MEC answer the following questions? Question 1, is the department aware of the death of this individual as well as the circumstances that resulted in their death? If yes, please elaborate on them. Question 2, in terms of parts of the building collapsing, what conditions led to this? Question 3, how is the department taking accountability for this tragic incident and ensuring that such never reoccurs? Question 4, since the start of 2025, what progress has been made around the Montrose project? Question 5, what is the current status of Montrose in terms of the amount of work that still needs to be done, as well as the amount of money needed to complete the project? Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Honorable Matlabe. Honorable Mutara, this is now your own question.
Yes, thank you very much. The response to the question is as follows. Yes, the department is aware of the tragic incident with the loss of life of a community member as alerted by the ward councillor. It was reported that a person was confirmed dead on site and alleged to have been conducting unauthorized activities of tampering with the building steel reinforcements on the walk-up staircase and walkway structure, which caved in and the slabs collapsed. The response to the second part of the question is that based on the observation on site post the incident, the walkway and staircases for one block, it was due to tampering with the reinforcement on the concrete precast elements. The response to the third part of the question is as follows. The process of appointing the security company has concluded. Security is on site. The provision of the service is aimed at safeguarding the site and preventing unauthorized access to the site, and also preventing any further illegal activities and safety risks. The response to the fourth part is as follows. The department has sourced a security service provider that is aimed at safeguarding the site for access control. The 173 standalone snag list has been concluded and the report is now being compiled. The engagements with the landowner have commenced for the procurement of the land. A stakeholder community meeting was held, led by the councillor, to appraise the community of planned activities related to the snag list and the appointment of the security. The response to the last part of the question is that the amount of money to complete the works on site is not known at this stage, including the cost of completing the project. Upon concluding the report for the snag list for the 173 units, a professional team will be sourced to cost the work that needs to be done through supply chain management processes. On completion of the project, the cost can only be determined on completion of the project and not at this stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable MEC Motara. Honourable Matlabe, any supplementary question or short remarks, sir?
Thank you, Chair of Chair. We welcome the response by the MEC and we shall endeavour to monitor the progress through the committee work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Honorable Masilela, can you please ask your question to MEC for Human Settlements, Mutara?
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. But as the EFF, I think the proceeding needs to check this because the MMC of Human Settlement in Ekurhuleni just handed over 200 houses there. So thank you. It must be withdrawn.
Okay. Who's coming in now? It's the... Oh, Honorable Miso, please ask your question.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. According to the Gauteng Department of eGov Strategic Plan of 2020 to 2025, the department committed to address the historical inequalities by striving to meet its target related to gender, women, youth, persons with disabilities, and military veterans. Notwithstanding these strategic plans, the vulnerable group's participation remains disturbingly low. The question number one is, as of 2025, what are the department's current percentages for women, youth, and persons with disabilities in senior management service? Question number two, which companies has the department partnered with to address the unemployment among women, youth, and persons with disabilities? Question number three, what are the initiatives of programs has the department launched to support business opportunities for women, youth, and persons with disabilities? Thank you, Chair.
MEC Dlamini, please reply to the member's question. I think you are online. Dlamini usekhona? MEC ukhona? Looks like MEC Dlamini yeah. Huh? Okay, we'll come back to MEC Dlamini. Member
Yes,
Miso,
I'm here.
we'll have to pass. Oh,
Am I audible?
Usukhona Baba Dlamini?
Yebo ngikhona. Am I audible?
Oh, yebo kuyazwakala ke noma ungathi ukude nje kodwa ungaphendula. You can answer the question please, member's question.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to member. I'm so sorry about that. With regards to the percentage of women, youth, and people with disabilities in the department, the overall percentage of women in the department of eGov is 56%, and the women at the senior management services is 46%. People with disability, women with disability is at 2.5%, and youth is at 0%. With regards to which companies are we partnering is to address this unemployment on this category, the department has partnered with Net Campus to host learnerships and internships for youth in IT. Another partnership is being finalized with Sparrow EFT College to host IT and admin qualified learners with special needs. The department has also partnered with Viseoko, Africa TikTok, Society for the Blind, and Ubuntu Organization for Persons with Disability to help with recruitment for youth, women, and persons with disability. The department is currently in partnership with the following institutions: Southwest College, Vaal University of Technology, and Swan University of Technology to have a targeted number of people with disability in IT specialized qualifications for employment and learnerships. The department has an ongoing youth tech expos in communities to raise awareness and afford the targeted youth, women and people with disabilities on ICT training and employment. With question 3, the department will be conducting outreach programs during the commemorative days for all elevated programs across the regions of Gauteng province in partnership with organizations for persons with disabilities, shelters for women and GPT survivors, youth desk in municipalities, GPE, SARS, and Treasury to assist with supply development, which includes CSD registration. I thank you.
Member Miso, do you have a supplementary question or a short remark?
No, thank you, Chair. I welcome the response of the MMC.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sabonga Lamin. We then ask Member Ngani to ask his question.
Deputy Chair of Chairs, thanks for the opportunity. I'll do it on behalf of my party leader. Some emergency happened.
Okay.
The city of Johannesburg and the JRA awarded a Nigerian contract of 194 million rands tender. The tender of 180 million was to fix the road, had also been initially granted to a Doji company with no tax clearance and later found to be Zimbabwean nationals. The tender now has changed hands from Zimbabwean to Nigerians. The fortunate Nigerians are George Olubenga, Adejinimi, and Pauline Kuduganje. They have both been handed over the 194 million under Corone Engineering. This is under the leadership of the Patriotic Alliance Deputy President. Mayor Tadamrero, Transport MMC Kenigunene are keen to reward foreigners and overlooking South Africans on such opportunities. Bear in mind that the same Mayor Tadamrero wanted to absorb foreigners into the JMPD structure, which he later backed down when South Africans held him to account, given the fact that that is not a scarce skill. The State South Africa official unemployment rate is at 32.9% in the first quarter for 2025 in this country. Take that into consideration. Now the question is, why does the government prefer to award such lucrative business opportunities to foreign nationals instead of qualifying law-abiding South Africans? How many tenders in the Gauteng provincial government as well as in the municipalities in Gauteng in general have been awarded to companies belonging to foreign nationals? And how many foreign nationals have been appointed to senior positions both in provincial as well as in local government departments? Has the government assessed the potential risk involved in allowing these foreign nationals to occupy very senior and strategic government positions, as well as overseeing the lucrative tenders from the state? Thank you.
Thank you. Member Mutara who's responding on behalf of Member Ilya? Okay, may you please respond to the questions?
Thank you for the question. The response is as follows. To the first part of the question, the Department of Economic Development is not involved in the appointment of service providers in the city of Johannesburg. The response to the second part, the Gauteng Department of Economic Development did not award any tender to foreign nationals. The response to the third part of the question, the department does not have any foreign nationals appointed on its staff establishment. And the response to the last part of the question is that this is not applicable. The department neither awards tenders or employs foreign nationals. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Members Kosana, do you have any supplementary question or remark?
Chair, thanks.
No, none. Okay.
I'm not going to abuse the question.
What's the joke? It looks like we missed the joke. You are all on to laugh. Okay. Member Klabam, may you ask your question?
Oh my God, why is this thing off? Oh. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. My question to the MEC of Environment. The staunch smell from the landfills has also become a nuisance to the surrounding communities. It is the government's responsibility to enforce NEMA and compliance to its requirements. The government is failing to enforce this act. The first question is, based on G7 of SOPA, it was stated that the government started in Ekurhuleni and Pretoria with biogas plants converting methane gas emanating from waste in the landfills to electricity. Why is this not implemented in other regions like West Rand, Citibank, and City of Johannesburg? The second question is, what is the name of the contractor responsible for the biogas project in Ekurhuleni? The third question is, what is the contract value? And the last question is, kindly provide a report to prove that the project was bankable to start with. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Member Klaba, which MEC is answering on behalf of? Okay, Member MEC Ramakhupa.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. If I may request that I give an overview of the questions, because the questions are rather detailed, Member Klaba. There are a number of tables and data here for you to look at in more detail. But let me attempt to address your question at a high level. Your question states about why we have not implemented such projects in West Rand, Citibank, and COJ. We do have a number of waste to gas or waste to energy projects in the province across different municipalities, of which there is in COJ, landfill gas to energy project and 3 landfill sites. This particular project harvests methane from landfills and generates electricity, and the project is complete and operational. The amount of electricity generated is 4,197 megawatts, and construction at Ennerdale has not yet started. We also further have other sites in other municipalities, such as Citibank and West Rand Municipality. In the West Rand, a feasibility study to develop a waste-to-energy program for the West Rand, together with the Citibank District Municipality, was developed through GFA. The project did not continue, though, mainly in view of Mogale City and local municipality pulling out of the project, with a view to follow a separate process. Similar projects have been undertaken in Mogale City local municipality, Rand West municipality, Mirafong, Emfuleni, and Midvaal local municipality. For the municipality, for Mogale City, the municipality is in the process of cancelling the previous landfill gas project, as the project is assessed to not be viable, and so the project is currently being cancelled. For Rand West, Mirafong, Emfuleni, and Midvaal, the municipalities have not yet initiated the waste-to-energy projects. However, it is in their future plans. So with that said, Member Klaba, we are working in partnership with the various municipalities, but there are dependencies wherein it relies also on their participation and support of the project. On the second question, again, we have supplied the name of the contractors, but the City of Ekurhuleni has signed power purchase agreements with 6 IPPs to establish waste-to-energy projects. The projects have been approved by Council and are being developed through Section 33. The PPAs are for a period of 20 years. And the names of the contractors are as follows: ZMK Power, number 2 is Full Swing Consortium, and number 3 is Mahlamba Ndlovu and Waste to Energy Consortium. Again, further details are contained here in the table for your reference. In terms of question 3, the projects are being developed under the Independent Power Producer Scheme, and thus the contract value is not yet available. Number 4, no details have been provided on the bankability of the projects, but it is something that we can do further investigation on. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Mr. Ramakhupa. Is there a supplementary question, member, or remark, Member Klaba?
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. It's a remark to the MEC. The city of Joburg alone produces 1.6 billion tons of waste. That means space in a congested province is already at a premium. And Valmarina landfill is at 80% capacity, while Henlyon Clip and Walkerville at 60% and 40% respectively, and they are both in CDB. It is against this background, MEC, that these projects need to be expedited, and as they are a serious concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Klaba. May you ask the next question, which will be your last.
The increase in population has proven to have a direct impact on the increase of waste, and as a result, uncontrolled waste generation has become a danger to the communities at large, posing both health and environmental concerns. The Portfolio Committee on Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment published a report on the 18th of March 2025 where several findings were made. Several legacy issues like authorizing dump sites not constructed and adequately equipped to meet disposal standards and requirements, low levels of waste minimization caused by historic and current poor practices, level of priority given to environmental compliance, e.g. allocation of resources, funds for operation, equipment, human resources, etc. There is a perception that in the spirit of cooperative governance, municipalities are excused from enforcement action. Moreover, political instability in councils affects enforcement action as well as the quality and management of services provided. There's also been disturbing reports of state officials owning shares in waste management companies, where state capacity to deliver services was sabotaged to create a market for these companies, thereby creating monopolies out of them and BEE fronting. MEC, this looming crisis, if not curtailed, implies that we will not have enough landfill airspace in Gauteng, and waste contamination of land and waste streams will exacerbate the health and environmental hazards, let alone the negative aesthetic impacts on the environment. The first question is, given that within 4 years Gauteng province would have run out of landfill airspace, what measures does the MEC have in place to avoid the looming catastrophe? The second question is, what interventions does the MEC intend putting in place to promote minimal waste generation considering the ever-growing population of Gauteng province? The third question is, may the MEC list in detail the compliance level of all landfills in Gauteng province, both private and public, accompanied by a list of plant equipment on site, including ownership patterns thereof, both private and public. And lastly, may you provide the list of names of companies owning landfill sites which are contracted with the municipalities across Gauteng, names of their shareholders and their directors, and the total spent by the state since 2010. Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Ms. Ramokopa, on behalf of MEC Peters, can you please respond to this question? I'm assuming that's you again. Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me? Thank you. In response to your question, Honourable Member Klaba, the department has been developing strategic programs that will address the landfill crisis, as well as ensure that there is significant increase in waste diversion. This includes the following: the implementation of a regional approach in which more than one municipality partners to establish shared waste management facilities to maximize resources. The province has finalized pre-feasibility studies for a proposed regional facility for 3 metropolitan municipalities in Gauteng, in Tembisa, Midrand and Centurion. The regional facility is aimed at ensuring that maximum waste is diverted from the landfill through establishment of various waste recovery and treatment solutions within the facility. The facility provides a solution to the current pressure faced by the 3 metros in this node, where all 3 metros do not have disposal facilities. Secondly, development of the waste minimization regulations. When these regulations come into effect, the province will mandate the implementation of programs including the separation of waste at source and the banning of certain waste streams as organic waste from the landfills towards composting. The department is also developing a plan towards zero waste and a circular economy in the long term. The department has appointed a service provider with the legal expertise to assist the department to develop the regulations within the next 12 months. Furthermore, the Extended Producer Responsibility (EPR) regulations, which came into effect in May 2021, provides an opportunity for the municipalities to collaborate with the producers as well as the producer responsibility organizations to increase waste diversion as well as establish infrastructure for waste minimization in the province. The PROs also are required to register and pay a service fee to the waste pickers as part of the scheme, as well as establish infrastructure for waste recovery. The department has signed a memorandum of agreement with the PRO Alliance, which is an alliance constituted of the biggest PROs in the paper and packaging and other single-use products. The MOA is aimed at collaboration to enhance waste recovery and growing the waste economy in the province. The department also continued to support waste SMMEs, buyback centres and cooperatives with recycling equipment. The department achievements over the 5 years MTSF period includes the following: a total of 302 buyback centres being supported with recycling equipment. The department has also formalised a total of 196 cooperatives aimed at growing participation of waste enterprises in the waste economy to create green jobs and as well as improve the environment. Furthermore, the department provides continuous training programs to the waste enterprises. A total of 212 waste enterprises were trained in the medium term. Question 2, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Please refer to question 1 above, wherein it has been responded to. In question 3, Deputy Chair of Chairs, may I request again, the question requests a list in detail. It is unfeasible for me to sit and read this list in detail, but it is here, and we can provide it in writing, and it should really have been a written answer. So thank you very much. I will provide the answers.
Thank you, MEC. Ramokgopa. Member Klaba, do you have a supplementary question or a remark? None. Thank you very much. That concludes the questions. We don't have questions for oral explanation. We're going to move straightly to the first order.
Acting Chair.
Oh, sorry. Member Son.
Yes, Acting Chair. Acting Chair, when I asked my question, MEC EGOV got disconnected out of his portfolio for EGOV. And I don't know if you could get him back to answer my questions. Thank you.
Oh. Okay. Member Dlamini, I understand you did not answer your question fully.
I'm here.
Can you please come back and conclude your answer?
Yes, my apologies, Honorable Sue. Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, my apologies. I was muted. I didn't even hear the supplementary question. Can the member please repeat for me?
Acting Speaker, am I required to repeat the whole question?
No, the supplementary one, Honorable Member.
He must have the question. Yeah, can you please, because I can't hear him, unfortunately. Yes. Huh? But is it not that, is not a member club, MEC club, Labin has the full question. He must have the full question.
I do have the full question. Should I answer the full question, the whole question?
Please answer the question, MEC.
Oh, okay. I'm audible, eh?
Please answer the full question.
Oh, okay.
Because I can hardly hear him.
You can hardly hear me.
No, maybe he's...
Is what?
We don't want to force him to be on camera.
No.
Member Dlamini, MEC Dlamini.
Am I audible?
Can we see you? Is it a safe thing to ask?
Yeah, it's a safe thing to ask. Yes.
MEC?
Yes.
MEC?
Where is my video?
We can hardly hear you. Maybe if we see your face, we can read what you are saying.
Can you see me now?
I guess there's a technical problem. We can't hear the MEC.
But I can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, let's listen.
I can hear you loud and clear. I don't know what's happening with this gadget. With regards to question 1,
MEC, continue.
With regards to question 1, my answer was in the financial year of 2024-2025, 193 cameras have been installed in the following corridors, which is on quarter 2, it has 113, which were deployed in the following corridors: 41 in the Central Corridor, Northern Corridor 28, Western Corridor 14, Eastern Corridor 30. On quarter 3, 80 cameras were deployed. All of them were deployed in the Central Corridor. With regards to the specific locations, I have sent I will send an Annexa A to give a member that, but for security reasons, it will not be appropriate to disclose the exact location of all the sites. With regards to who owns the CCTV hardware and footage, the Gauteng Provincial Government, through its Department of E-Government, owns the footage. On question 3, or who are the contracts that were awarded, the Gauteng Department of E-Government entered into a participation agreement with the City of Ekurhuleni, with the City of Ekurhuleni's duly awarded service provider, which was conducted and concluded through an open tender process. The organization that was appointed by the City of Ekurhuleni through an open tender process was Mutswanelo IT Consulting Pty Ltd. The network connections are provided through a secure private access name network through Vodacom. On question 4, on who monitors the real CCTV recordings, the footage is monitored in real time by the personnel from the Gauteng Department of Community Safety, who have been certified and trained to do so. I thank you.
Thank you, MEC Dlamini. Member San, do you have a supplementary question or remark?
Yes, Acting Chair. Thank you very much. MEC, my question was really simple. I asked for the precise location, and you said there's an Annexure A, so you obviously have the information and the answers. Unfortunately, these CCTV cameras, if they are not hidden. So why is it a safety issue? If I can see it, anyone else can see it, so why would you not disclose it to the residents of Gauteng? So that is my question, and I expect you to please provide me with Annexure A. Thank you.
Yes, I will provide you.
MEC Dlamini.
I will definitely provide you, Honourable Soon, with Annexa A. I will definitely do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Will the Secretary please read the first order?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Motion in terms of Rule 117 on the authority, duties, responsibility granted to the Legislature as the separate branch of government to conduct oversight visit as individual members of the Provincial Legislature or committee in terms of section 114, subsection 2, paragraph B, and section 133 of the Constitution. Thank you.
Honorable Member Moody, kindly table and open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. In accordance with Rule 117 of the GPL Standing Rules, I, John Moody, move for a debate in this House sitting to discuss and consider the authority, the duties and responsibilities granted to the Legislature as a separate branch of government to conduct oversight visits as individual members of the Provincial Legislature or committees in terms of Section 114, subsection 2B, and 113 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, and passes a resolution to the Executive to address the following roles of MPLs and committees in carrying out their duties and responsibilities based on the above-mentioned section of the said Constitution. 1. The powers, duties and responsibilities of MPLs as members of portfolio committees to carry out oversight of any executive department or provincial organ of state as mandated in the Constitution and standing rules of this House. Those oversight visits to be conducted as announced or unannounced visits. And 2, the powers, duties and responsibilities of MPLs as individual members of the Provincial Legislature to fully carry out oversight of any department or provincial organ of state as mandated by the Constitution. Such oversight visits to be conducted as announced or unannounced. Outcomes sought of the resolution: 1. Portfolio committees to fully exercise their constitutional mandate in terms of Section 114, subsection 2B and 113, to conduct oversight visits at any department or provincial organ of state, whether announced or unannounced. 2. Individual MPLs to fully exercise the constitutional mandate in terms of Section 114, subsection 2B and 113 of the Constitution to conduct oversight visits at any department or provincial organ of state, whether announced or unannounced. And 3, the Executive to give instructions to all employees, contractors and heads of department and provincial organs of state to uphold, respect and carry out this resolution in accordance with Rule 30, subsection 3 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. I thank you, sir.
Thank you, Member Moody. I'll then allow Member Sirota to make his input.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Section 30 of the Standing Rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature refers to the conduct of members when attending to business and in particular oversight inspections when visiting projects and facilities of provincial entities. In particular, Section 33 attempts to set the parameters and conduct expected of our members when conducting such inspections. The oversight responsibility granted to members is a fundamental and essential obligation in the furtherance of the provincial mandate to ensure good governance through effective oversight of the administration by holding the Premier, MECs and officials to account. This motion attempts to formalise and facilitate the roles and responsibilities of our members when conducting oversight activities by ensuring that our members, both as members of portfolio committees but also independently as members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, may conduct oversight activities without the need to obtain permission for such visits, thus preventing the oversight role of MPLs from being compromised. A number of our MECs have taken the view that automatic access is not practical or helpful in conducting oversight, and that permission should first be obtained before any access to facilities can be granted. This view is that unauthorised access would be disruptive, impacting negatively on the business of an institution. A number of our members have been refused access when either attempting to conduct an inspection in order to verify information regarding and with respect to the institution being visited and or as a regular inspection, where the refusal to allow access as part of an unannounced visit would defeat and compromise the purpose to determine the exact circumstances on the ground. Members Hicklin and De Jager were refused entry to the Pretoria Synagogue in October 24 and January 2025 to determine if proper maintenance had taken place. Member Hicklin was denied entry to the Hillbrow Mortuary in November 24 when attempting to determine if such entity had complied with the regulations. On the 21st of May 25, a few days ago, Member Russell Agwani was denied entry to conduct an oversight inspection at the Gauteng Department of Education in Fox Street, Johannesburg. To prevent unhindered and free access to our members as members of the Portfolio Committee, but also in their capacities in MPLs, has and will severely diminish the purpose of such visits. As the DA believes this motion will enhance effective service delivery, it will support the motion introduced by Member Moody, which we believe will facilitate a transparent process in ensuring that all our members are effectively able to conduct their oversight roles freely and without hindrance, both as portfolio members and as members of the Legislature. This will strengthen our ability to more effectively recognise that our entities are not only accountable when they fail to perform, but that there is a continuous and repetitive mechanism to monitor and rectify service delivery failures. Thank you.
Member Ngani. Member Clara on his behalf.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I'll read on behalf of Honourable Nkani. I rise today to support this critical motion that seeks to affirm the authority, duties and responsibilities granted to this legislature as a separate and co-equal branch of government, especially with respect to oversight visits conducted by individual members of the provincial legislature and committees, in accordance with Section 114, subsection 2b, and Section 113 of the Constitution. Oversight visits as part of these constitutional duties are meant to be more than a symbolic presence of authority. They are a tool through which the legislature checks whether service delivery is happening, whether public funds are being used appropriately, and whether the executive is upholding its constitutional mandate. However, Honourable Speaker, as the Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we must confront an uncomfortable truth. In their current form, these oversight visits are too often inconsequential. Why? Because while the Constitution gives us the authority to conduct oversight, it does not provide us with sufficient mechanisms to enforce our findings and recommendations. We go to schools, we visit clinics, we tour infrastructure projects, often uncovering appalling neglect, mismanagement, and sometimes outright malfeasance. But what happens after the visit? Reports are written, recommendations are tabled, and then silence. There is no obligation on the executive to act decisively or within a defined time frame. There are no enforceable penalties for non-compliance. There is no structured follow-through that guarantees change on the ground. This is where the real failure lies, not in the absence of oversight, but in the importance of its aftermath. We must ask ourselves, honourable members, what is the point of oversight without enforcement? What dignity does this House retain if its voice can be ignored with impunity? The Umkhonto weSizwe Party believes that the time has come to go beyond rhetoric. We need to create an end-to-end enforcement mechanism that ensures the legislature oversight duties are not only performed but also acted upon. Honourable Speaker, oversight is the lifeblood of democracy, but only when it has teeth. Otherwise, it is nothing more than an observation without consequence. We, as the Umkhonto weSizwe Party, say enough with performative oversight. Let us pass this resolution not only to reaffirm our constitutional authority, but to strengthen it with the force of law and accountability. Let us not leave another school unfixed, another hospital under-resourced, or another community forgotten simply because we could not enforce what we observed. I thank you.
Thank you. Member Alberts. Are you online? Huh? Okay. If forfeits his time, Mr. Zul. Member Adams.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs. The ACDP says, legislature oversight is not just a function of governance, it is the backbone of accountability and service delivery. When members of the legislature actively engage with communities, they move beyond policy discussions in government chambers to real-world challenges people face. Their presence ensures that promises made in the government translate into action where it matters most in neighbourhoods, schools, clinics, and public infrastructure projects. Oversight is more than reviewing budgets or questioning officials. It is about listening to the people, understanding their struggles, and ensuring that their voices shape decision-making. The human-centered, and I repeat, the human-centered approach to governance strengthens democracy, builds public trust, and improves service delivery. The ability of legislature committees and members to monitor government programs directly in communities ensures that resources are allocated fairly and effectively. When oversight is conducted on the ground, the challenges faced by ordinary citizens are no longer just statistics. They become real stories, real concerns, and real needs that require urgent attention. For example, an MPL visiting a local clinic will witness firsthand whether there are enough doctors, medical supplies, or functioning equipment. They can speak to the patients and healthcare workers, assess delays in medication delivery, and escalate these issues to legislative committees on relevant departments. When such oversight, if prevented, are in any way encumbered, it compromises the very oversight the legislature conducts on behalf of the people. When MPLs meet face-to-face, accountability takes on a new meaning instead of relying on reports and official statements. Oversight is also about transparency, making sure public resources are used honestly and effectively. MPLs play a key role in preventing management corruption, or preventing mismanagement, corruption, and negligence by scrutinizing government projects with communities. When an MPL physically visits the site, it speaks to displaced families and questions local authorities. They expose delays and demand accountability. In my closing remarks, Honourable Chair of Chairs, the issue of opposition and main ruling parties must cease, because we must not be there just to make sure we attack each other, fight with each other, always find there's enmity and disunity in the House. We must know that all of us must have the best interests of the people of Gauteng at hand. So oversight must not be a war. Oversight must not be a fight. Oversight must be a collective taking hands together so that the people on the ground can see that this House, in the 7th administration, will deliver what they need in infrastructure. I thank you. The ACT supports this motion. Thank you, sir.
Okay, it's one now. Okay. Okay, thank you, Member Adams. It's now Member Evans.
Honourable Speaker, honourable members, I rise in full support of the motion brought by Honourable John Moody. This legislature is not ceremonial. It's a constitutionally empowered institute with the duty to hold the executive accountable. Sections 114, subsection 2B, and 133 of the Constitution make it clear we are responsible for ensuring transparency and service delivery. We were not elected to sit idle. We were elected to act. First, portfolio committees must have the authority to conduct both announced and unannounced oversight visits. Real oversight happens when the people are in clinics, schools, and unfinished housing sites, not in staged presentations. Second, individual MPLs must be empowered to conduct oversight independently. We are not just committee members. We are elected representatives with a mandate to expose failure, inefficiency, and corruption wherever it exists. This is not about politics, it's about accountability. The executive must know that we are watching and that we will act. Let this motion affirm our commitment to real on-the-ground oversight. If we fail to use our authority, we betray the people who entrusted us with it. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Evans. Member Ali.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. We live in rather nebulous times where nothing is as it seems. The truth is negotiable, reality is questionable, and facts are fallible. People can alter their appearance through filters. PR can make believe that there's a genocide against Afrikaners in South Africa, and incidental advertising on soapies will have us thinking that government services are being delivered when the opposite is true. In such times, verification and fact-checking should not only be the order of the day, they ought to be as imperative as the very air we breathe. In times of press briefings and ribbon cuttings and media releases as a means to political ends, it's even more critical that we as members of this august House do all we can to ensure that members of the executive deliver on their promises, practice what they preach, and serve the citizens of this here republic. Oversight in and of itself is a critical component of the legislature, and individual oversight, unannounced individual oversight, is one of the most effective ways to separate fact from fiction. Not to serve as a gotcha moment to oust the executive, but as a diagnostic tool to fully understand the lived reality of the citizenry and therefore prescribe sufficient intervention. If Greek mythology is to be believed, it was a failure to scrutinize the contents of the enormous Trojan horse that led to the defeat of Troy. Madam Speaker, in her absence, or Deputy, thank you so much, Acting Speaker, not everything is as it seems. All that glitters is not gold. Individual members of this House, entrusted by their constituency, can unearth critical information that is not in the purview of a relevant committee, information that can literally be a matter of life and death. To do away with individual member oversight is to spit in the face of the electorate that voted us in these positions. I can almost see the disillusionment on a voter's face if a member were to say, well, I'm sorry, the committee wasn't interested in your matter and therefore we cannot investigate. However, I will concede that every right is closely accompanied by a responsibility. Individual member oversight cannot be absolute. The rights of those who are overseen must also be upheld. Even the Constitution contains Section 36, also known as the Limitation Clause, which carefully outlines the conditions under which liberties can be limited. But let it be known that 36 or Section 36 does not nullify the rights, but it merely places them on a hierarchy. So let this House tighten up the decorum of individual member oversight by all means, but let it not be said that this House muzzled a critical component of being a member of the legislature, namely to hold the executive to account. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Adi. May we have Member Poho?
Thank you very much. Greetings to members in the House. Greetings to members of the Gauteng community. Speaker, while we recognize the need for greater expression of Rule 232 on effective oversight and the privileges of individual members and the committees in conducting oversight visits, whether announced or unannounced, we as the EFF have never shied away from conducting oversight visits. As the people of Kleinfontein, who initially refused us an oversight, and a week later, we arrived with over 1,000 warm bodies. Nothing has prevented public representatives of the EFF from exercising their mandate in conducting oversight and working for our people. This is why, Speaker, the red overalls have come to be known as a symbol of those who kick open the doors in pursuit of truth, accountability, and good governance. Because when it comes to our people, singena noma kuvaliwe. Speaker, the legislature stands as the watchdog of the people, an instrument designed to uphold the principle of the separation of powers, which is one of the several critical components of the delicate checks and balances maintaining our constitutional democracy, as expressed in Section 104 of the Constitution, where the power of the legislature is derived from. Now more than ever, Speaker, the Constitution is our last line of defense, particularly in a political climate where our leaders of government bow down and explain themselves to imperialists while undermining and dismissing the country's laws. Section 114 of the Constitution describes this framework, stating that in exercising its legislative power, a provincial legislature may, among other things, maintain oversight over a provincial executive and any other provincial organ of the state. This gives rise to Rule 232, subsection 1(o) of the standing rules of this House, which details that oversight includes individual inspections by members of the House. However, Speaker, this rule is often limited by provincial departments and organs of the state, which habitually turn away members from conducting unannounced oversight visits and compel the committee to only conduct announced oversights. Such a practice serves to mask discrepancies and mismanagement, particularly in public facilities. Upon being informed of pending oversights, public facilities like hospitals and schools prepare themselves in advance, painting a misleading picture to the committee and preventing them from adequately exercising their responsibilities. Speaker, the EFF want to put it on the record that in almost all the departments, Gauteng officials and executives have grown accustomed to behaving like politicians. Departments want to be overseen on their own terms and in some cases want to confine the oversight mechanism to their pre-caucused arrangements based on patronage with their ANC principles. This limits members from performing their oversight functions and reduces it to a group activity in which they are always prepared to cover up. The EFF submits that the provincial departments and organs of the state avoid accountability through their insistence on announced oversight, particularly by individual members. Furthermore, preventing members of the committee from conducting unannounced oversights constitutes a limitation on Rule 232 of the GPL Standing Rules on effective oversight, as well as Section 114 of the Constitution of the Republic regarding functions of the legislature. Therefore, the EFF calls for Rule 232, subsection 1(o) to be applied in a way that allows individual members of this august House and the committees to conduct unannounced oversight. We believe this will ensure effective oversight and align Rule 232 with Section 114 of the Constitution of South Africa. In conclusion, noma kuvaliwe thina siyongena, whether they allow or not, we echo the sentiments expressed in this motion and that the executive must take reasonable steps to ensure the implementation of Section 232, which includes mandating its employees, contractors, and all provincial organs of state to allow for the carrying out of the unannounced oversight. Thank you very much.
Member Albert, you can come in. Let's give Member Albert first to come. Then I'll allow the next biggest party to come.
Thank you, Acting Speaker, for your indulgence. Sections 1142B and 133 of the Constitution provides for the powers and duties of oversight that provincial legislatures have over the executive. Under the rubric of these provisions, Rule 33 of the Standing Rules establishes the right for members to physically visit or inspect projects and facilities as part of the oversight functions. While no mention is made of departments and organs of provincial governments as such, and whether members may access them as part of the oversight functions, the Constitution is clear that oversight must be performed over the executive as a whole. That will by necessity include departments and organs or provincial governments. Any narrower interpretation would be unconstitutional. Rule 23210 makes it clear that an individual member may conduct inspection visits, while Rule 2341B allows for collective oversight by committees. Both the Constitution and the Standing Rules are quiet whether these visits must be announced or unannounced. As oversight will logically be strengthened by performing unannounced visits, it must be considered lawful. Given the uncertainty that might exist in the way Rule 33 is currently drafted, it would be prudent to amend it to clearly reflect the aforestated rights of members and committees in relation to oversight. There are also other considerations that the Legislature can take note of. Section 1141 of the Constitution empowers provincial legislatures to amend bills and to initiate and prepare legislation. This also seems to imply that the Legislature can devise policy that underlies legislation and therefore correct executive policy and legislation, subject to any limitations set by the Constitutional Court. The Legislature should therefore provide for a rule in this respect in the standing rules, as well as a procedure to deal with deadlocks between the executive and the Legislature. Furthermore, given that many annual performance plans set by departments do not truly speak to the work to be performed or measures the wrong outputs, the Legislature's committees must also have the right, in certain circumstances, to adjust APPs or set new ones that the departments must comply with. Lastly, the standing rules will also provide for the rights of committees to prescribe the manner and style in which departments report to them. The executive should not be able to obfuscate important matters among reams of documents and information. In this regard, the committees and the executive can cooperate to create report templates in accordance with best practices. We submit, Acting Speaker, that these changes in the standing rules will substantially improve oversight in Gauteng. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Alberts. Member Moriarty.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs. So it's obvious, and we note that certainly all of the parties on this side of the House, all of the people from the Action SA and everybody else has spoken so far, that we are in favour of unannounced visits, and specifically for individuals. It is unfortunate that the structure of the speaking list has been to the extent that the ANC has reserved itself the last place, and so we don't know what they're going to say, but we'll hear it when it comes. Honourable Moody, you'll have the task in 3 minutes to address what they're going to say in 11 minutes, so good luck. For me, a debate is an interchange of ideas, but the way this has been constructed, it actually denies that right. Anyway, we've seen, as you've heard from other members, interference by certain MECs and HODs to the principle that has been laid down in our standing rules and in the Constitution. They obviously have a visceral objection to the possibility that the truth would emerge during an unannounced visit. Our experiences are that when you have an announced visit, there is a great deal of sanitization that takes place beforehand. When you arrive, you get a glowing impression that service is being delivered. Unannounced visits invariably expose things that aren't working as they are claimed to be. But at various times, honourable colleagues from the ANC said that oversight should be conducted via the committees. Not all of you, but a significant number of you. This has been a means to protect the MECs. A particular experience that I had was regarding the so-called Gauteng online system. This was a R3 billion investment that was a huge waste of money. It took an age to implement, you'll recall, Honourable Moody, and when it was implemented, it did not deliver benefit to the targeted beneficiaries, namely learners in townships. The Finance Portfolio Committee were shown a very pristine facility in a school in Deepcliff on an oversight visit. It had 25 workstations connected to the Gauteng online server. The officials that headed up the project demonstrated the utilisation of the systems, and they measured success in terms of a working connection to an obscure set of apps. And during the visit, the impression was given that all was well. However, Gauteng Online didn't translate to an improvement either in the learning of the various subjects in the apps, nor in the outcomes in terms of pass marks and so on. By the way, Gauteng Online did not even support the curriculum subject of CAT. I did an individual oversight at Minerva High School in Alexandra, and true enough, they had a facility for Gauteng Online. It was extremely secure, well ventilated, all the machines were there, but not a single soul was using any of those devices. Meanwhile, across the passage, the high school had commandeered their own library, and the enterprising principal of that school had persuaded a willing corporate to invest in 30 personal computers, fully loaded, even with the CAT curriculum, and learners were actively using it, as I was able to see for myself. Success, not by this government, but in spite of it. I would not have gleaned that on the basis of government reports nor the committee oversight. Mr. Deputy Chair of Chairs, if we are obstructed in individual and unannounced oversight visits, we cannot fulfil our constitutionally mandated duties. The public benefit from transparency. Only poor performing MECs and senior management benefit from obstruction. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Member Moriarty will now give to Member Mokhobe.
No, thank you so much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Let me greet the Premier in absentia and the Speaker, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, honourable members and the citizens of Gauteng. I think, Member Moriarty, you will now know that the ANC has got nothing to hide. We stand before you here to express that the ANC support the motion introduced by Honourable J.C. Moody of Action SA. The motion before us seeks to reinforce the constitutional authority of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature to conduct oversight through both announced and unannounced visits, whether by committees or by individual members of the Provincial Legislature. We support this motion because it strengthens our shared responsibility to ensure transparent, accountable and responsive governance. The power of oversight as provided for in Section 114(2)(b) and 133 of the Constitution is not an abstract principle. It is a cornerstone of democratic governance and a vital instrument for ensuring that public institutions work effectively for the people. However, our support is not unconditional. It comes with a firm belief that oversight, while essential, must be exercised in a manner that upholds the integrity of service delivery and respects the operational realities of state departments. We must not sacrifice functionality for scrutiny. Oversight must strengthen, not weaken, the state's ability to serve its citizens. Oversight initiatives must avoid situations where a hospital emergency unit is overwhelmed by more than 1,000 members of the EFF, Member Paul, and at that very moment a group of members arrive unannounced demanding an inspection, or where a school principal is pulled away from teaching to prepare for an impromptu visit, leaving learners unattended. That is not accountability, it is disruption. We are going to teach you power with purpose. We must balance. We are balancing oversight with service delivery. Oversight plays a vital role in monitoring and improving government programs, but it must be exercised with responsibility. Service delivery is the key way that state upholds its social contract with citizens. Ensuring access to housing, water, education, healthcare and safety, poorly structured oversight such as uncoordinated visits or excessive inspections can disrupt frontline services and delays projects. Therefore, oversight should be strategic, well-planned and guided by clear standards to hold government accountable while supporting effective service delivery in Gauteng. We must pursue an approach to oversight that is deliberate, not performative. We don't have performers here or artists. We are elected representatives so that we don't go to institutions to perform. Oversight must be informed, it must not be impulsive. Oversight must be coordinated, not confrontational. We must create a balance where we remain visible and vigilant without becoming a burden to the very institutions we want to strengthen. The ANC has got these guidelines to propose to the House. clear guidelines for oversight. There should be formal guidelines regulating both unannounced and unannounced visits. This should include procedures for notification, where applicable, scope of inquiry, and expected conduct. This will help ensure that oversight is constructive and not disruptive. We must minimize service interruption. Oversight activities must be coordinated in a way that minimizes interference with essential services. Visits to schools, hospitals, or municipal sites should be scheduled during times that do not affect their core operations. Oversight should support, not hinder, public service delivery. We must have accountable reporting mechanisms. Every oversight activity should be followed by a structured report outlining key findings, recommendations, and timelines for follow-up. This report should be shared with the relevant department and tabled in the legislature to ensure accountability. There must also be a code of conduct for oversight. A standard code of conduct should be adopted for all MPLs undertaking oversight work. This code should outline expected standards of professionalism, confidentiality, and impartiality. It should also protect the dignity of public officials and community members. We must also have capacity building so that MPLs are able to exercise oversight properly. Effective oversight requires that MPLs are adequately trained in the legal, technical, and operational aspects of the sectors they monitor. Regular capacity building programs should be made available to ensure oversight is based on evidence and understanding, not assumptions. Oversight is not a weapon, it's a tool for transformation. In a capable and developmental state, the legislature does not compete with the executive, it complements and corrects it. Our 55th National Conference emphasized this of the ANC. It will be impossible to transform the economy without the leadership of a capable and ethical democratic state. Oversight is how we ensure that capability and ethics are not slogans but standards. But for oversight to truly transform Gauteng, this House must also transform from partisanship to partnership, from reaction to proactivity, from delay to delivery. To the people of Gauteng, this legislature must not be a mystery to you. It must be a platform for your hopes and demands. It's not a platform for people to play politics. The oversight we speak of here today, it is your right, because democracy isn't just because about elections every 5 years. It's about holding power, those in power to account every single day. We must protect the public purse, monitor the impact of programs, and call out non-performance, not for headlines but for healing communities. We support this motion because it strengthens democracy, but we insist on doing so with wisdom, with strategy, and with unwavering commitment to the people, especially the people of Gauteng that elected us. Let oversight be about truth, not theater. Let it be about progress, not politics. Let it serve the people, not personalities. Let the people of Gauteng say to us, they heard us, they saw us, and they acted for us, not for their political parties. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Member Moriarty?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Chair of Chairs, I'd like to rise in terms of Rule 77, Sub-Rule 5, which says at the end of each speech, any member, including members who have already spoken, may indicate to the presiding officer that he or she wishes to ask a question or make a remark directly related to the speech. I'd like to make such a remark, please.
Okay, you can make such a...
Thank you. Yes, it's very unfortunate that Honourable Makgobe wants to come here and grandstand the way that he does, professing that he's in favour of unannounced visits. But then he goes on to say that as part of the conditions, of which he had many conditions, he said that there should be notification. How are you unannounced if you have to notify? Now, here's the thing. He's trying to imply that every time Honourable Moody or Honourable Albert or Honourable Masileng or Honourable Ali go on an unannounced visit.
Yeah. There's an order. There's an order.
Sorry, I've got 2 minutes.
90.
I have 2 minutes, Mr.
Rule 90.
Mr. Chair of Chairs.
There's an order.
Mr. Chair of Chairs. I have 2 minutes.
Joshua Thomas.
Yeah.
No rising.
No, Joshua Thomas.
Member Moriarty.
Yeah,
in terms of Rule 83.2, 83, yeah, you had a right to speak only if you had time in terms of your as the party.
No.
And now I realize that your time was finished.
77.5. 77.5.
Okay. No, it's fine. I've been corrected.
By time.
Yeah, it's fine.
By time.
Who are you trying to protect? What are you trying to hide?
Chair. Rule 83 says.
Order. Yeah. Okay. Order. Let's have order. We'll settle this. Let's just calm down.
Rule 83 further says, a member can then do the debate after you have called that member. No, it's here. It's here. Rule 80, Chair. So you did not speak.
Okay.
Ask him to speak. You did not ask him to speak, Chair. He quoted the rule, then he stood up and he spoke before you allowed him to speak. Masilela, sit down. Don't bully us.
Chair,
don't bully us. Don't bully us,
okay,
Masilela.
I'm making a ruling.
Don't bully us. Masilela, don't bully us.
All right. Okay, let's order. Order. No. In terms of in terms of in terms of
I raised my hand.
No, order.
I raised order.
Order in terms of
No, but I raised order.
77.5. Okay, I'm making an order. Members, please, please calm down. In terms of Rule 775, Member Moriarty was correct. He was debating in terms of the correct order. So please conclude. Please conclude. What's the order?
Member Twala, sit down.
Yeah, but I've made a ruling in terms of advice that we have got here. Member Litswalo?
Recognizing me. This is a critical debate. And we take nothing from the intimations made by members on either side. Very crucial. But Chair, I think, frankly, we need to point out the interpretation of that rule. It doesn't create an automatic or absolute right. It doesn't do that. It has got a qualifier under subsection 3. If you read subsection 3, if you read subsection 3 of that rule, it says, notwithstanding subsection 2, it is only that a member may be permitted, provided that their party has got available time. So nowhere does it say when a member indicates they are interested to speak, as part of the debate, when they were not part of the list, automatically they can be given leeway to express their views. It creates a qualifier, and that qualifier needs to be determined. Is there availability of a time for that specific part? So I really think let's not mess it up. We allowed for the debates. Members exhausted their time. So, no, wait, Mama, wait. We'll send you there. You'll be the 50th member. You'll be the 50th member. So, Chair, I wanted to advise as such that there's a qualifier. Let's not transgress our own rules. You know, we're already seeking to transgress other rules. So let's not further perpetuate it. Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay. I think there's, okay, there's two interpretations. There's 77.5 and also there's rule 83.2, which seems to be contradicting each other, and the advice that we're getting from the table assistants here is that Member Moriarty is correct in terms of speaking. So, no, I'm just explaining, wait. I'm just explaining what the rule seems to be the contradiction that seems to be the order. Yeah, it's fine.
No.
A ruling has been made. A ruling has been made. Can we respect the ruling?
I'm explaining until the
Can we respect the ruling?
You can't read in isolation.
Member Lutualo, can we respect the ruling? A ruling has been made.
You must read the rule as a whole.
Respect the ruling. You will take it to Rules Committee. Take it to Rules Committee. A ruling has been made. Please, let's respect the ruling. A ruling has been made. Member Lutualo, sit down. A ruling has been made.
We're reviewing the
ruling.
Take it to Rules Committee.
Take it to
You can't lift up a specific subsection. You can never lift up a specific subsection.
No.
You must read as a whole.
A ruling has been made. The ruling you said. That's all. Respect the ruling. Respect the ruling.
Thank you very much.
A ruling has been made.
Thank you very much.
No, please.
Yeah.
Can we
order? I'm going to go.
Let's respect the presiding officer. A ruling was made.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs and the chair of the session.
The table is wrong.
Yeah,
you can't read the rule in isolation.
We can't.
You can't lift up specific subsections.
Ezra.
Let's allow the chief whip to speak.
No, thank you very much. We will not be the ones to undermine the rulings of the presiding officers. We are firstly going to ask that the ruling be referred. But secondly, Member Matshidiso rose on something that you and I, Honorable Moriarty, should be upholding and be exemplary to all members. That's why I kept on raising my hand so that the presiding officer can see me, because she rose on an order that you spoke before you could have even been allowed. That was what the commotion was about. And we are supposed to raise our hand, be noted by the presiding officer, then be allowed to speak consistent with the rules. We respect the ruling. We are asking for it to be reviewed, and the presiding officer come back to us and give us a correct answer, because we believe that the ruling was made in part of what the rules are saying. Thank you very much.
Okay. Members, I am duty bound that if, just listen, I'm duty bound that I must follow the rules, and upon advice from the table assistants, and I've asked this over and over again, I will not go against what has been advised as a legally sound. Yeah, no, it's fine, member. It's fine. In terms of the advice that I've received from the table assistants, yeah, it's fine. Yes, I'm saying the legal advice that we get from the table assistants.
Please get the advice from a legal practitioner.
I've made a ruling. Member Moriarty will conclude. Member Moriarty, please conclude.
You need an advice from a legal practitioner.
So, what we have
You need it from a legal practitioner.
Member Lutalo, please sit down. Please,
No,
please.
we can't condone wrong things.
Okay, thank you very much.
The ruling is wrong, you are wrong. Why do you say Rule 77 prevails over Rule 83? Why? The table assistants there must tell us. Why does Rule 77 prevail over 83? Why? When you are lifting up a specific subsection, you are wrong. You are wrong.
Member Lutalo, please be ordered.
One rule cannot prevail over another.
I don't know who's Member Lutalo. Member Lutalo.
If it was us, you're going to remove us.
Member Lutalo.
If it was us, you're going to be removed.
To remove this man.
Member Lutalo, please sit down.
Call Sergeant at Arms.
Member Lutalo. Chief Whip.
Call Sergeant at Arms, Chair.
Chief Whip, can you please?
Magapume.
Member Chief Whip, can you please ask?
We are fighting now. It's a war. It's a war. We are fighting now.
Okay. Thank you. Please conclude.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs. So, in terms of the conditions set down by Honourable Makgobe, you're not allowed to interfere with service delivery, and we agree. But here's an instance of abuse. Honourable Russell Wane last week went to the offices of the Department of Education, which has been closed down. It's virtually empty. There's no building. There's no service delivery. So she's not interrupting any service delivery, yet she is prevented from access. I regret to say, Honourable Makgobe, that the rules that you're bringing in have allowed others, MECs and HODs, to abuse the rules. Thank you very much.
We need next thing to come tell us about
Okay.
NBC.
You are abusing rules yourself there.
Honourable Moody. Honourable Member Moody, kindly reply to the debate.
Deputy Chair of Chairs, we are asking that we follow the rule book. We have not yet amended it. We still follow it as it is. Rule 83.3, just that we allowed that you allow Honourable Moriarty to speak. He was not supposed to speak. All parties represented in the House have been given time to speak. I'm rising on Rule 83.3. And therefore, the members, unless if Moriarty feels the member who spoke on behalf of his party misrepresented him. But the member who spoke there spoke on behalf of his party. And the rule says that he can only speak if the party still has free time. The party doesn't have free time. And Deputy Chair of Chairs, you are allowing him. You were not supposed to allow Honourable Moriarty to speak. All parties, please, let's not delay the House unnecessarily. We are asking humbly. Comrades, I can represent myself. I can speak. So we are asking that we follow the rules. Honourable Moriarty was not supposed to speak. This is a debate. We are in a debate. Thank you.
The Chief Whip and members, the Rules Committee will provide clarification on this matter, because as I'm saying, the Rules Committee will further clarify this matter, because as a presiding officer, where we have no clarity, we obviously have to rely on the legal advice that is sitting here. But if there are issues that the House still feels that the advice that we got from the table here is not adequate or is incorrect, the Rules Committee will then be the correct platform to interpret the Rules Committee. So this matter, members, is closed now because it's now mute. It's fine. The Rules Committee will clarify this matter. Yeah, the Rules Committee will further clarify this matter. I'm going to now allow Member Moody to reply to the debate so that we close this matter. Please reply to the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. I didn't believe for one moment that this motion would cause such controversy in the House. But it's good that we have these debates.
It exposes people.
Yeah. Sir, every other party that has spoken here has spoken in support of this motion. Therefore, it will be very difficult for me to raise anything more substantial than was already expressed in this particular House. But let me address a couple of issues that were raised by Member Makgoba. We cannot say that you support this motion, and then on the other hand, you say it has to be coordinated, it has to be... So let me speak to the decorum I think that you want to talk about. My interpretation of what I want to bring here is not for me, as a member of this legislature, to have just a clean slate to walk in anywhere and to boast with my badge here and just walk in there like the new sheriff in town. Not at all. It is about accountability, and it's about representing the interests of the people out there that you and I serve by holding departments to account. Therefore, I also believe that we shouldn't be disrupting the work that is being done there. Because if I'm going to walk in there and I'm going to stop everything from happening, I'm going to be a disruption to the service delivery that I want to see improved so that our people can benefit from it. Exactly. No, I don't. I agree. I'm qualifying something that you, quite frankly, are speaking about. But let me conclude with the following. I believe that as a member of the legislature, I must be able to conduct oversight, unannounced as a member, as an extension of this legislature that has oversight responsibility over the executive and those departments that should be delivering quality services to our people, which is not happening. And as been indicated by the speakers here, we get reports, etc. Unless I go and see for myself, I'm not going to know what's happening because I can be fed a lot of hogwash. I'm not a marshal. So let me conclude with the following. My whole intention here was for us to look at the following key points, and that is about accountability. And individual oversight helps to hold government departments accountable. Transparency oversight promotes transparency in government activities. And constituent representation, you and I are representative of those people out there, our people, that are continuing to suffer 31 years after our democracy was achieved. When is things going to change? MPLs can respond to our constituents' needs. Now, the people have spoken
Member
last
Moody,
year.
please conclude. Your time is
I will
finished.
conclude, Chair. The people have spoken last year. Therefore, we can have this debate. And from where I stand, I'd like for us to all get together with sober minds and sober heads and put the people's interests first.
Thank you,
and
Member
party
Moody.
politics outside.
Thank you, Member Moody. Since this was a motion of debate and the motion proposes that the House resolve to make recommendations to the Executive in terms of Rule 107 subsection 2B, read together with Rule 63, the House will move for adoption and a question will now be put. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes. Yes. All those not in favor say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Will the Secretary please read the second order?
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Motion in terms of Rule 117 on manufacturing traffic lights and deteriorating infrastructure to discuss and address the official and pressing issues impacting our provincial and local government roads. Thank you.
Honourable More, kindly table and open the debate on the motion.
Okay, thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Greetings to the House and fellow South Africans. In accordance with Rule 117 of the Standing Rules, I, Emma More of Action SA, move with notice to request for a debate in the House sitting to discuss and address the critical and pressing issues impacting our provincial and local government roads. The persistent malfunctioning of traffic lights, deteriorating street lights, and the overall decline in road infrastructure require our immediate and focused attention via a debate to pass a resolution to the Executive. These malfunctions and infrastructure issues pose severe risk to public safety, disrupt traffic flow, and significantly diminish the quality of life for our residents. The ongoing failure of local municipalities and provincial government to ensure the proper maintenance and functioning of our traffic lights, street lights and road infrastructure is unacceptable and demands urgent intervention. This debate seeks to address the following key concerns. Number one, the frequent and prolonged malfunctions of traffic lights leading to severe traffic congestion, accidents and heightened risk to road users. Number two, the deteriorating condition of street lights, which comprises safety, particularly during night time. And number three, the alarming state of road infrastructure, negatively impacting transportation, efficiency and economic activities. Resolutions and actions required. I call upon this House to resolve the following actions with utmost urgency in line with Rule 63. Number one, the MEC of Roads and Transport, Honourable Kidiboni Dialet-Labella, must present an immediate and comprehensive plan to address the issues of malfunctioning traffic lights and deteriorating road infrastructure. Number two, the MEC of Cooperative Governance, Honourable Jacob Mamabulu, must urgently outline the measures taken to ensure local municipalities comply with maintenance standards and accountability for road infrastructure. And lastly, both MECs must commit to an expedited timeline for implementation of these plans and provide regular, transparent updates to this House on the progress made. I thank you, Acting Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Du Plessis.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I stand before you today not just to debate, but to raise an urgent call to action about a crisis unfolding daily on the roads of our province of Gauteng. As the economic heartland of South Africa, we deserve world-class infrastructure to grow our economy and eradicate unemployment. But instead, we are grappling with three major concerns: malfunctioning traffic lights, failing street lights, and the deteriorating condition of our road network with the scourge we all know as potholes. Let me begin with the frequent and prolonged malfunctioning traffic signals. In Johannesburg, Tshwane and Ekurhuleni, it has become almost normal to drive through intersections where provincial traffic signals are non-functional. Theft and vandalism make things worse, but even when the power is on, these systems fail due to poor maintenance and outdated infrastructure. What does this lead to? Chaos, peak hour gridlock, rising accident rates, and drivers taking dangerous chances just to get through an intersection. Emergency services are delayed, businesses lose hours in traffic, and the ordinary road user pays the price. Secondly, there is the issue of streetlights, or rather their lack thereof. In many parts of Gauteng, from the highways of Johannesburg to the townships of Tembisa and the suburbs of Pretoria, streetlights have either stopped working or are frequently vandalized without prompt repair. This is not just an inconvenience, it's a security risk. Darkness breeds danger. Pedestrians are hit because drivers can't see them. Women and children walking home at night are exposed to crime. These are real threats facing our communities every night. An example is the intersection on the R500 as you turn off to Fochville, which has been reported since October 2023. And then there's the alarming condition of our roads. Potholes have become so common in Gauteng, they are now a running joke on social media. But for delivery drivers, taxi operators and ordinary motorists, this is not a joke. Potholes damage vehicles, cause accidents and increase costs for everyone using Gauteng roads, and can even lead to residents dying. And it's not just about potholes, it's the entire road system. Poor drainage causes flooding, lack of signage and lane markings causes confusion. These issues undermine Gauteng's economy, slowing transport, damaging goods and discouraging investment. So I ask you, how can Gauteng, the engine room of South Africa's economy, allow such a vital sector to fall into such disrepair? Just last week, Premier Lesotho promised 1.5 billion for road repairs and maintenance. Too little, too late? Will it really be used and utilized when it must be? Still, it all remains to be seen. We are seeing movement on especially traffic signals, but is this too little, too late? The issue is not just technical, it's political. It's about accountability, planning and prioritization. We need transparent budgets for road maintenance, partnerships with private contractors who deliver results, and modern solar-powered traffic solutions. We need streetlight repairs prioritized like our lives depend on it, because they do. In conclusion, this debate is not simply about traffic lights, street lights or potholes. It's about the right to move safely, freely and efficiently in the province we call our home. Gauteng deserves better. Our people deserve better, and we must demand better. We, as the Democratic Alliance, therefore do concur with the motion as stated and agree that more needs to be done to safeguard the motorists of Gauteng. Thank you.
Who is going to speak on behalf of Member Nkani? Member Klaba? Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The MK Party has long started with the debate on traffic lights in all cities within Gauteng province. We further note that most of this malfunctioning has been frequent and prolonged, making it difficult for traffic to flow and adding into the congestion as well as criminal incidents. As the Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we assert that convening a debate on the persistent issues of malfunctioning traffic lights, deteriorating street lights, and the overall decline in road infrastructure is an inadequate response to the systematic failures of the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport. Such a debate fails to address the root causes of these issues and undermines the agency required to hold the responsible authorities accountable. We demand that the law enforcement units must do research on the components which are part of the construction of these traffic lights, which compels these criminal syndicates to be interested in the dismantling of the traffic signal. The department must identify these criminal syndicates and be brought to the book. Since the traffic signal are synchronized with the geographic information system, we need to know if the GIS is functioning optimally. Section 36 of the South African National Land Transport Act deals with integrated transport plans. It mandates that municipalities and regulatory entities develop and maintain ITPs to ensure effective land transport planning. The ITPs must consider various factors like land use, economic development, social needs, and they are essential for licensing and managing public transport services. As Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we adopt the proposed motion as an adequate response to the pressing issues facing Gauteng's transport infrastructure. We call for immediate action to address the failures of the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport and to ensure that the department fulfills its mandate to provide safe, reliable and efficient transport infrastructure for the people of Gauteng.
Now
thank you.
The time has long passed.
Thank you.
MEC Ramokgopa.
Honourable Speaker, Acting Speaker, across Gauteng, the signs of infrastructure collapse are visible from Sandton to Soweto, Parkhurst to Soshanguve. No one is immune. What used to be known as Jozi Maboneng has now sadly become Jozi Mafifing. Our citizens are living in darkness, exposed to the risk of crime and road accidents. These are not mere inconveniences. They are failures, and they are costing the residents of Gauteng time, safety, dignity, and money. According to reports published in the Sowetan, February 2025, 396 traffic lights are down in Johannesburg alone. In the province and across Gauteng's 3 metro municipalities, more than 600 traffic lights are down. This surge in failures and malfunctions of our road and traffic infrastructure is increasingly due to theft and vandalism. Acts of criminality are exacerbating the problem of our crumbling infrastructure. Criminal syndicates and opportunistic thieves target the electrical wiring and metal components of traffic signals, streetlights and other road safety installations, often under the cover of darkness or power outages. Honourable members, even key transit routes of our city are not safe. Leaving OR Tambo International Airport on the R24, and I've mentioned it to you, MEC, I've seen large sections of street lighting, high street masts that have been stripped clean, leaving stretches of the highway unlit at night. This creates not only poor visibility for motorists, but also heightens the chance of other criminal acts taking place. Honourable members, despite these challenges, Rise Mzansi commends the Honourable MEC for Roads and Transport, who is working hard to break this cycle and has created mechanisms to rapidly respond to service delivery queries. The department has indeed made efforts, from rolling out alternative power supply pilots for traffic signals to the continuing maintenance work being undertaken, despite incredibly difficult constraints. These are important contributions and they must be supported. But we must also address a critical truth. We will not win this battle through increasing infrastructure expenditure alone. The resolution before us calls upon the Department of Roads and Infrastructure and COCTA to act, but any long-term and sustainable improvement to our infrastructure demands strategic coordination with law enforcement. Municipalities are stuck in a reactive cycle, repairing infrastructure only to have it vandalized days later. Streetlights are replaced only to be stripped again before month end. Without a dedicated, intelligence-driven policing effort to target these criminal syndicates, we are simply throwing money into a fire. As Rise Mzansi, we call on the MEC to coordinate with law enforcement to ensure increased visible policing, and not just for checking license disc MEC, but for actual crime prevention. We need task teams focused on infrastructure protection, and we need our justice system to treat this as economic sabotage, not just petty theft. Only when government departments work hand in hand, the SAPs, the Metro Police and community safety structures, can we break this cycle and defend our province's most basic public asset. Let me remind this House that Gauteng is the engine room of South Africa, and we are soon to be under international scrutiny as Johannesburg hosts the G20 summit. What will the world see? Will they see a province ready for leadership, or a province that cannot even coordinate a four-way stop? This is not just about fixing things, it's about rebuilding trust and reclaiming our rightful place as the crown jewel of the African continent. As Rise Mzansi, we therefore support this motion. Thank you, Acting Speaker.
Thank you. Member Mulder.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honourable Members. Gauteng as economic hub South Africa and the nation's gateway to Africa find itself in a dilemma of catastrophic proportions. The once promising province is now faced with harsh realities of infrastructure decay and failed service delivery, especially in local government. With potholes virtually on all the roads, traffic lights malfunctioning, and infrastructure in general crumbling, the question remains: who is responsible to fix this crisis, and where did it go wrong? The acknowledgement by the Honourable Premier and a number of MECs that all is not well in province is already a step in the right direction. In his answer to a question asked by the Freedom Front Plus on the 11th of March 2025, the Honourable Premier acknowledged that Gauteng's infrastructure is collapsing and that it is indeed detrimental to the economic growth in the province. The Premier then referred to a list of 450 syndicates looting infrastructure, adding that it would be impossible to replace every broken traffic light before these syndicates have been apprehended. On the 5th of March 2025, the Honourable Premier of Gauteng unveiled a bold plan to tackle Gauteng's 13 pressing challenges, of which, amongst others, a 72-hour pothole fix initiative and the promise to replace 187 traffic lights. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, I am confident that every citizen and visitor to Gauteng would welcome these bold steps, but, Honourable Members, the 13 pressing challenges that the Honourable Premier referred to are nothing other than the legacy of those who were in power and are still in power in the province and in municipalities. The first 6 administrations of this province and local government has been responsible for the decay and failed the people of Gauteng, and as economic powerhouse of the country also failed South Africa. I served in this House during the 3rd term and the 4th administration and experienced the gradual neglect and maladministration that led to where we are today. Time will tell if we in the 7th Gauteng administration, and specifically after the local government elections of 2026, will be able to fix this. We collectively are obliged to do so to fulfill our mandate. It is, however, unlikely that the same government and the same dispensation that caused the decay would be able to fix and rebuild and maintain. We need a new dispensation, and the Freedom Front Plus firmly believes that we are already on a journey to that new dispensation. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Member Adams.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I know for a fact, Chair, I put my notes one side, because I know for a fact that all of us will be overlapping and we all know what the problem is. If you would take this motion and give it to somebody in any township, in any suburb in Gauteng, they will say the very same things we are saying. Imagine this picture. You're coming to a gridlock, four-way stop, or any robot that has been removed. You find there's no traffic police. What you find there with cars standing in all different directions, you find homeless men with reflector jackets directing the traffic. It gets worse. It's laughable, but almost very embarrassing. That you find that traffic cops stop with marked vehicles to listen, to obey that homeless man. And it happens. You all know what happens happening. That doesn't make sense to me. The second thing that I want to mention, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, is the issue of that people, how they see us in this august house. That while we're speaking here today, they are saying you're all government. They don't think of us as opposition or of us as oversight or the executive. What they see is us. And what they say to us is you are failing us. So we have to make decisions in terms of asking the MEC. And I know that as you sit there, MEC, I know you. You are agreeing, you will be agreeing with every single speaker that speaks because you know this is our lived realities. I would say as I close my very short speech, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, is that we must make sure that we up the ante. We've got to take out all stops to make sure that infrastructure must be fixed in Gauteng. People must know that they must see visible changes. The swimming pools, the dilapidated buildings, the railway lines, the roads, it's a myriad of things. We can all talk about it. What are we going to do? And MEC, you lead the charge. You lead the charge with the MMCs at Municipal. You lead the charge with National. And we make sure that in South Africa, the 1.5 billion that the Premier is talking about is not near enough to how we fix all this with concerning to robots. I'm asking, let us put our hands together once again in this house. People are going to demand from us. And they're going to punish us in 2026. And punish us in 2029. God bless us all. Thank you very much.
Member Ali.
Thank you so much, Acting Speaker. There's something quite intriguing about the human condition. There's a certain infallibility that beguiles us from time to time. In the township, we refer to it as Eastering, the phenomenon where someone believes in their own invincibility. There's a certain bravado that comes as an after effect of past glory. It dulls our senses and blurs our sight. These delusions of grandeur render us unable to look within and without, and honestly introspect and carefully observe so as to learn from the mistakes of others and ourselves. I blame the Madiba magic. It's so intoxicating that it made us believe that we can get high on our own supply. It let us think that we are the exception, that we are more special than we really are, and so set apart that we can even defy the laws of nature. But the truth is, Gauteng is no exception to the rule. Its downward trajectory follows verbatim that of other great lands that were intentionally hollowed out by corruption, incompetence, and an uncaring government. What we're seeing across Gauteng is not exclusive to the once famed province of gold. As seasons come and go, oceans ebb and flow, and nations rise and fall, so too Gauteng is experiencing its worst downturn. And the litany of potholes and dysfunctional traffic lights are a vital sign indicative of a province in grave distress. To borrow from W.B. Yeats, the falcon cannot hear the falconer. Things have fallen apart. The center cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loosed upon the province. How can it be that a mere 30 years of democracy, we have failed to look after the infrastructure that we inherited, which was rightfully ours if we're being honest, and we have failed to sustainably add to it? In the midst of 4IR, economy of the future, drone what, camera here, camera there, smart this, innovation that, I can hardly keep up with all the gimmicks. But with all the schemes, our traffic lights are still temperamental. When it rains, they become shy. It's lights out. And when they are out and about, they are susceptible to cable theft. We have JMPD, EMPD, TMPD, National Traffic Police, outsurance points people, amapanyaza, on and on we can go. And yet isilaulwanga mapara. They direct us and they tell us where to go because our government has failed us. I will not waste my time trying to provide a way forward because I've been told that it's a mark of insanity to do the same thing again and again and expect different results. It's clear that our problem here is government. To reverse the downward spiral, we need a change of leadership. The falcon cannot hear the falconer. Things have fallen apart. The center cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loose on the province. He who has ears, let them hear. We support this motion. I thank you.
Member Evans.
Wow.
Member Evans. Member Evans, it's your time, or you want to give it away?
English first language. Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. The Patriotic Alliance support the motion tabled by the Honourable Emma More. The ongoing failure of traffic lights, street lights and road infrastructure.
Okay, let's allow Member
issue.
Evans to please debate. Okay, continue.
Every broken light increases danger. Every pothole is a symbol of decay. This failure erodes public trust and puts lives at risk. Yes, we note in 2025 an agreement between the Gauteng Department of Roads and Transport and JRA to address these issues. But the time for reactive fixes is over. We must act urgently and smartly. I propose 3 clear actions. Enforce the law. Law enforcement must tackle cable theft and vandalism head-on. Visible policing and strict accountability for municipalities and contractors are essential. Use solar power. Load shedding and theft cannot remain excuses. Solar technology offers cost-effective, reliable alternatives for traffic and street lighting. Go smart. Wireless and over-the-air technologies can replace vulnerable cabling, allowing real-time traffic management and faster maintenance response. Smart infrastructure is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Let this motion lead to action that restores both our infrastructure and our people's confidence in government. I thank you. Muni Baizani MEC. Muni Baizani.
Member Masoling.
Wakala waban. Skatlom papel. Uskam papel. I take a motho pap, especially the MEC who is responsible for the entire Gauteng. Greetings to the Honourable Speaker and members of the House. We acknowledge that traffic signals and street lighting in the province have gradually deteriorated, causing frustration for both motorists and residents. It is unacceptable, Deputy Chair of Chairs, that in major metropolitan areas like Johannesburg, the failure of traffic lights has become so severe that motorists must rely on homeless individuals to direct traffic, even during peak hours. More than anything, this is an incitement of the Department of Roads and Transport failure to govern. The government of the day, through the department, has displayed a serious inability to effectively cater to its people, even on the most basic of issues. In his State of the Province address, Honourable Premier was throwing around big numbers and heavy commitments. This House will do well to remember that in his State of the Province address, the Premier announced that new anti-theft technology would be fitted into traffic lights and that a private sector agreement will see an investment into the repairing and re-establishing of the traffic light infrastructure in the province. Today, we stand here to ask how many traffic lights have been fitted with such promised technology, how many millions of rands have been allocated to the repair of traffic lights. Also, we are saying we are so unable to deal with the most trivial of issues that we need investor funding to fix our own lights. Any plan that is aimed at fixing the problem of traffic lights and street lights must be both comprehensive and long-term based. This is why the economic freedom calls for state capacity in this regard, that the state must cease an over-reliance on the private sector and strengthen its own capacity by embarking on the task of fixing its own infrastructure and investing in AI-driven traffic solutions. On a daily basis, we witness what seems to be contractors digging holes and pipes on the corners of busy city centers. We witness what seems to be contractors on our freeways, meddling with road infrastructure. Any ordinary individual is unable to ascertain whether these contractors are part of their solution or are in fact the creators of the problem. We say this because in many cases these supposed contractors rarely display any government insignia. Their vehicles are not branded and they do not have any accompanying police or security personnel. We will therefore also urge that this motion include a provision that all contractors working on city and provincial infrastructure must necessarily be accompanied by Metro Police or members of the SEPs and must clearly display the name of company they are from, as well as carry on them detailed permits of the nature of the work they are doing and relevant offices that may be contracted to establish the validity of their work. In closing, we must express that the timing of this motion is not without suspicion.
Your time is up.
Owing to the fact that the province will be hosting the G20 summit later in the year, more than quick fix solutions that aim to represent this province in the best light when international guest visits are around, we shall have...
Member Masoleng, please sit down. Member Van Dijk. Member Van Dijk.
Thank you very much, Chair. A broken traffic light is more than just a signal outage. It's lost income, lost time with loved ones, and sometimes it is the difference between life and death. According to the Pothole Fix GP app, which we run here in the province, as of 22 May, there are 19,063 faulty traffic signals across the province. Only 267 have been repaired. That's according to your own statistics. While metros try to respond to the backlog, it keeps persisting. Key intersections like Beyers Naudé, Malibongwe have not only not worked in months, they haven't worked in years. In North Riding and Fourways, taxis go the wrong way down one ways just to get through. Monte Casino had to spend 750,000 rand of their own money on cabling to keep their intersection working. That's where we are. Residents and businesses, not government, is fixing the issue. DA councillors uncovered, DA councillors uncovered self-appointed pointsmen are damaging control boxes, spraying water into those control boxes, spiking the lines to cut power. Each incident can cost the metros up to 40,000 rand to fix. Even when caught, the courts release these offenders on 50 rand bail. We cannot keep throwing money at failing strategies. The provincial department must step up and do proactive responses. I'm the second person who's going to say this. If you keep doing the same thing over and over, it's insanity. But maybe that's what's happening here. Insanity. That's who's governing. On our roads, the daily reality is not just dangerous. Potholes are everywhere. Earlier this year, an Uber driver died in North Riding hitting a pothole. He lost his life and his family lost an income. I'm getting to it. Give me a minute, you'll hear it. So here's the solution. We do take responsibility. 1.5 billion. You govern all 3 metros. You govern all 3 metros. We welcome the 1.5 billion rand, but here's what it is. It pales in comparison to the 4.63 billion rand that the Western Cape is putting into their own budget. 4.63 billion. That is the solution. A second solution, any time that you go on any social media platform, I'm deviating from my speech now, you go to the Western Cape, people will tell you, I don't see a single robot not working. I don't see a single pothole. I can see 20 years, 30 years, what are we living in here? No. MEC, you need to take, sorry, Chair, Mfikwe, this is not for you. This is not for you. I'm protected in this house.
Order, 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 please, order, order.
I'm sorry your failures hurt you so deeply. 30 years, Chair Fikwe.
Member Shiniman.
Oh no, it was fun. I was happy. She took me on the road. I wanted to.
Order. May we please have order? Member Shiniman, please come in. Member Shiniman. Okay, let's allow Member Shiniman to.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I just take it that the noise that members have been making doesn't just eat into the time that has been allocated to me. But nevertheless, let me say the areas that I want to focus on and participate in this debate. The topic we are debating today provides an opportunity for this House to discuss in a constructive manner the current situation, interventions being made and interventions needed to improve the functioning of traffic signals, streetlights, the condition of roads and maintenance thereof. The Provincial Department of Roads and Transport has 400 robots on its road network, of which 251 are on provincial roads, which run through the city of Johannesburg, 52 on provincial roads, which run through Tshwane, 65 are on provincial roads running through Ekurhuleni, 6 on provincial roads running through the West Rand, and 26 are on provincial roads running through Sedibeng. As a province here in Gauteng, we have been through a rough period, with robots not functional across the province, which also includes robots which fall under the purview of municipalities. Some of the contributing factors included load shedding, which saw control units malfunctioning due to the frequency of power going on and off at times. Since the almost total reduction of load shedding, robots are a lot more stable in terms of this. Theft and vandalism has been one of the biggest contributors to the non-functioning of robots. This has included the tampering with and theft of control equipment, solar panels, overhead and underground cables, signal cables, substations and transformers. In some instances, why don't you listen? In some instances, we have seen... Can you listen, please? In some instances, we have seen a robot being fixed today and tomorrow it's vandalized. Sometimes it happens on the same day. A number of the intersections have been vandalized beyond repair. A practice which is spread across the province is the cutting down of robot poles using angle grinders in order to steal the cables. Poor driver behaviour has also contributed to the non-functioning of traffic signals. Traffic signals are knocked down in accidents, in many instances are unreported, and at times result in an entire intersection not working. Drunken driving also plays a part in the number of accidents where infrastructure is knocked over and damaged. The recent heavy rains have also contributed to the non-functioning of traffic signals. The provincial... I didn't say that, and I think you must listen.
Members,
the Provincial Department of Roads and Transport.
Let's have order.
has taken steps...
Let's have order and allow Member Shiniman to present his debate without any disturbance, please.
The Provincial Department of Roads and Transport has taken steps to improve the functionality of traffic signals on provincial roads. The Johannesburg Roads Agency was recently appointed to maintain the 251 traffic signals on provincial roads which run through the Johannesburg Metropolitan Municipality area. To date, some 50 traffic signals have been repaired and brought back to functionality. In a number of instances, a total reinstallation has had to take place. This involves replacing all equipment such as the robot poles, control units, cabling, etc. This last Friday, the Portfolio Committee on Transport and Logistics visited a number of traffic signals in the north of Johannesburg. Firstly, let me indicate that the costs to repair or replace traffic signals are not cheap. The average cost to carry out maintenance work ranges between 500 to 600,000 rand plus per intersection. A total replacement of traffic signals at an intersection costs in the range of about 1.2 million rand. The current budget for this financial year stands at some 18 million rands and is expected to be depleted by the end of June. The Portfolio Committee has been advised that it is estimated that a total of 118 million rand is required for the complete restoration of intersections and repairs and maintenance of intersections in the Johannesburg region alone. According to a statement of the Provincial Cabinet last week, an additional amount of 350 million rand is required for traffic signals across the province. To bring traffic signals in the Johannesburg region back to a state of functionality, additional funding is urgently required. Functioning traffic signals ensure a free flow of traffic, ensure that goods and services can be delivered as planned, and also ensures that the movement of people takes place efficiently. Urgent attention is needed to deploy security to monitor and patrol hotspots on a regular basis. One of the hotspots, which was confirmed to me by officials from JRA, is Malibongwe Drive between Cosmos City and the N1 highway, and urgently needs to be patrolled. The more visible patrols take place, criminals will think twice before getting caught in the act of vandalizing and in destroying critical infrastructure. Traffic enforcement officers across municipalities need to be mobilized to help direct traffic where needed. They must play a role and also patrol our roads. Metal scrap dealers need to be monitored more closely to ensure that those who vandalize and steal traffic signal infrastructure have no avenues to sell what they have stolen. The theft and vandalism of infrastructure, such as traffic signals and streetlights, and the vandalism of roads needs to be regarded as sabotage, and sentences meted out should reflect as such. Motorists who damage or destroy infrastructure should be held liable for the costs. The Department of Roads and Transport needs to determine how this would be done as a matter of urgency. In years gone by, motorists were held liable, and it's time to reinstate this. We need to fast-track the use of innovative technology that can instantly indicate robots that have malfunctioned so that teams can be dispatched immediately. Cameras need to be installed, particularly in hotspot areas, and where applicable, drones should be used to monitor specific intersections, as well as stretches of road to monitor road infrastructure in general. Where possible, the use of copper is being reduced as much as possible, as this is a much sought-after metal by criminals. And it's been confirmed to us last week Friday that where they have started to reduce copper, they've started to see a decrease in acts of vandalism. During the Portfolio Committee on Transport Logistics Oversight visit last week, JRA showcased some of the different technologies they are using and also showed how they are improving the protection of control units, including placing some of them below ground level. We must be ahead of these criminals and not only protect our critical infrastructure, but we must also catch them and see them behind bars. The department recently introduced an Adopt and Protect a Robot campaign, and the member who spoke about this must actually listen. This campaign has seen 20 MOUs signed between the department and private sector companies, private sector partners within the Johannesburg area. This campaign sees the various partners hosting critical elements such as power supply and critical control mechanisms on their properties, and has helped play a role to keep the traffic signals working. And by the way, this was in partnership with the Provincial Department of Roads and Transport. They didn't do it on their own, as the member seems to say. Streetlights have been a target of criminals across the province, where these criminals go out and cut street poles down with the intent on taking cables and light fittings. Innovative ideas and technologies are needed to prevent the ongoing vandalism and destruction of streetlights. The department needs to interact with universities to help with developing these innovative ideas and technologies that could be used to safeguard streetlights. The use of high-mast solar lights at intersections, and particularly in the more rural parts of the province, needs to be explored and rolled out. And these have been proven to be very effective where they have been installed around the province. These were developed by JRA, by the way. The recent rains and severe storms have played havoc with our provincial and municipal road network, causing potholes across the province and other road damage. And I'm not just blaming acts of nature here, I'm raising a fact to those members who care to listen. One of the major challenges is the age of our road network. In 2021, around 80% of the Gauteng road network was older than its original 20-year design life. Going forward, extensive rehabilitation of the road network will have to be undertaken, and for this, significant budgetary allocations will be required. A survey of roads in urgent need of rehabilitation will have to be undertaken and costed. The announcement of the decision of the ANC-led provincial government to allocate 1.5 million for immediate road repairs and maintenance is welcomed and will go a long way to addressing the potholes on our roads, which are causing danger to motorists and users of our roads in general. We look forward to the detail on how these funds will be spent. Over and above the situation and interventions indicated, the Provincial Department of Roads and Transport has been focusing on completing incomplete road projects, which are contributing to expanding the road network and at the same time improving the travel experience of users of these roads, as well as their safety. More focused attention is required to ensure that trucks using the road network are not overloaded and that they do not exceed the weight restrictions on certain roads. By overloading and travelling on roads with a weight in excess of the designated weight restrictions, this also contributes to road damage. And these truck drivers, these truck owners that exceed and overload their trucks, we need to catch them through the use of our provincial weighbridges, and that they in turn must also be held liable for the damage that they are causing to our roads. Finally, as I come towards conclusion, to Member More, if you follow the Gauteng Provincial Department of Roads and Transport Facebook page, you will get to know on a daily basis of the road maintenance taking place on provincial roads across the province. You will get to know of traffic signals being repaired. You will also get to know the work being done to ensure effective coordination between the Provincial Department of Roads and Transport and municipalities, as well as lots of other news on the work of the department. As members of the ANC in this House, we have confidence in the ANC-led provincial government to implement the commitments it makes and to use the resources at its disposal in an efficient and effective manner that will benefit the residents of Gauteng. I thank you.
Thank you, Member. Honourable More, kindly refer to the debate.
I did try raising my hand,
no, Member Moriarty, I have not given you time to speak yet. In terms of Rule 77.8, I have the discretion to decide whether I'm speaking or not. For now, I'm giving Member More to reply to the debate.
Okay.
Please sit down. Member More? Yes.
Thank you very much, Acting Honourable Speaker. Thank you, members, for your input. Every day, millions of Gauteng residents navigate roads which are hazards. Traffic lights meant to regulate movement and prevent accidents frequently malfunction, leading to chaos at intersections. In Johannesburg alone, over 60% of traffic lights experience faults due to vandalism, power outage, and poor maintenance. This is not just a statistic. It's a reflection of the daily struggles of commuters, ambulance people, and businesses. A study by the University of Johannesburg found that residents of Gauteng lose around 28,000 per year per person due to the excessive time spent in traffic. Street lights, essential for nighttime visibility and security, are falling apart at an alarming rate. Our road infrastructure once a symbol of progress, is now a glaring example of neglect. JRA has been forced to turn signalized intersection into four-way stop as a temporary measure to improve safety. This is not a long-term solution, it's an admission of failure. According to a recent article by Michael Taylor, 65% of our road network in Gauteng is in a bad state due to potholes, broken infrastructure and dysfunctional traffic lights, meaning that only 35% is functional. You have in Johannesburg your Malibongwe Drive, your Colette Drive has got potholes, it's uneven. Corner Vetkopen Road and Hyperion Drive, corner Boundary and Oriole Avenue, corner R558 and Wild Chestnut, corner N12 Moroka Bypass and R558, all of them dysfunctional in Johannesburg. And this is a tip of an iceberg. Tshwane R01, R101 and R104 dysfunctional. Rand West, Mpagati Robots by R28 is dysfunctional. Eguru Lane, R549 has potholes and no road markings. Corner R562 and R21 towards the airport. R562 and Aluminium Drive, R562 and Alex Drive, all dysfunctional robots. Randfontein Road and R500 potholes and dysfunctional robot. These are just a few examples among the 65% roads that are dysfunctional. The people of Gauteng are important as G20, if not more important, and they deserve roads that are safe, functional, and conducive for economic growth. The consequence of ignoring these issues are severe and affect marginalized people more and worsens the inequality. Let this debate be the turning point where we move from rhetoric to action through our two honourable MEC committing to an urgent timeline for the implementation of the plan to address the above issues raised today. So remember that residents do not know which one is municipal road, which one is municipal robot or intersection. They blame all of us when things are not working. So MEC, I'm saying to you today, let's work together. This is for our people. It's not for Action SA grandstanding, neither. When we are with our people, we are one people. And they see us as failing together. Not ANC, not EFF, not Action SA, but they say we fail together.
As you conclude,
so according to the, according to the article by Michael, he said 65 are not functioning well, only 35 is
you are starting
functioning.
an article.
You
are not going to conclude. I was asking to conclude.
Yes,
not
thank you very much.
Point.
In conclusion, we have done oversight and we are confident that working together, we can actually make Gauteng shine again.
Thank you very much. Members, the rules and the Constitution are there to provide orderly debate and effective conduct of parliamentary business. The standing rules must be respected by everybody. They are not aimed at limiting freedom of speech or limiting the debate. We have a process that we have engaged in as the Rules Committee, which all parties have made in the Rules Committee, have made inputs on terms of amendment of the rules. I will therefore ask the Chief Whips to ensure that all members of all parties have a bite in terms of the draft rules, so that where the rules are ambiguous, are not clear, or are open to different interpretation, like we have just experienced now between Rule 77, subsection 5, and Rule 88, 83, subsection 2, which are clearly contradicting each other, or are subject to different interpretation. I would then ask that all the parties to go and look at these rules and make further contribution to those rules, so that when the Rules Committee sits next time, before it finalizes the rules, we would have had the opportunity and the wisdom that we would have gained from all the members through their political parties, so that when this item comes back here for final adoption by the House, every member would have had an opportunity to really interrogate and ensure that we've got rules that we can all respect and that we can all agree on the interpretation. I will therefore, on that note, ask, in terms of, since this motion was also for debate, And in the motion proposed that the House resolve to make recommendations to the Executive in terms of Rule 117, subsection 2B, read with Rule 63. The House will move for adoption, and a question will be put. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. That concludes the business of the day. The next sitting will be on the 10th of June, 2025. The House is now adjourned. Thank you.